In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. They ask you, O Muhammad, about the bounties of war. Say, the decision concerning bounties is for Allah and the Messenger. So fear Allah and amend that which is between you, and obey Allah and His Messenger, if you should be believers.
Commentary. This verse is related to an event which came to pass in the Battle of Badr. If this event is kept in sight before going to the detailed explanation of the verse, it will make it easy to understand. What happened is that Muslims, when they won in the Battle of Badr, the first confrontation of Kafir and Islam, they had some more spoils on their hands. Its distribution led to a state of affairs among the noble companions which did not befit the high standard of sincerity and unity around which the whole life of these blessed souls was molded. Therefore, it was within the very first verse that the standing policy on this subject was settled forever, so that there remains nothing in the hearts of this group of people blessed with sanctity except truth, sincerity, unity, and sacrifice. Details of this event have been reported in the Musnad of Ahmad, Tirmidhi, Mustadrak of Hakim, and elsewhere in the words of Sayyidina Ubada, may Allah be pleased with him, who was a participant in the Battle of Badr. According to the report, someone asked Sayyidina Ubada ibn Samit about the meaning of the word Al-Anfal in the verse cited above. He said, "This verse has of course been revealed about us, that is, about participants in the Battle of Badr." This was in the background of some difference of opinion which arose among us as to the distribution of war spoils, and which affected our moral conduct adversely. Then, through this verse, Allah Ta'ala took away the spoils from our hands and entrusted them with the Holy Prophet, who distributed them equally over all those who had participated in the Jihad of Badr. The situation at the Battle of Badr was that all of us marched out with the Holy Prophet. It was after a tough fight between the two groups that Allah Ta'ala had the enemy defeated. At this point, our forces were split in 3 subgroups. Some pursued the enemy so that they would not come back. Some went on to collect spoils left by the disbelievers, while some others formed the cordon around the Holy Prophet and kept guarding him against any surprise attack by the enemy in an ambush somewhere. When fighting was over, the night came and everyone returned to home base. Those who had collected spoils said, "We have collected this booty, therefore no one but us has a share in it." And those who had pursued the enemy said, "You do not deserve it more than us, because we were the ones who forced the enemy to retreat and run, and which gave you the opportunity to collect spoils in peace." And those who remained standing around the Holy Prophet to protect him said, "If we wanted to, we too could have joined you in collecting the spoils with you. But we devoted ourselves to the task of seeing that the Holy Prophet remains protected, so we too are deserving of it." This conversation among the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, ultimately reached the Holy Prophet, whereupon this verse cited above was revealed. It made it very clear that the spoils belonged to Allah. There was none to own it or stake a claim over it except the one to whom the Holy Prophet would give it. As for the Holy Prophet, he distributed the spoils equally over all participants of the jihad, as ordained divinely. Ibn Kathir, everyone was pleased with this decree of Allah and His Messenger, and naturally ashamed of the unbecoming state of affairs which arose between them because of their mutual approach to remain ahead of the others. Also in the Musnad of Ahmad, reported there is another event which spells out the background in which this verse was revealed. It has been narrated by Sayyid ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, may Allah be pleased with him. He says, "My brother, Umar fell a martyr in the Battle of Badr. Out of the disbelievers who were arrayed against him, I killed Said ibn al-Az. I took his sword and presented myself before the Holy Prophet. I wished that this sword be given to me, but the Holy Prophet ordered me to deposit it with the spoils. I was bound to obey his order, but my heart ached with the thought that my brother laid down his life in this jihad, and I killed the enemy confronting him and took possession of his sword, yet that too was taken away from me. However, despite this thought, I stepped forward to carry out the commander's command and deposit the sword with the spoils. But I had hardly gone far enough when this verse of Surah Al-Anfal was revealed to the Holy Prophet, who called me back and let me have this sword." According to some other narrations, it is also reported that Sayyid ibn Sa'd, may Allah be pleased with him, had himself requested the Holy Prophet that the particular sword be given to him, but he had said, "This is not my property which I could give to someone, nor is this owned by you. Deposit it with the rest of the spoils. This matter will be decided in accordance with what Allah decrees." Ibn Kathir, Majari, it is not unlikely that both these events may have come to pass, and the verse may have been revealed in answer to both. A detailed explanation of the verse. Here, the word Al-Anfal is the plural of Nafal, which means grace and reward. Nafal Salah Psalm and Sadaqah are called nafil because they are not compulsory or obligatory on anyone. Those who do these do so out of their free will. In the terminology of Quran and Sunnah, the words nafil and anfal are also used for spoils or booty obtained from the disbelievers at the time of jihad. But the Quran has used three words to carry this sense, that is, anfal, ganima, and fi. The word anfal appears right here in the present verse. As for the word ganima, its details will appear in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 41 of this very surah. Then, details relating to the word is find mention in Surah Al-Hashr, and what Allah made His Messenger get Surah Al-Hashr, ayah 6. The meanings of these three words differ with slight variation. Since the difference between them is slight, there are occasions when one word is used for the other to mean spoils in the absolute sense. Ganima generally carries the sense of booty obtained from the adversary through fighting in jihad. Fi is booty obtained from the disbelievers without active fighting and killing, whether they abandon it or agree to give it up voluntarily. Then, nafil and anfal are also used to refer to the reward which the supreme commander of jihad may bestow upon a particular mujahid in return for his exemplary performance. This meaning has been reported from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, as in Tafsir ibn Jarir. Ibn Kathir, then, there are occasions when spoils as such are also identified through the terms of nafil and anfal. In this verse, most commentators have gone by this very general meaning. The same general meaning has been reported from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, in the Sahih of al-Bukhari. The truth of the matter is that this word is used to carry both meanings, the general and the particular. Therefore, no difference exists here. And the best explanation in this connection has been given by Imam Abu Ubaid in his Kitab al-Amal. He says, lexically, nafil means grace, reward, or gift, and it is a very special blessing of Allah Ta'ala bestowed upon the Muslim Ummah, the most fortunate recipients of His mercy, in that the properties obtained from disbelievers through fighting in jihad were made lawful for Muslims. Otherwise, the practice did not exist among past communities. In fact, the law which governed spoils was that such property was not lawful for anyone. All spoils were collected and deposited at one place, then a fire or lightning would come from the heavens and burn it up. This was supposed to be a sign indicating that the God-oriented fighting was acceptable in His sight. If spoils so collected and deposited were not burned up by the lightning from the heaven, it was supposed to be a sign that the effort was not acceptable. Therefore, the later spoils were considered rejected and ill-omened, because of which it was not used by anyone. Based on a narration from Sayyidina Jabir, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in Al-Bukhari and Muslim, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, I have been blessed with 5 things which were not given to any prophet or his community before me. One of the 5 is, that is, made lawful for me are the spoils, though they were not lawful for anyone before me. The injunction of anfal given in the cited verse is, the spoils are for Allah and the Messenger. What it means is that its real ownership is that of Allah, while the right of their disposal rests with the Messenger of Allah, who distributes these in accordance with the command of Allah at His discretion. Therefore, a group of leading authorities in Tafsir, with Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, Mujahid, Ikrimah, Sadi, and some others among them, have said that this injunction was operative during the early period of Islam, when the law of the distribution of spoils, which is going to appear in the 5th section of this very verse, was yet to be revealed, because their spoils as a whole have been left at the discretion of the Holy Prophet, who was to dispose them off as he wished. The detailed injunctions which appear later enjoin that 1/5 of the entire spoils should be deposited in the Bayt al-Mal, treasury of the Muslim state, to cover the needs of common Muslims, and the remaining 4/5 should be distributed among jihad participants under a particular law, the details of which appear in authentic ahadith. This detailed statement abrogated the first verse of Surah Al-Anfal, and some respected elders have stated that there is no case of abrogation at this place. Instead, the difference here is that of brevity and detail. The first verse of Surah Al-Anfal is brief, with its details appearing in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 41. However, 5 property, the injunctions about which have been taken up in Surah Al-Hashr, has been placed totally at the disposal of the Holy Prophet, who may act as he wishes at his discretion. Therefore, when describing the injunctions of that place, it has also been said, that is, and what the Messenger gives you take it, and what he stops you from leave it. Surah Al-Hashr, ayah 7. These details tell us that spoils refers to properties which are obtained through jihad confrontation, and 5 properties are what is obtained without fighting and killing in jihad. As for the word Al-Anfal, it is used for both, whether the sense be general or particular. and it is also used for the reward which is bestowed by the commander-in-chief of jihad on a ghazi, living Muslim warrior of a victorious jihad force. In this connection, there are 4 forms of giving awards to ghazis in jihad which date back to the blessed times of the Holy Prophet, that it is proclaimed that whoever kills an adversary will become the owner of properties obtained from the soldier killed by him. This property will just not be deposited with the rest of the spoils. That a group is taken out from the larger army and is sent on jihad to a particularly targeted area with the orders that the spoils obtained from that area will belong to the particular group sent there, subject to the obligation that 1/5 of the property thus obtained will be deposited in Bayt al-Mal, treasury of the Muslim state, to be used to cover the needs of common Muslims. That a particular ghazi is given something out of the 1/5 of spoils deposited in the Bayt al-Mal in return for his distinct achievement by the Emir of Jihad under his discretion. That a certain portion from the entire spoils is set aside to be given as reward to the serving cadre of the jihad force, such as those who attend to the horses of mujahideen and help them with their chores. Ibn Kathir, the substance of the verses, addressing the Holy Prophet Allah Ta'ala, has said, "People ask you about the spoils. You tell them that the spoils are for Allah and the Messenger, that is, no one holds a claim on them, or is their owner. Whatever the Messenger of Allah decides, under the command of Allah Ta'ala, shall be the operative law. Unity among people is based on taqwa." In the last sentence of the verse, it was said, "So fear Allah, and set your relations right, and obey Allah and His Messenger, if you are believers." This is addressed to the companions of the Holy Prophet. The reference is to what happened at the Battle of Badr, when the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, had differed among themselves about the distribution of spoils, and which posed the danger that their mutual relations may become strained. Through this verse, Allah Ta'ala has Himself settled the matter of the distribution of spoils. Now they are to retrain their hearts for the better and set their relations right. The core of the method proposed is taqwa, the fear of Allah, the sense of being responsible before Him. Experience bears out that under the active influence of a heart filled with the fear of Allah and the hereafter, major disputes get resolved in no time and deep-rooted hatreds evaporate in thin air. Therefore, after proposing the method of taqwa in this verse, it was said, that is, set your relations right through taqwa. After that, it was further explained by saying, "And obey Allah and His Messenger, if you are believers." That is, the obedience to Allah and the Messenger should be total and perfect, if you are believers. In other words, iman, faith, demands ita'ah, obedience, and ito, obedience, is the outcome of taqwa, the fear of Allah. When people become the practitioners of these virtues, their mutual disputes shall stand resolved automatically, and hearts shall be filled with love rather than hostility.
The believers are only those who, when Allah is mentioned, their hearts become fearful, and when His verses are recited to them, it increases them in faith, and upon their Lord they rely.
Commentary. Particular attributes of the believer. Described in the verses cited above are particular attributes which should be the hallmark of every believer. The hint given here is that every believer should keep checking on his or her physical and spiritual condition and assess if these attributes are present in his or her person. If they are, this calls for being grateful to Allah that He blessed His servant with the attributes of true believers. And should it be that none of these attributes is present there, or is weak or feeble despite being present, then one must either start being concerned about acquiring them or making them stronger than what they are. The first attribute, the fear of Allah. The first attribute described here is those whose hearts are filled with fear when the name of Allah is mentioned. It means that their hearts are soaked in and brimming with the realization of Allah's greatness and their love for Him. This state of the heart demands that there be an attending aura of awe and fear around it. This has been mentioned in another verse of the Qur'an as a state which deserves glad tidings for all people of love, that is, give glad tidings to those humble and soft people whose hearts are filled with fear when the name of Allah is mentioned. Surah Al-Hajj, ayah 34. In both these verses identified there is a very special prerequisite of the mention, thought and remembrance of Allah, the dhikr, which is awe and fear. Then in yet another verse, also enumerated, there is a particular property of dhikrullah, that is, listen. Hearts find peace through the remembrance of Allah. Surah Ar-Ra'd, ayah 28. This tells us that the fear and awe mentioned in this verse are not contrary to the peace and tranquility of the heart. For instance, the fear of a beast or enemy disturbs one's peace of heart. But the fear which is generated in the heart as a result of the dhikr of Allah is totally different from that. Therefore, the word used here is not the exact counterpart of fear. It has been called wajal, which does not mean fear, khawf, in the absolute sense. Instead, it is the awe, a respectful feeling of fear which emerges in the heart because of the majesty of the Most Exalted. Some commentators have said that, at this place, the mention and remembrance of Allah means that a person was intending to commit some sin, but when he happened to think of Allah, it made him scared of his punishment, as a result of which he turned away from that sin under this situation. Such a fear would mean nothing but the fear of punishment. Al-Bar al-Mu'it, the second attribute, increase in. The second attribute of the believer has been identified by saying, and when his verses are recited before him, they increase them in faith. What is the meaning of increase in faith? A meaning upon which all scholars, commentators, and hadith experts agree is that a man or faith does increase in strength, quality, and light. It is also confirmed by experiment and observation that good deeds give strength and stability to the state of one's faith. The heart is so laid open to the acceptance of truth that good deeds become one's natural habit. If he leaves them, he feels the pinch, and he develops in himself a natural distaste for sin to the limit that he does not go even near them. This is the great station of a man of faith which has been identified in hadith by the term the sweetness of a man. When the sweetness of a man settles down in someone's heart, all parts of his body start relishing its taste in acts of worship. In short, the verse puts the second attribute of a perfect believer as, when the ayat of Allah Ta'ala are recited, his faith should become more pronounced in polish and progress, as well as in the desire to do good deeds. This also helps us realize that the way Muslims at large recite and listen to the Quran, paying no heed to the due etiquette and reverence of the Quran, nor having any idea of the greatness of Allah Ta'ala, produces a recitation which is not what is desired, and certainly not what could be expected to generate the best of results, even if that too may not be devoid of thawab, reward. The third attribute, trust in Allah. The third attribute of a believer identified here is that he or she should place their trust in Allah. The Arabic word tawakkul means trust. The sense is that the believer should have total trust in Allah, one and pure, free of all conceivable associations and ascriptions, not simply theoretically, but in deeds too, and in all states and conditions of one's life as well. In a sound hadith, the Holy Prophet has said, this does not mean that one should abandon material causes and means when it comes to taking care of one's legitimate needs. The point is that one should not consider material means and instruments as sufficient for real success, instead of which, one should do his best, subject to his ability and courage, to assemble and utilize necessary material means. It is only after that one should entrust his matter with Allah Ta'ala, believing that He is the one who has created all means, and He is certainly the one who makes means to bear fruits. What would come to be as to be what He wills. In another hadith, he said, it means, make a moderate effort to procure what you need through material means, and then place your trust in Him. In other words, do not let your heart and mind get bogged down with nothing but material ways and means.
The ones who establish prayer, and from what we have provided them, they spend.
The fourth attribute, establishment of Salah. The fourth attribute of the believers has been described as they are those who establish Salah. At this point, it is worth keeping in mind that the text is not talking about making, saying, offering, or performing Salah. Instead, what has been mentioned here is iqamah of Salah. Literally, iqamah means to make something stand straight. The sense of iqamah, translated as establish in absence of a precise equivalent, is that one should carry out the obligation of Salah with the fullest consideration for its etiquette and relevant conditions, exactly as explained and demonstrated by the Holy Prophet through his word and deed. If there is any shortcoming in observing the etiquette and conditions, you may call it the saying or making of Salah, but you cannot call it the iqamah or establishment of Salah. As for the benefits, effects, and blessings of Salah mentioned in the Holy Quran, of course, Salah stops from immodesty and sinfulness, Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 45. Those two depend on nothing but the proper establishment, iqamah, of Salah as due. When the etiquette of Salah has not been observed as due, the Salah would though be counted as permissible, as far as fatwa or juristic ruling is concerned, but the blessings of Salah will be reduced to the measure of shortcoming in observing it, and in some situations one may be totally deprived of these blessings. The fifth attribute, spending in the way of Allah. The fifth attribute of a believer, as stated in the verse, is that they spend in the way of Allah out of what Allah has provided them with. This spending in the way of Allah is general. It is inclusive of all charitable spending, sadaqat and qararat, endowments, waqf, and gifts and grants to relatives. Also included under this category are Islamic legal obligations such as zakah and the sadaqat al-fitr, and voluntary charities, donations and contributions, nice sadaqat and isolated letters, as well as any financial assistance amiably provided to guests, friends, and respected elders.
Those are the believers, truly. For them are degrees of high position with their Lord, and forgiveness and noble provision.
After describing these 5 virtues of the model believer, it was said, those are the believers in reality, that is, they are the same, outwardly and inwardly. They say what is there in their heart. Otherwise, there are those who say, I testify that there is no God worthy of worship but Allah, and I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, which is only verbal as far as it goes. Their hearts do not throb with belief in the oneness of Allah, nor do they have the passion for obedience to His Prophet. What they do contradicts what they say. There is a hint in the verse which points out that every truth has its reality, and unless you get to that reality, you cannot arrive at the truth. Someone asked the famous Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, O Abu said, are you a believer? He said, brother, there are 2 kinds of a man, faith, if you are asking whether or not I am a believer in Allah Ta'ala, and His angels, books and messengers, and in paradise and hell, and in the accounting and retribution of the last day, then my answer is of course, I am a believer. And if you are asking whether or not I am the perfect believer mentioned in the verses of Surah Al-Anfal, then I just do not know whether or not I am one of those. The verses of Surah Al-Anfal referred to here are the same verses the discussion of which is before you right now. After having described the attributes and marks of true believers in the verses cited above, it was said, for them there are high ranks with their Lord, and forgiveness and dignified provision. Promised here are 3 things: high ranks, forgiveness, and dignified provision. According to Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an, the attributes of true Muslims mentioned in the previous verses are of 3 kinds: those which relate to one's heart, the inward human dimension, such as belief in Allah, fear of Allah, and trust in Allah; those which relate to physical deeds, such as salah, etc., and those which relate to one's wealth, such as spending in the way of Allah. Counterpoised against these 3 kinds, 3 rewards have been mentioned. High ranks have been set against inward and spiritual attributes. Forgiveness has been placed against deeds which are related to outward human physique, like salah and psalm. Salah, as in hadith, becomes the kafara, expiation of sins. Finally, dignified provision has been set against spending in the way of Allah. That is, one would get what is much better and much more than what one has spent in the mortal life.
It is just as when your Lord brought you out of your home for the battle of Badr in truth, while indeed a party among the believers were unwilling.
Commentary. It has already been stated at the beginning of the surah that most of the subjects taken up in Surah Al-Anfal relate to the retribution and punishment which visited the disbelievers and polytheists, and to the favor shown and reward given to Muslims. Also, described there as a corollary are injunctions which provide for both parties necessary lessons and advices. Out of what had transpired between them, the first and the most important event was that of the Battle of Badr, in which the polytheists were defeated, suffering heavy losses in men and materials. Despite the support of military hardware, numbers, and strength at their disposal, and Muslims were blessed with a great victory despite their overall lack of men and materials. Beginning from the verse cited above, there appears in this surah a detailed description of the Battle of Badr. The Battle of Badr, a detailed description. The first verse mentions that some Muslims did not like to take the risk of initiating and advancing for jihad on the occasion of Badr. But when Allah Ta'ala commanded the Holy Prophet to initiate the jihad through His special decree, those who had disliked the idea came along with him. The phraseology of the Quran employed to state this situation is worth consideration from many angles. First of all, the verse begins with, "It is like when your Lord made you leave." Here the word, comma, is a word used for comparison. Now the point is what is being compared here and with what? Commentators have given various interpretations possible here. Abu Hayyan has reported 15 such statements. Out of these, 3 are more likely as probable. The simile aims to state that the way the companions had encountered some mutual difference at the time of the distribution of spoils obtained from the Battle of Badr, then they all obeyed the command of the Holy Prophet under divine decree, and its blessings and good results became manifest before them. Similarly, at the beginning of this jihad, there was an expression of dislike from some people. Then it was under divine decree that everyone obeyed, and the beneficial outcome and superb rewards it brought in its wake were witnessed by everyone openly. This interpretation is credited to Farah and Al-Mubarrad, Al-Bar Al-Muhit, Maulana Ashraf Thanavi, may Allah have mercy on him, has preferred the same view in Tafsir of Al-Qur'an. The second probable interpretation is that a promise of high ranks, forgiveness, and dignified provision in the hereafter was made for true believers in previous verses Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 4. In these verses, the fact of this promise being certain was described in a manner which pointed out that though the promise due to be fulfilled in the hereafter is not yet openly visible for eyes to see, but the promise of divine help and victory does stand fulfilled in the case of the Battle of Badr all too manifestly. So, take your lesson from here and be certain that the way this promise has been fulfilled right here in this mortal world, so it shall be with the promise of the hereafter that too shall come to be definitely fulfilled. Tafsir al-Qutub by with reference to al-Nahas. The third probability is what Abu Hayyan states after having reported 15 interpretative positions taken by commentators. He says, I was not comfortable with any of these positions. One night pondering over this verse, I went to sleep. Then I saw in a dream that I am going somewhere, and there is a person with me. I am discussing this verse with him, and I am telling him that I have never faced a difficulty similar to what I have faced in the case of the words of this verse. It seems that there is an elision of some word here. Then, all of a sudden, right there within the dream sequence, it transpired into my heart that the elision here is that of the word Nasaroka. He helped you. This I liked, and so did the other person I was talking to in the dream. When I woke up, I thought about it. My difficulty was all gone since, in this situation, the word, comma, has not been used for comparison. Instead, it has been used for the statement of cause. Thus, the verse comes to mean that the cause of the very special help and support given to the Holy Prophet by Almighty Allah on the occasion of the Battle of Badr was that he did what he did in this jihad, not by some wish or discretion of his own, but by remaining obedient to the divine command exclusively. It was under his command that he left his home, and what happened thereafter should have happened precisely as it did, and it always does that divine support accompanies such a person. Nevertheless, in this sentence of the verse, all these three meanings are probable and sound. Next, let us consider why the Holy Qur'an has elected not to mention that the Holy Prophet came out for this jihad on his own. Instead of that, the text states, Your Lord made you leave. Embedded here, it is a hint towards the perfect servitude and obedience of the Holy Prophet. It signifies that his act is, in reality, the act of God which issues forth from the parts of his body, as it appears in Hadith al-Qudsi, wherein the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, When a servant of Allah is blessed with nearness to Allah through obedience and servitude, Allah says about him, or her, I become his eye. What he sees through me. I become his ears. What he hears through me. I become his hands and feet. Whomsoever he grips, he overpowers through me, and towards whomsoever he walks through me. The essential outcome is that a very special help and support from the most exalted Allah accompanies him all along. It means that the acts which obviously seem to issue forth from his eyes and ears or hands and feet are, in reality, the workings of the power of Allah. To sum up, it is by the use of the word akajoka, made you leave, a clear indication has been given that the act of the Holy Prophet in coming out for jihad was really the act of God which made him leave, though manifested through his deed. Also worth noticing here is that the text chooses to say, Your Lord made you leave, which mentions Allah Almighty with his attribute of being the Rabb, the nurturer and sustainer of all. This points out to the fact that the act of making him leave for this jihad was undertaken as required by the majesty of the supreme nurturer and sustainer, and in the interest of teaching and training his prophet and the Muslim community through him. The reason is that, through this arrangement, the oppressed and subdued Muslims were to be made victorious, and the arrogant and unjust disbelievers were to be subjected to their first taste of punishment. The next phrase means from your home. The sense of this sentence is, Your Lord made you leave your home. According to the majority of commentators, this home means the home in Medina, or the fair city of Medina itself, where he came to live after Hira, for the event of Badr took place during the second year of Hira. Then, by adding the expression Bil Haq, translated as, for the sake of truth, it has been made very clear that the entire action has been initiated to see that truth prevails and the false stands frustrated. Thus, also established here is that this action has not been triggered because of hunger of land or anger of monarch, as customary with other states. At the conclusion of the verse, it was said, while a group from the believers were averse to it, the sense is that a group from among the Muslims took the idea of this jihad to be burdensome and unpleasant. How and why the noble companions came across this unpleasant situation is something which needs to be understood. In fact, not only to understand the present statement, but to fully understand verses which will soon follow, it is appropriate to first find out the initial circumstances and causes of the Battle of Badr. So, let us first go to what happened at the Battle of Badr. According to the report of the event as narrated by Ibn Uqba and Ibn Amir, the Holy Prophet heard the news in Medina that Abu Sufyan was on his way to Makkah al-Mu'azzama with a trading caravan carrying merchandise from Syria, and that all Quraysh tribes of Makkah were partners in this business venture. According to the statement of Ibn Uqba, there was no Quraysh man or woman in Makkah who did not hold a share in this venture. If someone had even one mythical, approximately gr. of gold, he or she had still taken a share in it. As for the total invested capital of this trade caravan, it was 50,000 dinars as reported by Ibn Uqba. Dinar is a gold coin, which weighs approximately market rates for gold. It is equal to rupees 52, and the value of the total capital of the caravan comes to rupees 26 lakhs. Let us bear in mind that these rupees are not what we know them to be now. Instead, they are 26 lakhs, which belong to a period 1,400 years behind us, which, it goes without saying, had value and strength of its own, much higher than 26 krones of our time. It is interesting to note that 70 strong young men and their chiefs accompany this trade caravan to manage the security and business concerns of the enterprise. This tells us that this trade caravan was, in real terms, a trading corporation of the Quraysh of Makkah. $48. $481. On the authority of narrations from Sayyidina ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, and others, Al-Bayhaqi reports that there were 40 Quraysh chiefs among the mounted force accompanying the caravan, with Amr ibn al-As and Makrama ibn Nawfal being noteworthy among them. Then it is also established that the strongest base of power the Quraysh had was no other but this very trading activity and the financial support of the capital which backed it. In fact, this was their seemingly innocent weapon with which they had harassed and compelled the Holy Prophet to leave Mecca. In this background, when the Holy Prophet came to know about the return of this trading caravan after their visit to Syria, it occurred to him that this was the time to confront the caravan and break the main source of strength the Quraysh had. He consulted his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, but these were the days of Ramadan. They had made no battle plan in advance. So, some of them supported the idea readily and courageously, but some others were a little hesitant. Under this situation, he too did not make participation in this jihad compulsory for all. Instead, he ordered that those who have a ride should go with him. At that time, there were many people who stayed behind, unable to go on jihad. As for those who wanted to go, their rides were in the adjoining villages. They sought permission to go and bring their rides before they could go with him, but there was not much time to wait. Therefore, the order given was that only those who have their rides with them and do wish to go on jihad should get ready to go. There was no time left to summon rides from outside. Therefore, only a few participants who were ready to go could be assembled together. As for those who did not intend to go from the very outset, that too was caused by the absence of a general call for jihad. The Holy Prophet had not made participation in this jihad obligatory on everyone. Then people thought that they were to handle a trade caravan, not an army which could need a matching force of fighters. Therefore, a fairly large number of the companions did not take part in this jihad. After reaching Bir Sukiya, the Holy Prophet ordered Qais ibn Sa'sa'a, may Allah be pleased with him, to count the number of mujahideen with him. He counted and told them that they were 313. Hearing that, he was delighted. He said, "This is the number of the companions of Talat. Therefore this is a good omen that of victory." The noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, had a total of 70 camels with them. There was one camel for every 3 of them. They would ride turn by turn. This applied to the Holy Prophet as well. Besides him, there were 2 other riding partners in the one camel allotted to them. They were Say, Ibn Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, and Say, Ibn Ali, may Allah be pleased with him. When came his turn to walk, they would submit, "You ride. We shall do the walking for you." The reply he gave was as it would be from the one created to be mercy for all creation. "Neither are you stronger than me, nor am I free of the reward of the hereafter, that I let you have the chance of earning a little thawab for myself." Therefore, when it was his turn to walk, the Holy Prophet too used to walk. And the Israeli king saw, see for details b. 1p. 627-628. On the other hand, someone reached as far as Ain al-Zarqa, a well-known place in Syria, and passed on information to Abu Sufyan, the leader of the trade caravan, that the Holy Prophet is waiting for the caravan and will definitely come after them. Abu Sufyan made necessary precautionary arrangements to meet the threat. When this caravan entered Hijaz, he picked up an intelligent and efficient agent known as Damdam ibn Umar, gave him mithqal of gold, about grams, as his wages, and made him agree to rush to Makkah on a speedy camel, and tell them about the danger the caravan apprehended from the companions of the Prophet of Islam. To proclaim the danger, Damdam ibn Umar followed the particular custom of that time, cut off the ears and the nose of his she-camel, tore off his shirt from the front and the back, and placed the camel litter or seat upside down on the back of the camel. These signs served as danger bells during those days. When he entered Makkah in that style, the entire city was electrified. Everyone from the Quraysh was ready to put up a defense. Those who could go out to fight went out personally, and those who were unable to do so for some reason, they arranged for someone to go and fight in their behalf. Thus, it was within 3 days that they had an armed force with necessary support ready to march. When they noticed someone hesitating from participating in this battle, they suspected them, taking them to be pro-Muslim. Therefore, they particularly forced such people to come out and fight. There were others who professed Islam openly, but were unable to migrate due to their personal compulsions. Having no choice, they had just stayed out in Makkah. These people too, as well as anyone from the family of Banu Hashim about whom it was suspected that he had his sympathies with Muslims, they were all cornered and goaded to come out for this fight. Right there among these helpless people, there was Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, the uncle of the Holy Prophet, and the 2 sons of Abu Talib, namely Talib and Aqil also. Thus, this Meccan army, which had 1,000 armed men, 200 horses, 600 coats of mail, female war song chanters, and their drums marched out to Badr. On every stage of their journey, 10 camels were slaughtered to feed them. On the other side, it was on Saturday, the 12th of Ramadan, that the Holy Prophet moved out of Medina with preparations good enough to confront a trade caravan. After covering several stages, when he reached close to Badr, he sent an advance reconnaissance party of 2 men to gather information about the caravan of Abu Sufyan. Majari, the informers, came back with the report that Abu Sufyan's caravan, being aware of the coming of the Holy Prophet in hot pursuit after them, had passed by keeping close to the seashore, and that an army of 1,000 men was coming from Makkah to give cover to the caravan and fight the Muslims off. Ibn Kathir, as obvious, this information changed all plans as projected. Given the gravity of the situation, the Holy Prophet went into consultation with his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to determine whether or not they have to fight against this advancing army. Sayyidina Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, may Allah be pleased with him, and some other companions submitted that they do not have the necessary force to fight against them, nor have they come out there for that purpose. Thereupon, Sayyidina Abu Bakr rose and pledged his obedience to whatever the Messenger of Allah decided. Then rose Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, pledging his obedience to him and his readiness for jihad in the same spirit. Finally, it was Sayyidina Miqdad, may Allah be pleased with him, who stood up and said, Ya Rasul Allah, go by the command of Allah you have been given and enforce it. We are with you. By Allah, we shall never say to you what was said to Sayyidina Musa the Bani Israel, go you and your Lord and fight. As for us, we are sitting right here. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 24, by the being that has sent you with the true faith, if you were to take us as far as Bark al-Gamad in Ethiopia, we shall follow you to fight there. The Holy Prophet was very pleased. He made prayers for them, but an expression of support was yet to come from the Ansar, which seemed to point out to the probability that the pledge of help and support given to the Holy Prophet by the Ansar of Medina was limited to invalid within the city of Medina, and that they were not bound to extend their support for areas outside Medina. Therefore, he addressed the gathering once again, asking them to advise him whether or not he should take the initiative in this jihad. This address was beamed at the Ansar. Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'adh al-Ansari, may Allah be pleased with him, got the point and asked him, Ya Rasul Allah, are you asking us? He said, yes. Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'adh then submitted, Ya Rasul Allah, we have believed in you, and we have testified that everything you say is all true, and we have given solemn pledges to you that we shall obey you under all conditions. Therefore, enforce whatever command you have been given by Allah Ta'ala. By the being that has sent you with the true faith, if you take us into the sea, we shall go with you into the sea, and no one from among us shall lag behind you. It is all right for us if you were to take us as soon as tomorrow and throw us against the enemy. We strongly hope that Allah Ta'ala will have you witness conditions generated by our deeds, conditions which would become the delight of your eyes. Take us wherever you wish in the name of Allah. The Holy Prophet was pleased with the response and ordered the group of Mujahideen to march forward with the name of Allah. And to them he gave the good news that Allah Ta'ala has promised him that they shall overcome one of the two groups. The two groups mentioned here mean one, the trade caravan of Abu Sufyan, and the other, this army coming from Makkah. Then, he said, by Allah, it is as if I am seeing the killing fields of disbelievers with my own eyes. This whole event has been taken from Tafsir ibn Kathir and Mashari, explanation of verses in the light of the details of the event. After having heard the details of the event, let us go back to the verses cited above. That it has been said in the first verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 5, while a group from the believers was averse to this jihad, is actually a hint towards the state of mind which some noble companions were in while being consulted on the advisability of waging jihad, and to which they seemed to be averse or not courageous enough to undertake it.
Arguing with you concerning the truth after it had become clear, as if they were being driven toward death while they were looking on.
Then, the same event has been alluded to in the second verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 6. They were disputing with you about the truth after it became clear, as if they were being driven to a death being seen by them, though the noble companions had not disobeyed any command given to them. In fact, what they had done was a certain expression of their weakness and lack of courage as part of their response when consulted. But even such expression of personal opinion coming from the companions of the messengers of Allah, when juxtaposed with the high station they were blessed with, was unwelcome in the sight of Allah Ta'ala. Therefore it was set forth in words which spell out displeasure.
Remember, O believers, when Allah promised you one of the two groups, that it would be yours, and you wished that the unarmed one would be yours. But Allah intended to establish the truth by His words, and to eliminate the disbelievers.
See Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 6, for the Tafsir.
That He should establish the truth and abolish falsehood, even if the criminals disliked it.
Commentary. The verses cited above describe the event of Badr and point out to blessings which descended upon Muslims in the form of divine help and support during the battle. In the first and the second verses, it has B% stated that at the time the Holy Prophet and the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, got the information that a virtual army of the Quraysh has already left Mecca to give a security cover to their trade caravan. Muslims found that they now have two groups to deal with. One of the two was the trade caravan, which has been called in relevant narrations. The other one was this very armed group which had dashed out from Mecca, and which has been called Nafir, according to the statement given in the verse. That was the time when Allah Ta'ala had made a promise to His messenger and to all Muslims through him to the effect that they will totally overcome one of the two groups, so much so that they would be able to deal with it as they wished. Now, it is obvious that overcoming a trade caravan was easy and danger-free, while dealing with an armed force was fraught with all sorts of difficulties and dangers. Therefore, after hearing this seemingly ambiguous promise, it occurred to many companions that it would be convenient if the divine promise, made to Muslims that they would overcome one of the two groups, were to be about the group which was simply an unarmed trading caravan. But the Holy Prophet and many of his leading companions intended otherwise, as divinely guided and settled for overcoming an armed force as the better choice. In this verse, Muslims seeking to overcome an unarmed group have been warned that they, on their part, preferred to overcome an unarmed trading caravan in view of their tilt towards personal convenience and a danger-free option. But Allah Ta'ala intended it to be otherwise, so that the real objective of Islam stands achieved, that is, truth gets to be established as the ultimate truth, and the very root of disbelievers is cut off. It is obvious that this objective could be achieved only when the confrontation is against an armed force and Muslims overwhelm and overpower them.
Remember when you asked help of your Lord, and He answered you, "Indeed, I will reinforce you with 1,000 from the angels, following one another."
In substance, what Muslims are being chastised for is their choice of an option which was laced with timidity, desire to relax, and was a thing of temporal benefit. Contrary to that, the intention made by Allah Ta'ala was based on high determination, great objectives and benefits which were perfect and eternal. Then, in the second verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 8, it was further clarified by saying that there was nothing outside the power and control of Allah Ta'ala. If He had so willed, Muslims would have triumphed over the trading caravan, but He deemed it compatible with the station and majesty of the Messenger of Allah and his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, that the confrontation should be against the armed force which should result in their conquest, so that it becomes all too clear that truth is, after all, the truth, and that falsehood is, after all, nothing but falsehood. Noteworthy at this point is the question that Allah taught. Allah is all-knowing, all-aware, and certainly cognizant of the beginning and the end of everything. What then was the expedient consideration behind this ambiguous promise that Muslims will overcome any one of the two groups? It seems possible that he could have pinpointed one group precisely and said that such and such group will be overtaken. The reason for this ambiguity, and Allah knows best, seems to be that this was designed to be a test of the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to determine whether they opt for the easy or the difficult. Then, this was part of their moral training as well, through which they were taught a lesson in high determination, in the struggle for great objectives, and in how not to be scared of impending dangers. Described in the 3rd and 4th verses is what happened after Muslims stood combat ready against their armed opponents. When the Holy Prophet saw that he has only 313 companions, may Allah be pleased with him, by his side, and that too being mostly unarmed, in array against them, there was an armed force composed of 1,000 strong men. Then he raised his hands of prayer before Allah Jalla Than, seeking his help and support. As he prayed, the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them all, said, Amen, Amen, so be it. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, has reported the words of this dua, prayer, made by the Holy Prophet, as given below in its translation. O Allah, let the promise you have made to me come true now. O Allah, if this modest group of Muslims were to perish, then, on your earth, there shall remain no one to worship you, because the earth is full of kufr and shirk, and left here are these few Muslims who worship Allah as due. The Holy Prophet kept busy with his dua, beseeching earnestly and plaintively, so much so that the sheet wrap around his shoulders slided down. Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, stepped forward and put the sheet back on his blessed body and said to him, Ya Rasul, please worry no more. Allah Ta'ala will surely respond to your prayer and fulfill his promise. This is the event referred to in the opening statement, when you were calling your Lord for help, of verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 9. It means that worth remembering is the time when you were calling your Lord and appealing for his help and support. This appeal for help was though from the Holy Prophet, in fact, but since all companions, may Allah be pleased with him, by his side were saying Amen, so be it. Therefore this statement was attributed to the whole group. Immediately after, there appears the statement which describes how this prayer has been answered. The words are, So he responded to you, saying, I am going to support you with 1,000 of the angels, one following the other. The unmatched power with which Allah Ta'ala has blessed angels can be gauged from the event which transpired at the time the part of earth on which the people of Sayyidina Lut lived was overturned upside down. This was done by Angel Jibreel with just one flick of his feather. So there was no need to send such a large number of angels to participate in the combat. Even one would have been more than enough. But Allah Ta'ala knows the nature of his servants, as they also get impressed with numbers. Therefore, the promise of sending angels was kept synchronized with the numbers of the adversary in the combat, so that their hearts are put at rest fully and comprehensively.
And Allah made it naught but good tidings, and so that your hearts would be assured thereby. And victory is naught but from Allah. Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and wise.
The 4th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 10, restates this aspect explicitly by saying, it means Allah has done it only to give you glad tidings, and so that your hearts might be at rest thereby. The number of angels sent to support Muslims in the Battle of Badr has been given as 1,000 at this place, while in Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 124, the number mentioned is 3,000 and 5,000. The reason for this lies in 3 different promises made under different circumstances. The first promise was that of 1,000 angels, the reason for which was the prayer of the Holy Prophet and the supporting plaint of common Muslims with him. The second promise of 3,000 angels, which appears first in Surah Al-Imran, was made at a time when Muslims heard about the additional forces coming to join the Quraysh army. It has been reported in Ra'al-Lani as based on a narration of Al-Shabai from Ibn Abi Shayba, Ibn al-Mundhir, and others, that on the day of the Battle of Badr, when Muslims heard that Kurz ibn Jabir Muharib was coming with additional armed support for the disbelievers, they were disturbed and agitated. Thereupon, the verse of Ali Imran, Shall it not suffice you that your Lord should help you with 3,000 of the angels sent down for you? Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 124 was revealed, and referred to wherein is the promise of sending a force of 3,000 angels from the heavens in order to support believers. As for the third promise of 5,000, it was made subject to the condition that should the enemy launch a sudden offensive, a supporting force of 5,000 angels will be sent down. That promise appears in the verse which follows verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 124 of Surah Al-Imran cited immediately above. Given here are the words in which it has been mentioned. Why not? If you stay patient and fear Allah, and they come upon you even in this heat of theirs, your Lord will reinforce you with 5,000 of the angels having distinct marks. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 125. Some commentators have said that this promise had three conditions: fortitude, taqwa or fear of Allah, and sudden and all-out attack by the opposing forces. Out of these, the first two conditions were already fulfilled by the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, for no departure from these was witnessed in this battlefield from the beginning to the end. But what did not take place was the third condition of a sudden attack. Therefore, things did not reach the point where the army of 5,000 angels was to be inducted. So, this matter remained revolving between 1 and 3,000, which also lends to the probability that the figure 3,000 may mean the 1,000 sent earlier, to which an additional force of 2,000 was added and made to be 3,000, and it is also probable that these 3,000 were in addition to the first 1,000. At this stage, it is also interesting to note that the promise of sending three groups of angels in these three verses, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 9, Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 124, Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 125 mentions a quality particular to each group. In the present verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 9 of Surah Al-Anfal, where the promise is for 1,000, the word used to describe the quality of these angels is murtifin, translated here as one following the other. Perhaps the indication already given within the text is that there are others too coming behind these angels. Then, in the first verse of Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 124 quoted above, the quality of the angels has been given as munzalan, translated as sent down for you. The sense is that these angels will be made to descend from the heavens. In this, there is a hint towards the special arrangement made in this connection that the angels already present on the earth will not be employed for this mission, instead of which, it will be by special appointment and dispatch that these angels will be sent down from the heavens to fulfill the assignment they have been sent to carry out. After that, we have the second verse, Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 125 of Surah Al-Imran, where the figure 5,000 has been mentioned. There, the quality of the angels has been stated to be Musa women, translated as having distinct marks, that is, they shall be appearing in a particular dress and distinctive signs and marks. This is corroborated by hadith narrations which report that the headgear angels that descended during the Battle of Badr was white, and that of the angels who were sent down to help believers in the Battle of Hunayn was red. Finally, towards the end of the verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 10, it was said, and the help is from none but Allah. Surely Allah is mighty, wise. Here, Muslims have been warned that all help, whatever and from wherever it may be, open or secret, is from Allah Ta'ala alone and issues forth through His power and control only. The help and support of angels is also subject to nothing but His command. Therefore, all believers must look up to none but the most pristine being of Allah, who is one and with whom there is no partner or associate, because He is the possessor of power and wisdom at its greatest.
Remember when He overwhelmed you with drowsiness, giving security from Him, and sent down upon you from the sky rain by which to purify you and remove from you the evil suggestions of Satan, and to make steadfast your hearts and plant firmly thereby your feet?
See Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 10, for the Tafsir.
Remember when your Lord inspired to the angels, I am with you, so strengthen those who have believed. I will cast terror into the hearts of those who disbelieved, so strike them upon the necks and strike from them every fingertip.
Commentary. Being enumerated from the very beginning are blessings of Allah Ta'ala which descended upon His obedient servants. The events of the Battle of Badr are parts of the same chain. Out of the many blessings bestowed by Allah Ta'ala during the Battle of Badr, the very first blessing is the bringing out of Muslims for this jihad, which finds mention in, when your Lord made you leave your home. The second blessing is the promise of providing the support of angels which has been made, and when Allah was promising you. The third blessing is the answer to the prayer made and the fulfillment of the promise of support given, which has been mentioned in, when you were calling your Lord for help. The fourth blessing finds its description in the first of this set of 4 verses cited immediately above. Mentioned here are 2 blessings for the believers: the removal of anxiety and fatigue through a mass dissension of drowsiness, and the provision of water for them through rains, which also made the battlefield smooth for them and muddy for the enemy. According to the details of what happened there, when this first ever confrontation between kufr, disbelief, infidelity, and Islam turned into a certain battle, the army of the disbelievers of Makkah had already reached and set up camp at a place which was located on high grounds with water close to them. When the Holy Prophet and the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, arrived at that place, the lower part of the valley fell to their lot. The Holy Qur'an has portrayed the lay of this battlefield in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 42 of this very surah, by saying, when you were on the nearest cliff, and they were on the farthest one. Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 42, a detailed description of which shall appear later. The spot reaching where the Holy Prophet had first camped was considered strategically inappropriate by Sayyidina Hubab ibn al-Mundhir, may Allah be pleased with him, who knew this territory well. Keeping this in view, he respectfully inquired, Ya Rasulallah, does this place you have selected happen to be in compliance to a command from Allah Ta'ala in which we have no say, or it has been taken to as simply based on opinion and expedience? He said, no, this is not something divinely ordained. This can be changed or relocated. After that, Sayyidina Hubab ibn al-Mundhir, may Allah be pleased with him, submitted. If so, it is better to move forward from this spot, reach a water source close to the armed force of Meccan chiefs, and take it over. We are sure to have an abundant supply of water there. The Holy Prophet accepted his proposal, marched ahead, took over the spot with water, had a water tank built there, and saw to it that an ample supply of water has been stored in it. After he had taken care of this strategic need, Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, may Allah be pleased with him, said, Ya Rasulallah, we would like to put up a shaded structure for you, a secure place where you could stay and where your riding animals could be nearby you. The plan behind this arrangement is that we shall wage our jihad against the enemy, and if Allah were to bless us with victory, then our plan is well served, for this is what we like for you. But, God forbid, should things turn out otherwise, then you would be in a position to ride your camel and go back to join the rest of your companions left behind in Medina, because I am strongly inclined to believe that they are no less than us in terms of sacrifice for the cause and love for you. In fact, if they had any idea of the eventuality that you will have to fight against this armed force, then none of them would have chosen to stay behind. I am sure when you are back in Medina, they will continue to be your companions in the mission. On this gallant and noble offer, the Holy Prophet prayed for them. So a ragtag awning of some modest sort was set up for him, in which there was no one but he himself, and Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, Sayyidina Mu'ad, may Allah be pleased with him, sword in hand, stood on the door, guarding. This was the first night of confrontation. A bunch of 313 mostly unarmed souls stood against 1,000 strong armed forces, being 3 times more in numbers. They had already occupied the better spot of the battlefield. The lower part of the valley, which was sandy and difficult to move around, had fallen to the lot of Muslims. Everyone was concerned. Anxiety was natural, also started instigating some people. Here you are, claiming to be on the path of truth, and at a time so crucial you are busy making tahajjud prayers rather than go and take some rest. But cast a look at the ground reality, you will see your enemy casting his heavy shadows on you, being far superior to you from all angles. Under these conditions, Allah Ta'ala cast a unique kind of drowsiness on Muslims which made every Muslim, whether or not he intended to sleep, go to sleep compulsively. Hafiz al-Hadith, Abu Yala, reports that Sayyidina Ali al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him, said, on that night of the Battle of Badr, there remained no one from among us who did not go to sleep. Only the Holy Prophet remained awake throughout the night and kept busy with the Salah of Tahajjud right through dawn. Quoting the Sahih, Ibn Kathir reports that on that night, when the Holy Prophet was busy with the Salah of Tahajjud in his Arish, the twig-roofed hutman set up for him, he too was somewhat affected by drowsiness. But immediately coming out of it with a smile, he said, O Abu Bakr, here comes good news for you. This is Jibril standing near the cliff and saying this. He walked out of the hutman reciting the verse which follows. Soon the gathered group of the enemy will be defeated, and they will turn their backs. Surah Al-Qamar, ayah 45. According to some narrations, when he came out, he pointed towards various spots and said, this is the spot where Abu Jahl will be killed, and this is for so-and-so, and this is for so-and-so. Then, the events turned out to be precisely as he had indicated. Tafsir Mashari. And as it happened during the Battle of Badr, where Allah Ta'ala cast a particular kind of drowsiness on all companions, may Allah be pleased with him, of the Prophet, in order to remove their fatigue and tension, so it did during the Battle of Uhud. Sufyan al-Thawri, may Allah have mercy on him, Reports Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him, that sleep during the state of war is a sign of peace and tranquility from Allah Ta'ala, and sleep during the state of Salah is from the Satan. Ibn Kathir, the second blessing Muslims received at night was that rains came and totally overturned all battle plans. The spot occupied by the Quraysh army was hit by heavy rains, which made it muddy and difficult to walk through. Then the spot where the Holy Prophet and his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, were camped was sandy and difficult to walk through at the very outset. When rains came, this spot received the lighter part of it, which helped firm up the sandy surface, making the ground nice and easy to walk on. The first of the 4 verses appearing above mentions these very 2 blessings, sleep and rain, which, by upturning the blueprint of the battlefield, washed off the satanic scruples which were bothering some weak combatants. Scruples like, "Here we are on the side of truth, yet appear to be all subdued and overshadowed, while there stands our enemy, who is, despite being on the side of falsehood, basking in the sunshine of power, majesty, and confidence." So, Muslims are being told in this verse to remember the time when Allah was covering them up with drowsiness to make tranquility from Him descend upon them, and He was sending down rains upon them, so that He purifies them with that water, and removes from them the impurity of satanic instigations and scruples, and strengthens their hearts, and makes their feet firm. Mentioned in the 2nd verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 12, is the 5th blessing which was beamed at Muslims in this battlefield of Badr. That came through the command addressed to the angels sent by Allah Ta'ala to help Muslims, in which He said, "I am with you. So you make believers firm. I am going to cast terror into the hearts of disbelievers. So strike over their necks, and smite them so as to even reach every finger joint of theirs." Here, the angels have been charged with 2 duties: that they should encourage, exhort, and empower Muslims with steadfastness, which can be done either by appearing on the battlefield, increase their group strength, and participate with them in fighting, or also by using their unobserved ability to dispose matters. Tasarruf. They would make the hearts of Muslims firm, empower them to operate more effectively. The second duty entrusted with them was that the angels should themselves engage in fighting and attack disbelievers. From this verse, at least for the purpose on hand, it is apparent that the angels did both. They acted upon the hearts of Muslims, increased their courage and strength, and took part in the actual fighting as well. This is also confirmed by some hadith narrations which have been reported in details in Tafsir al-Manthur and Majari, and where eyewitnesses to the participation of angels in actual fighting have been documented, on the authority of the noble Sahaba. In the 3rd verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 13, it was said that the reason for whatever happened during this confrontation between Kufr and Islam was that those disbelievers were hostile to Allah and His Messenger, and whoever becomes hostile to Allah and His Messenger, then, for him the punishment of Allah is customarily severe. This tells us that, on the one hand, Muslims were the blessed ones in the battle of Badr, for victory became theirs. On the other hand, by sending punishment on disbelievers through Muslims, they were chastised a little for their evil doings, while the much heavier punishment awaits them in the hereafter, both of which have been described in the 4th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 14, by saying, "That is what you have to taste, and for the disbelievers there is the punishment of the fire." In other words, what is being said here is, this is a little punishment from us. So taste it, and better realize that after this, the punishment of the fire of Jahannam is due to come for disbelievers, a punishment which is severe, lasting, and unimaginable.
That is because they opposed Allah and His Messenger, and whoever opposes Allah and His Messenger, indeed, Allah is severe in penalty.
See Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 12, for the Tafsir.
That is yours, so taste it, and indeed for the disbelievers is the punishment of the fire.
See Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 12, for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, when you meet those who disbelieve advancing for battle, do not turn to them your backs in flight.
Commentary. Out of the verses appearing above, the first 2 Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 15 to 16, tell us about a military law of Islam. The word Zaf, translated here literally as marching to battle, denotes the confrontation and intermingling between the 2 armies. The sense is that once a war is on, turning back and deserting the battlefield is not permissible for Muslims. The 2nd verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 16, refers to an exception to this rule, and to a severe punishment for illegal deserters.
And whoever turns his back to them on such a day, unless swerving as a strategy for war or joining another company, has certainly returned with anger upon him from Allah, and his refuge is hell, and wretched is the destination.
The exception covers two states, unless maneuvering for battle or turning to join a company, that is, when a war is on, turning one's back is permissible only under two conditions. Firstly, this turning back from the battlefield should simply be strategic, just to hoodwink the enemy and certainly not to bolt away from the battlefield in reality. In short, the purpose in sight should be to launch a blitzkrieg or a lightning attack on the enemy by making them complacent about what may look like a real retreat. This is the meaning of the statement, unless maneuvering for battle, because the word taharaf is used to refer to turning away towards a certain side obliquely. But al-ma'ani, the second state of exception in which it is permissible to turn one's back from the battlefield, is that one realizes the weakness of one's combating force and moves back to gather additional support from mujahideen and come back into the battle with added strength. This is what the sentence, or turning to join a company, means, because the word tahiyaz literally means to join up, and fia signifies a group, company, or force. Thus, the sense is that should one back out from the battlefield with the intention of joining up with one's group, assembling the needed fighting support, and returning to attack again, then this is permissible. After having mentioned this exception, the text describes the punishment of those who deserted the battlefield or turned their backs illegally without being under conditions which have been granted exception. The words are, that is, the deserter and dodger of a jihad battle only turns back with wrath from Allah, and his abode is Jahannam, hell, and it is an evil place to return. From these two verses, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 15 to 16, comes the governing rule that, no matter how large in numbers and superior in strength and power the adversary may be, it is haram, forbidden, unlawful for Muslims to turn their backs from fighting them, with the exception of two conditions: that this turning back is not for deserting the battlefield, instead is a feinted move or strategic ploy, and that it is with the intention to return with auxiliary forces and resume attacking afresh. When these verses were revealed during the Battle of Badr, this was the operating order of the time, that is, take on the enemy, irrespective of its numbers, strength, and power, and irrespective of your own numbers and strength as compared to it. Then do not turn back from the combat and run for life. This is how it was in Badr. Only 313 mujahideen were facing 1,000, 3 times their number. It was later on that injunctions relaxing restrictions were revealed in verses Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 65 to 66 of Surah Al-Anfal, now under study. In verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 65, 20 Muslims have been commanded to wage jihad against 200 disbelievers and 100 Muslims against 1,000 of them. Then in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 66, the following law of additional relaxation was revealed. Now Allah Ta'ala has granted relief to you in view of your weakness, whereby 100 steadfast Muslims shall be able to overcome 200 disbelievers. The indication given here is that Muslims are, after all, expected to overcome an adversary twice their number, therefore it is not permissible for them to turn their backs. However, if the numerical strength of the adversary turns out to be more than twice their number, then, under such a condition, it is permissible to disengage and leave the battlefield. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "A person who fled against 3 did not flee, but one who fled against 2 is a deserter, that is answerable for a major sin." Ra'al-Manai now. This is the injunction which holds good right through the last day. According to the consensus of the majority of the Muslim Ummah, and in the view of the 4 imams, the exact Islamic legal position in this case is, until such time the number of the adversary does not go beyond twice, it is harm to desert the battlefield, and is a major sin. In the Sahihain, Al-Bukhari and Muslim, it has been reported from Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Holy Prophet identified 7 things as fatal for a person. He counted fleeing from the battlefield also as one of these. And the Holy Qur'an rated the early retreat of the noble companions during the Battle of Hunain as a satanic slip, which confirms that it is a great sin. The actual statement of the Qur'an is, Satan has but made them slip. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 155, Tirmidhi and Abu Dawud have reported the incident of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that once he left the battlefield, took refuge in Medina, and presented himself before the Holy Prophet, where he confessed to his misconduct and expressed his utter dismay and confusion on having become a sinning deserter of the battlefield. The Holy Prophet, far from being displeased with him, rather comforted him by saying, "No, you are not of those who flee from battles. Instead of that, you are here to seek support, after which you are to go back into the battle and attack once again, and I am, for you, the support." Here, The Holy Prophet has made it very clear that the act of those who fled into Medina for refuge is included under the exception which permits leaving the battlefield in order to assemble and bring back additional support. It was actually on the basis of the specially high degree of fear, awe and recognition of the greatness of Allah Ta'ala, which was part of his persona, that Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, was disturbed even at this maneuvered retreat as well, and went to the act of presenting himself before the Holy Prophet as if he had committed some crime. In the third verse, Surah Al-Anfal, ayat 17, after recounting the rest of the event which transpired at the Battle of Badr, Muslims have been instructed that they should not take the defeat of many by some and of the strong by the weak, and the miraculous victory of the Battle of Badr to be the outcome of their own effort and deed. In fact, they should be looking towards the most sacred being of Allah, whose help and support totally rewrote all plans in this battle. The details of this event mentioned in the verse have been reported by Ibn Jarir al-Tabari, al-Bayhaqi, and others as based on narrations from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, and others. On the day of the confrontation at Badr, says the report, when the armed force of 1,000 men of Mecca entered into the valley from behind a cliff, it did not hide its contempt for Muslims being low in numbers and weak in combat fitness. And on top of it, it came waxing proud over its numbers and strength, betraying great arrogance. At that time the Holy Prophet raised his hands of prayer, saying, Allah, here come your believers, the Quraysh of Mecca, all proud and arrogant. The promise of victory you have made to me, let that promise be fulfilled soon. Rad al-Dayan. Thereupon, Angel Jibril came and said, you take a handful of dust and throw it towards the army of the enemy. He did what he was asked to do, and according to a report of Ibn Abi Haytham based on a narration of Ibn Zayd, the Holy Prophet picked up a handful of dust and pebbles thrice. The first he threw towards the right of the army, the second towards the left, and the third towards the center. The outcome was that these 1 to 3 handfuls of dust and pebbles were divinely spread out miraculously all over them, so much so that not one man from the force was left without having received part of this dust and these pebbles over his eyes and face. Naturally, this caused a rampage in the army. Muslims pursued them. The angels were with them, fighting and killing. Finally, some fighting men from the opposing side were killed. Some were taken prisoners. The rest ran away, and the battle was won by the Muslims.
And you did not kill them, but it was Allah who killed them. And you threw not, O Muhammad, when you threw, but it was Allah who threw, that he might test the believers with a good test. Indeed, Allah is hearing and knowing.
This great victory was achieved by Muslims in the background, which was initially full of dismay and hopelessness. So, when they returned from the battlefield, they started talking about it. The companions, may Allah be pleased with him, got busy relating their deeds on the battlefield. Revealed thereupon was this verse, so you did not kill them, but Allah killed them, through which they were instructed not to wax proud over their effort and deed, for that which happened, there was not simply the outcome of their personal effort and deed. In fact, it was purely and simply the fruit of the help and support given by Allah Ta'ala, and the enemies killed at their hands were not really killed by them. Rather, they were killed by Allah Ta'ala. Similarly, addressing the Holy Prophet, it was said, and you did not throw when you threw, but Allah did throw. It means that the specific outcome of the act of throwing, whereby it would reach the eyes of every fighting man in the enemy force and frighten them all, was not the direct effect of his throwing. It was, in fact, the perfect power of Allah Ta'ala which generated the format of this situation. To quote Rumi for a chic poetic explanation, and you did not throw when you did, said Allah, our act precedes all other acts. Certainly valuable for Muslims, more valuable than their victory in jihad was this instruction which disengaged their minds from means and tied it up with the master provider of all means, and through it saved them from falling into the trap of pride and arrogance which generally intoxicates victorious nations. After that it was said that victory and defeat are subservient to the command of Allah, and that his support is with those who are obedient, so that he may bless the believers with a good favor. It means that Allah blessed the believers with this great victory in order to give them the best of return for their obedience and struggle. The literal meaning of the word bala is test or trial. As for the test taken by Allah Ta'ala, it sometimes comes when someone is put to distress or hardship, and there are occasions when this is done by giving someone comfort and wealth. Here, the name of Hassan, good, bala, trial, has been given to a test which is taken by giving comfort, wealth, support and victory, to find out if people who are so blessed take it to be a favor from Allah and are grateful for it, or take it to be the outcome of their personal excellence, become proud and arrogant and undo what they did, because there is no room for pride from anyone before Allah Ta'ala.
That is so, and also that Allah will weaken the plot of the disbelievers.
In contrast to this, yet another benefit which came out of this victory has been described in the 4th verse as apart from that, Allah is the one who frustrates the device of the disbelievers. Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 18. In other words, it can be said that Muslims were blessed with this victory for yet another reason, that is, the plans of the disbelievers should be rendered ineffective through it, something which would make them understand that divine support is not with them and no plan can succeed without it. The 5th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 19, carries an address to the defeated disbelievers from the tribe of Quraysh and refers to an event which came to pass when the Quraysh army was about to depart Makkah on their mission to confront Muslims. According to the report of that event, when the army of Quraysh, disbelievers, was ready to march against Muslims, the commander of the army, Abu Jahl, and other chiefs had made earnest prayers holding the covering drapes of the Baytullah in their hands before leaving Makkah. Strange as it would seem, they did not specifically pray for their own victory. Rather, the prayer they made was in general terms, and its words were, "O Allah, let victory come to the superiormost out of the two armies, and to the better guided out of the two groups, and to the nobler out of the two parties, and to the religion and faith which is more sublime out of the two." Mashari.
If you disbelievers seek the victory, the defeat has come to you. And if you desist from hostilities, it is best for you. But if you return to war, we will return. And never will you be availed by your large company at all, even if it should increase. And that is because Allah is with the believers.
It is interesting that these demoted people were under the impression that they were the ones higher and superior and better guided as compared to Muslims. Therefore, they surmised that the prayer they were making was in their own favor. They actually wanted that Allah would, through their prayer, give His verdict as to who was true and who was false. Thus, when they win, their victory would become the divine verdict on their being on the side of truth. But they did not know that the prayer they were making was really a curse for their own selves, and that it was a supplication for the good of Muslims. After the end of the battle came, the Quran told them, if you pray for victory, victory has come upon you. That is, if you are looking for a divine verdict, that is before you, truth has triumphed and falsehood has been defeated. Then, if you give up, it is better for you. That is, now is the time when, if you abandon your disbelief and hostility, it will turn out to be better for you. And if you still decide to revert back to your wickedness and the threat of armed aggression, then Allah too will revert back and support Muslims. And if you repeat, we shall repeat, in that case, the consequence would be, and your people shall not suffice you at all, even though they are many in number. That is, your numerical superiority and group strength shall be of no avail against the help and support given by Allah. As for the help and support of Allah, Allah is with the believers. That is, how can any group or power work for you when Allah Ta'ala, the very possessor of absolute power, is with the Muslims?
O you who have believed, obey Allah and His Messenger, and do not turn from Him while you hear His order.
Commentary. The event of the Battle of Badr, which has been described in a somewhat detailed manner in the previous verses, contains many lessons and hard advice and wisdom both for those who adhere to Islam and those who stick to disbelief. These appear intermittently during the course of relevant narrations and serve as warning signals. For example, in the previous verses, after having recounted the defeat and disgrace of the disbelievers of Mecca, it was said, that is because they were hostile to Allah and His Messenger. It means that the disbelievers of Mecca were defeated despite their numerical and logistic strength, and the real reason behind it was that they had elected to act hostile to Allah and His Messenger. In this, there lies a chastening lesson for people who bypass the most perfect power of the Creator and Master of the heavens and the earth, the power that is visible and the power that is invisible, and who opt for placing their reliance on material strengths only, or just choose to cheat their own selves by hoping and praying that the help and support of Allah will be by their side despite all their acts of disobedience to Him. In the present verse, the other side of this very problem has been taken up by addressing Muslims. Stated briefly, the truth of the matter is that Muslims were blessed with this great victory despite their low numbers and ill-equipped fighting force only through the help and support of Allah Almighty, and this divine help and support is the outcome of their obedience to Allah. This obedience is what Muslims have been obligated with, and to this they have to adhere firmly. O those who believe, obey Allah and His Messenger. In the sentence which follows, the same subject has been further emphasized by saying, and do not turn away from Him while you are listening. The sense is that once you have listened to the Quran, the true word of Allah. Do not go about doing things against the norms of genuine obedience. Listening denotes listening to what is the truth, and it is 4 degrees in terms of effective response. The hearer with ears simply heard some voice, but neither tried to understand it, nor understood it, nor believed it or relied upon it, nor did he act accordingly. He heard it through his ears all right, even understood it, but did neither believe in it nor acted accordingly. He heard, he understood, even believed and trusted, but did not act accordingly. He heard, he understood, he believed, he trusted and acted accordingly as well. It is obvious that the real purpose of listening is fully realized only through the 4th degree, which is the station of perfect believers. As for the earlier 3 degrees, the act of listening described there is imperfect and incomplete, which, in a manner of saying, could be set aside as just not listening, as readily pointed to in the verses appearing next. The 3rd degree mentioned above has the ingredients of hearing the truth, understanding it and believing in it, but lacks corresponding deeds. Here, the real purpose of listening is, though not realized as it should be, yet belief has its own importance and cannot be rejected as useless. This degree pertains to sinning Muslims. Then there's the 2nd degree, where we find only listening and understanding, but no belief and no corresponding deed. This degree is that of the munafiqun, hypocrites, for they do listen to the Qur'an, understand it too, even have a feigned claim to desired belief and deed, but the reality is that they do not believe and do what is right and do. Finally, the 1st degree is that of polytheists and disbelievers who listen to the message of truth and the ayat of the Qur'an with their own ears, but were never motivated enough to understand and think about that. In the verse cited above, the address is to Muslims who have been told that they do listen to the message of truth after all. That is, the initial requirement of listening, understanding, and believing is present in their attitude as it is, but they have to do more than that. They must act, do what must be done, and do it fully and faithfully. They have been asked not to do anything which would take them away from the path of obedience, so that the real purpose of listening to the word of truth stands realized fully.
And do not be like those who say, "We have heard," while they do not hear.
For an emphasis on the same subject, it was said in the 2nd verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 21, "And do not be like those who say, 'We have heard,' while they do not listen." Meant here are common disbelievers who claim to be listening but make no such claim about believing. Also meant here are the hypocrites who go beyond the elementary listening which they already do. In fact, they also claim to understand what that they listen to and to believe in it as well. But the truth of the matter is that they both remain deprived of genuine deliberation and correct understanding. Therefore, their listening falls under the category of not listening. So, Muslims have been forbidden from becoming like them.
Indeed, the worst of living creatures in the sight of Allah are the deaf and dumb who do not use reason.
The 3rd verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 22 strongly condemns those who do not listen to what is the truth thoughtfully and let it go unaccepted. The Qur'an has declared such people to be worse than animals. The words used are, surely, the worst of all animals in the sight of Allah are the deaf and the dumb who do not understand. The word dawab is the plural form of dibiba. Literally, everything that walks on the earth is called dibiba. But in usage, only quadruped animals are called dibiba. So the sense of the verse is that the worst quadrupeds in the sight of Allah are the ones deaf against listening to the truth and dumb when it comes to accepting it. Even someone deaf and dumb could, if he has the least fund of reason in him, make himself understood by simple gestures in a two-way communication. These people are not only deaf and dumb, they are short on reason also. It is obvious that for a person who is deaf, dumb, and devoid of reason too, the lines of communication shall remain blocked, and there will be no way they would understand or be made to understand. In this verse, Allah Ta'ala has made it clear that human beings have been created with the best of destiny. They have been made the superiormost among the created, and the universe has been placed at their service. These are great blessings which lie embedded and independent on listening to truth and obeying it. Once human beings turn their backs on listening to the truth, understanding and accepting it, all these blessings are sucked away from them, and they are relegated to some species worse than animals. It appears in Tafsir Al-Bayan that human beings are, in terms of their original creation, superior to all animals, but are lower in rank as compared to angels. But when human beings strive on the pathway of obedience to Allah, their Creator, they rise higher in status than angels too. However, should they turn away from the pathway of obedience to Allah, they are condemned to become the lowest of the low, far too worse than animals.
Had Allah known any good in them, he would have made them hear. And if he had made them hear, they would still have turned away while they were refusing.
In the 4th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 23, it was said, "And had Allah seen them some good, He would have made them listen. And had He made them listen, they would have turned away paying no heed." In other words, the sense of the verse is, had Allah seen in them some pliability towards receiving good counsel, He would have blessed them with the ability to listen with faith, and if, in their present state of being with no desire to receive truth, He were to make them listen to what is true, they would have certainly turned away from it paying no heed. The word kar, good, at this place means the desire to find out the truth, for it is the quest for truth which opens the doors of deliberation and understanding, and it is this very quest which enables one to believe and act. Thus, whoever has no quest for truth is as if he has no good in him. If such people did have some good in them, it is obvious that it would have been within the knowledge of Allah Ta'ala. Now, when they have no good in them as born by the knowledge of Allah Ta'ala, it tells us that they stand deprived of every possible good in the real sense. Therefore, if they were to be invited to ponder, deliberate, and believe in the truth within this state of deprivation, they would have never accepted it. Rather, they would have turned away from it and run. This aversion, that is, would not be because of any flaw in the religion they may have noticed which made them reject it. In fact, they just did not pay heed to what was the truth. Incidentally, the stipulation made above also helps remove the nagging logical doubt which bothers many learned people. They surmise that this is the first form of an illogical deduction where the surrender of the middle premise seems to be yielding the wrong outcome. The answer is that the middle premise has not been repeated here because the sense of the first word, la yasma'hum, He would have made them listen, is separate from the second, wa la yasma'hum, and had He made them listen, which carries its own sense apart from the first. Meant in the first is listening to accept and listening to benefit from, while the sense of the second is bland listening with nothing to it.
O you who have believed, respond to Allah and to the Messenger when He calls you to that which gives you life. And know that Allah intervenes between a man and his heart, and that to Him you will be gathered.
In the 5th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 24, believers have been addressed once again. Commanded to obey Allah and His Messenger in a particular manner, they have been told that the thing to which Allah and His Messenger invite you is something which brings no benefit to Allah and His Messenger per se. Instead of that, all divine injunctions have been prescribed for nothing but their own benefit. So said in the manner pointed to above was, respond to Allah and the Messenger when He calls you to what gives you life. What is the life mentioned in this verse? Since several probabilities exist in its interpretation, learned commentators have taken different interpretive positions. According to Sadi, that life-giving thing is faith, because the disbeliever is dead. Qatada said, that is Quran, in which lies all life and success of both the worlds, dunya and the hereafter. Mujahid said, that is truth. Ibn Ishaq said, it means jihad through which Allah Ta'ala conferred honor on Muslims. All these probabilities mentioned here are sound as they are. There is no contradiction in them. The larger sense is that Quran or the following of truth are things which put life into the heart, and the life of the heart is nothing but that everything which becomes a barrier between the Creator and the created. Barriers like inertia and desire should be removed from the way of truth, leaving it free from whatever obstructions there are in order that the heart is filled with the light of insight into the Creator. Based on a narration from Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, Tirmidhi, he and Al-Nas, they have reported that on a certain day, the Holy Prophet sent for Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, who was busy with his salah at that time. However, he completed his salah sooner than he would have normally done, and presented himself before the Holy Prophet. He asked, why did you come so late despite that I called you? Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, submitted his excuse. I was in the state of salah. He said, did you not hear what Allah Ta'ala has said in, respond to Allah and the Messenger when He calls you? Sayyidina Ubay ibn Ka'b, may Allah be pleased with him, so said, I shall obey it from now on. If you call me, even when I am making my salah, I shall present myself before you immediately. It is on the basis of this hadith that some Muslim jurists have said that anything done during salah in obedience to the command of the Messenger of Allah would not be taken as interference in salah. However, there are other jurists who say that salah would still be terminated due to doings contrary to the standard rules governing salah, and it would have to be offered later as qada, replaced for the missed or terminated salah. But the proper thing to do is that should the Holy Prophet call someone, even if he is in the state of salah, then he should terminate his salah and obey the call. As for this form of obedience, it is exclusive to the Rasul of Allah. But there are other occasions when one may apprehend the danger of serious loss coming to someone. Then, at that time too, salah should be terminated and amends be made later by offering qada. For example, if a person in the state of salah sees that a blind man is about to reach and fall in a well or ditch, then he should immediately terminate his salah and go to save the handicapped man. At the end of the verse, it was said, "And be sure that Allah intervenes between man and his heart." This sentence can have two meanings, and both vibrate with great wisdom and good counsel, something one should always remember and live by. One possible sense of the sentence is, when you are blessed with the opportunity of doing something good or staying safe from sin, then go ahead and do it immediately, make no delay, and take the lease of time so granted to be a blessing, because there are occasions when divine decree becomes an intervening factor between man and his intention, and he cannot succeed in doing what he intends to do. Maybe a sickness overtakes, or death itself does, or some preoccupation emerges out of nowhere and one just does not get the time to do that good or avoid that sin. Therefore, human beings should welcome the leave granted in terms of the years of life and access to time, and refuse to put off until tomorrow what must be done today, for who knows what is going to happen tomorrow. I do not say that you run into some loss or go for your gain. Whatever be your option, O man, unaware of time, be quick. The second possible meaning emerges from the indication given by this sentence that Allah Ta'ala is very near to His servant. In fact, in another verse of the Quran, Surah Kaf, Ayah 16, Allah Ta'ala says that He is close to man, much closer than his jugular vein. Thus, the sense is that the heart of man is, in a special way, at the discretionary disposal of Allah Ta'ala all the time. When He wills to keep a servant of His protected from evils, He puts a barrier between his heart and sins, and when misfortune is fated for someone, the barrier is placed between his heart and any possible good deeds by him. Therefore, the Holy Prophet used to include the following prayer frequently when he prayed, "O Reverser of hearts, keep my heart firm on the faith chosen by you." The ultimate outcome of this too is no other but that one should not delay doing what must be done in obedience to the injunctions of Allah and His Rasul. Rather, one should take the lease of time given to him as a God-given opportunity and just go ahead and do it, for no one knows whether or not the surge and urge of this good deed remains active later on.
And fear a trial which will not strike those who have wronged among you exclusively, and know that Allah is severe in penalty.
Commentary. After having described some details of the Battle of Badr and divine blessings conferred on Muslims therein, the Holy Quran has offered words of good counsel to Muslims as based on the outcome of the battle. This presentation begins from, "O those who believe, respond to Allah and His Messenger." Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 24. The verses cited immediately above appear in continuation to the same. Out of these, the first verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 25, carries an instruction to stay safe from a sin particularly, a sin the severe punishment of which does not remain restricted to only those who commit sins in this society. In fact, people who have committed no sin also get afflicted by it. Which sin is that? The answers given by commentators vary. Some say this sin is the forsaking of the struggle to bid the fair and forbid the unfair. Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahil Munkar. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, Allah Ta'ala has commanded Muslims that they should not allow any crime or sin to take roots in their social environment, because, if they failed to do so, that is, did not forbid it despite seeing such crimes and sins, and despite having the ability or capacity to stop it or to forbid it, then Allah Ta'ala will universalize His punishment for all of them, which will spare neither the sinners nor the sinless. The sinless mentioned here are people who are no accomplices of sinners in their initial sin, but they have certainly committed the sin of avoiding or abandoning the divinely ordained duty of bidding the fair. Therefore, let there be no doubt here about the statement made. For example, here it is not valid to say that the passing on of the punishment of a sin committed by someone else to another person is injustice, and that it is contrary to the Quranic injunction, "No bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another person." Surah Fatir, Ayah 18, because here the sinners have been seized for the initial sin they themselves had committed, while the sinless were seized for the sin of having abandoned the obligation of bidding the fair. Thus, no one's sin was placed on the shoulders of someone else. According to a narration of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, and Sayyidat Isha, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in Surah Al-Sunnah and Ma'alim of Imam al-Baghawi, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, Allah Ta'ala does not subject common people with the punishment of some sin committed by a particular group among them, unless there emerges a situation in which they see sin being committed around them and have the ability to stop it as well. Yet, if they did not stop it, then at that time the punishment from Allah surrounds all of them. Also reported authentically in Tirmidhi, Abu Dawud and elsewhere is that Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, said in one of his sermons, I have heard the Holy Prophet say, when people see an oppressor and do not step forward and hold his hand from inflicting injustice, then the time is near that Allah Ta'ala makes his punishment fall on all of them alike. According to a narration from Sayyidina Nu'man ibn Bashir reported in the Sahih al-Bukhari, the Holy Prophet said, those who commit the sin of transgressing the limits set by Allah, and those who ignore them knowingly or accommodate them sycophantly, that is, they do not try to stop them from that sin, are like passengers on two decks of a ship, the upper and the lower. People on the lower deck come up to procure water from the upper deck, which causes discomfort for people there. Keeping this in view, the people of the lower deck opt for making a hole in the bottom of the boat and get their supply of water from there. Now if the people of the upper deck see this misconduct and elect not to check and stop them from doing something like that, then it is obvious the water will fill into the whole boat, and when the people of the lower deck will drown in it, those on the upper deck will not remain safe either, for they too will drown with the others. It is on the basis of these narrations that many commentators have declared that the word fitna in this verse refers to this very sin, that is, the forsaking of the obligation of bidding the fair and forbidding the unfair. It appears in Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an that this sin means the sin of the abandonment of jihad, especially at a time when a general call for jihad is given to common Muslims from their Amir, a call on which depends the security and defense of Islamic hallmarks. The reason is that this is a time when the curse of forsaking jihad does not fall only on those who forsake jihad, but it also falls on the whole body of Muslims. Because kufr run over Muslim areas, women and children, and old people and many innocent Muslims become victims of their killing and plunder. Their lives and properties are endangered. If that be the situation, punishment would mean worldly distress and hardships. The factual evidence of this explanation is that those who forsake jihad have been condemned in the previous verses as well. Previous verses, such as, while a group from the believers were averse to it, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 5, and O those who believe, when you face the disbelievers marching to battle, then do not turn your backs on them, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 15, have appeared in support of this approach to the problem. The same thing happened at the Battle of Badr when some Muslims wavered with their choice of suitable conduct. They left their security post on the hills and came down. When this happened, the ill effects of their action did not remain restricted to those who had made the error. In fact, they hit the entire Muslim army, so much so that the Holy Prophet was himself injured in this battle.
And remember when you were few and oppressed in the land, fearing that people might abduct you, but he sheltered you, supported you with his victory, and provided you with good things, that you might be grateful.
The second verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 26, also mentions several things which could make divine injunctions easy on them, to persuade them towards the option of obedience to Allah. Muslims have been reminded of their past weakness, and of how Allah has blessed them with power and confidence by changing surrounding conditions through His grace and mercy. The text says, and remember when you were few in number, oppressed on the earth, fearing that the people would snatch you away. Then He gave you shelter and fortified you with His support and provided you with good things, so that you may be grateful. In this verse, Muslims are being asked to remember the conditions they were facing in Makkah during the pre-Hijra period, following which they were given the finest sanctuary at Medina. Not only that, they were also blessed with divine support, power and victory over adversaries, as well as assets of great value. Then, towards the end of the verse, it was said, so that you may be grateful. It means that the purpose behind this great transformation of conditions around them, supported by the flow of divine blessings, was to give them an opportunity to show their gratefulness as obedient servants of Allah. For the finest demonstration of gratefulness, in the real sense, comes through nothing but obedience to what Allah commands them to do.
O you who have believed, do not betray Allah and the Messenger, or betray your trusts while you know the consequence.
In the third verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 27, Muslims have been instructed not to commit any breach of trust, khiyana, in the dual rights due against them, that is, in the rights of Allah, huququllah, or in the mutual rights of the servants of Allah, as enjoined on each other, huququl ibad, either by failing to fulfill them totally, or by fulfilling them in a defective manner, leaving one or the other shortcoming behind. Then by saying, while you know, at the end of the verse, it was stressed that they already knew that breach of trust was an evil conduct lined with many a curse. Therefore, going ahead to do something like that was not what an intelligent person would choose to do, and since the cause of negligence or shortcoming in fulfilling the rights of the servants of Allah is usually one's attachment to property and children, a warning was given in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 28 by saying,
And know that your properties and your children are but a trial, and that Allah has with Him a great reward.
And be aware that your wealth and your children are but a trial, and that with Allah there is a great reward. The word fitna used here carries the sense of trial as well as that of punishment. Then such things as become the cause of punishment are also referred to as fitna. In different verses of the Quran, fitna has been used to carry these three meanings. At this place, there is room for all three. There are occasions when one's own property and children become a kind of troubles for him, and that they would push him into negligence and disobedience, and become the very cause of punishment right here in this world is all too obvious. Firstly, sense could be that Allah aims to put you to test through your property and children, for these are His blessings. Now you prove whether you become grateful and obedient after having received these, or that you choose to be ungrateful and disobedient. Also possible is the second, even the third meaning, that is, should you become all engrossed in your love for your property and children and bring upon yourself the displeasure of Allah, then these very children and property will become your punishment. There are occasions within this mortal world when one is engulfed into all sorts of hardships because of property and children, and he starts experiencing the heat of punishment right here. Even if the case be otherwise, it stands settled that the property which was acquired or spent by ways counter to the injunctions of Allah Ta'ala will itself become, in the hereafter, the active agent of punishment through snakes, scorpions, and brandings by fire, as stated clearly in several verses of the Quran and numerous narrations of the Hadith. Finally, the third meaning is that these things become the cause of punishment. As pointed out a little earlier, it is quite evident that once these things become the cause of heedlessness towards and disobedience to Allah Ta'ala in His injunctions, they automatically become the cause of punishment. At the end of the verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 28, it was said, and that with Allah there is a great reward. In other words, one should understand clearly that for a person who is not all subdued by his love for property and children while doing his duty of being obedient to the commands of Allah and His Rasul, there is a great reward for him with Allah. As for the thematic intent of this verse, it applies to all Muslims, but the cause of its revelation, according to the majority of commentators, is the event relating to Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, as it came to pass during the battle of Banu Qurayza. As reported, the Holy Prophet and the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, kept the fort of Banu Qurayza under siege for 21 days, which compelled them to make the request that they be allowed to leave their homeland and go to Syria. In view of their wickedness, he did not accede to their request. Instead, he said that the only option of peace open to them was that they should now agree to whatever decision Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'adh gave in their case. Thereupon, they requested that Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, be entrusted with this duty in place of Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, may Allah be pleased with him. The reason was that the family and property of Sayyidina Abu Lubaba were located in the Banu Qurayza area. He, they thought, would take a lenient attitude in their case. The Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, as they requested. When he reached there, men and women from Banu Qurayza assembled around him and started crying. They asked, if we were to surrender at the command of the Holy Prophet and come out of the fort, will he be lenient to us? Sayyidina Abu Lubaba, may Allah be pleased with him, knew that leniency was not the settled policy in this matter. However, it was partly because of their wailing and plaint, and partly because of his own love and concern for his family and children, that he passed his hand sore, like over his neck, giving the signal that they shall be slaughtered. Thus, as one would say, he disclosed the secret of the Holy Prophet. The consideration of property and the love of children and family made him do what he did. But he was immediately alerted to what had happened. He realized that he had committed a breach of trust reposed in him by the Holy Prophet. When he returned from there, he was so overwhelmed by his sense of shame that he, rather than return to his master, went straight to his masjid, and it was a pillar of the masjid that he tied himself to, swearing that he will stay tied like that until his tawbah, repentance, was accepted, even if he were to die in that condition. So, for 7 full days he stood there tied like that. His wife and daughter used to attend to him. They would untie him so that he could take care of his human compulsions and make his salah. When he had done that, they would tie him again. He would usually avoid eating and drinking, so much so that he would faint out of weakness. When the Holy Prophet got this news initially, he said, if he had come to me first, I would have sought forgiveness for him and his tawbah would have been accepted. Now that he has gone through this act of his, there is nothing left but to wait for the revelation of the divine acceptance of his tawbah. So it was after 7 days when, late at night, these verses relating to the acceptance of his tawbah were revealed. Some Sahaba gave him the good news and reached out to untie him from the pillar. But he said, until such time that the Holy Prophet would not decide to untie me, I would not prefer to be untied. Thus, when he came into the masjid at the time of the Fajr Salah, he untied him with his own blessed hands. The real cause of the revelation of the cited verse, which contains the prohibition of becoming overwhelmed by the concern and love for property and children and not fulfilling the trust of Allah, is as stated above. Allah knows best.
O you who have believed, if you fear Allah, He will grant you a criterion and will remove from you your misdeeds and forgive you. And Allah is the possessor of great bounty.
Commentary. The previous verse mentioned property and children as being a trial for mortal man, because these are things the concern and love for which make one so overtaken that one would usually turn heedless towards Allah, the Creator, and the hereafter, the life to come though. The rational demand of this great blessing was that one should have shown a far pronounced tilt towards him because of this favor. The first verse out of those quoted above completes this very subject. Here it is said that the person who keeps his emotions subservient to his reason remains steadfast in this trial and sees to it that the obedience to Allah Ta'ala and love for Him stay ahead of everything which is called taqwa in the terminology of Quran and Sharia. Then he is blessed with 3 things in return. These are Furqan, the criterion of distinguishing between right and wrong, Kafara of Sayyat, the expiation of evils done, and Maghfirah, forgiveness from Allah. Furqan and Farq are both verbal nouns having the same meaning. In usage, Furqan is the name of the thing which separates and makes 2 things clearly distinct. Therefore, a decision is called Furqan because it makes the difference between true and false very distinct. The help and support from Allah is also called Furqan because, through it, the protagonists of truth are made to win and their antagonists are made to taste defeat, which makes the difference between right and wrong and true and false loud and clear. In the Holy Quran, it is in this sense that the Battle of Badr has been called the Yawm al-Furqan, the day of distinction between right and wrong. According to the majority of commentators, the sense of providing Furqan to those who fear Allah is that the help and support of Allah Ta'ala is with them. No enemy can hurt them and success goes with them in all objectives they undertake. Whoever fears Allah and takes to piety, taqwa, is fear at sight by jinns and humans of the world. It appears in Tafsir Mahami that an indication has been given here towards the slip made by Sayyidina Abu Lubaba. May Allah be pleased with him because of his desire to provide protection for his family and children as mentioned a little earlier in the event relating to him. He was in the error particularly for the reason that the correct and the only method of keeping his family and children protected was no other but that total obedience to Allah Ta'ala and His Messenger should have been made his personal benchmark, as a result of which whatever belonged to him, including his family and children, would have come under the security umbrella of Allah Ta'ala. Other than this, there are other commentators who say that Furqan in this verse means the wisdom and insight through which it becomes easy to distinguish between true and false, the genuine and the fake. Thus, the core meaning of this statement would be that Allah Ta'ala arms those who observe taqwa with such insight and intelligence that it becomes easy for them to go ahead and decide between the good and the evil. The second blessing received in return for practicing taqwa is the kafara of sayyah, which means that the errors and slips which get to be committed by the practitioner of taqwa are expiated and replaced right here in this mortal world. That is, he is blessed with the ability or tawfiq of doing such good deeds as pale out all his slips of conduct. Finally, the third thing one is fortunate to receive in return for taqwa is forgiveness in the hereafter and the ultimate pardon of all shortcomings and sins. At the end of the verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 29, it was said, "And Allah is the Lord of great bounty," by saying that Allah is limitless in His grace and favor. The hint given is that the return of a deed follows the measure of that deed. Here too, the good return mentioned as being the reward of taqwa in 3 things comes as recompense or return, but Allah Ta'ala is the master dispenser of great grace and favor. When He gives, He is not bound by any measure, nor can anyone estimate or guess His favor and reward. Therefore, for those who take to taqwa as their style of life, much greater hopes should be entertained from the grace and reward of Allah Ta'ala in things other than the 3 mentioned earlier.
And remember, O Muhammad, when those who disbelieve plotted against you, to restrain you or kill you or evict you from Mecca. But they plan, and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners.
The second verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 30, points out to a particular reward in favor of Allah Ta'ala which has been conferred on the Holy Prophet. May Allah be pleased with him, the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, and in fact, on the whole world. This came to be before the Hira, when the Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, was encircled by the disbelievers, and they were planning to detain or kill him. Then Allah Ta'ala made their unholy intentions lick dust, and made it possible for the Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, to reach the city of Medina in perfect safety. The related incident has been reported in Tafsir ibn Kathir and Tafsir Majari on the authority of narrations from Muhammad ibn Ishaq, Imam Ahmad ibn Jarir, and others. According to details of this incident, when the news about visiting residents of Medina and embracing Islam became known in Mecca, the Quraysh of Mecca started worrying about it. They thought that the matter of people becoming Muslims was something restricted to Mecca up to that point of time, an area where they held all power in their hands. But as Islam had started spreading in Medina, many companions, may Allah be pleased with him, of the Prophet had migrated to that city. It went to prove that Muslims had another center in Medina, where they could assemble a fighting force against them and possibly decide to attack. Along with this, they also realized that this was just the beginning, when only some companions, may Allah be pleased with him, have migrated to Medina. There was strong likelihood that Muhammad may also go and join them. Therefore, the notable chiefs of Mecca called a special meeting for mutual consultations at Dar al-Nadwa. This place, called Dar al-Nadwa, was the home of Qusay ibn Kilab and was located close to al-Masjid al-Haram. These people used it as the place where they met to consult on national problems. During the Islamic period, it has been merged in al-Masjid al-Haram. It is said that the present Bab al-Ziyadah was the place known as Dar al-Nadwa. As customary, the Quraysh chiefs met at Dar al-Nadwa for this significant consultation. All known leaders from the Quraysh, such as Abu Jahl, Nadir ibn Harith, Utbah, Shayba, Umayyah ibn Khulaf, Abu Sufyan, and others participated. The agenda considered was how to confront and block the rising power of the Holy Prophet in Islam. Before this consultative meeting could be called to order, there appeared Iblis, the accursed, in the guise of an aged Arab sheikh. People on the door of Dar al-Nadwa asked, "Who are you and why have you come here?" The answer given was, "I am a resident of Najd. I have been told that you have assembled here to discuss an important national issue. So, as a well-wisher of our people, I am here in the hope that I too may be able to tender some useful advice on the matter under consideration." His plea was heard. He was called in. Then began the process of suggestions on the subject. According to a narration reported by Su'eli, it was suggested by Abu al-Bakhtari ibn Hisham that he, meaning the Holy Prophet, should be chained and detained in a house. The door should be locked and he should be left there until he dies, God forbid, his own death. Hearing this, the Sheikh of Najd, Iblis, the accursed, said, "This proposal is not sound, for if you did that, this action is not going to remain hidden. In fact, it will be publicized far too widely. Then, you already know how good his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, are in staking their lives for his sake. It is quite possible that these people may get together, attack you, and rescue their prisoner from your detention." This caused voices to rise from all sides which supported the view of the Sheikh of Najd at sound. After that, Abu al-Aswad proposed that he should be expelled out from Makkah. "Let him go out of here, and do whatever he wishes to do. This will make our city safe from the disorder generated by him, and when we do so, we shall be doing no fighting and killing." Hearing this, the Sheikh of Najd once again said, "This proposal too is not sound. Do you not realize how soft-spoken a person he is? When people hear him talk, they are totally charmed by him. If he was left free like that, he would soon assemble a powerful group around him and attack you and defeat you." Now it was Abu Jahl's turn to speak. He said, "None of you seems to have understood what must be really done. Here is my plan of action. I propose that we pick out one young man from each tribe out of all tribes of Arabia and arm each one of them with a lethal sword. Then all of them, moving jointly and suddenly, attack and kill him. This action will at least deliver us from the problems engineered by him. Now remains the aftermath of this killing. His tribe, Banu Abd Manaf, may rise with their claim of retaliation against the killing, something we are legally bound to face." So in such a situation, when the actual killing was done not by one single person, instead by one person from each tribe, then the claim of qisas, that is, taking life for life, cannot hold good after all. What would remain valid will be only the claim for blood money or property against Dia. That we shall collect from all tribes, give it to them and be done with it. When the Sheikh of Najd, Iblis, the accursed in disguise, heard this, he said, "This is it. Nothing else is going to work." The whole assembly voted in his favor, and it was resolved that this sinister plan would be put into action exactly the same night. What these ignorant people could not understand was the unseen power of the prophets. May they all be blessed. As a consequence, two things happened. On the one hand, Archangel Jibril informed the Holy Prophet about everything that had transpired at their meeting at Dar al-Nadwa, giving him a counter-plan, whereby he would not sleep in his bed at night, and telling him that Allah Ta'ala has allowed him to migrate from Makkah. On the other hand, by the fall of the evening, the Quraysh young men put a cordon round the house of the Holy Prophet. When he saw this, he ordered Say, Inna Ali al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him, that he should sleep in the Prophet's bed that night, giving him the good news that the plan was, though full of a danger to his life obviously, yet the enemies would not be able to harm him in any way. Happy to be at his service, Say, Inna Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, went into his bed. But the problem was as to how the Holy Prophet was to get out of this siege. This difficulty was resolved by Allah Ta'ala through a miracle, when the Holy Prophet, acting under the command of Allah Ta'ala, came out with a handful of dust in one of his hands, responded to what his besiegers were saying about him. But it so happened that Allah Ta'ala turned their sights and minds away from him in a way that none of them saw him, even though he passed by them throwing dust on their heads. When he was gone, some visitor asked them as to why were they standing there. They said that they were waiting for the Holy Prophet. Thereupon the visitor told them, "You must be dreaming. He has already gone from here, and while going, he had been throwing dust on the heads of everyone among you." They all felt their heads with their hands, which confirmed the fact that everyone's head had a deposit of dust on it. When they went into the house, Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, was lying in the bed of the Holy Prophet, but the way he was tossing and turning in the bed made it possible for the besiegers to realize that he was not Muhammad. Therefore, they did not venture to kill him. After carrying out their operation of siege right through the morning, these people went back disappointed and disgraced. This night, and the event of Say, Ibn Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, staking his life for the sake of the Holy Prophet, therein is rated to be among special merits credited to Say, Ibn al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him. The three suggestions made to deal with the Holy Prophet during the consultative meeting of Quraysh chiefs have been mentioned by the Holy Qur'an in the verse. And remember when the disbelievers were plotting against you to hold you in detention, or to kill you, or to expel you. But Allah Ta'ala made all their plans and projections go to dust. That is why it was said towards the end, and Allah is the best of those who plot. It means that Allah is the best of planners. His plan pales out all plans as demonstrated in this case. Lexically, the Arabic word makr, translated as plot, means restricting one's adversary from carrying out his intention through some stratagem or plan. Then, if this action is taken for a good purpose, this type of makr is commendable and good, and should it be done for some evil purpose, it is blameworthy and bad. Therefore, this word can be used for men and for Allah Ta'ala as well. But it is used for Allah only in an environment where the context and contrast of speech does not lend to any doubt of makr which is blameworthy, mashari, as it is here. At this place, it is also noteworthy that the words used at the end of the verse are in the indefinite tense, which denotes present and future. It was said, and they were plotting and Allah was plotting, that is, they will keep plotting to hurt believers while Allah Ta'ala will keep plotting to thwart and frustrate their plots. The hint given therein is that this will continue to remain a lasting mark of disbelievers, that they go about engineering designs to hurt Muslims while, in the same way, the help and support of Allah Ta'ala shall also keep repulsing their evil designs against true believers.
And when our verses are recited to them, they say, "We have heard. If we willed, we could say something like this. This is not but legends of the former peoples."
Mentioned in verses Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 31 to 32, is the absurd remark made by Nadir ibn Harith, a participant of the same meeting at Dar al-Nadwa, with its reply appearing in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 33. Nadir ibn Harith was a businessman who used to travel to different countries, where he had repeated opportunities of seeing religious books of the Jews and Christians, as well as witnessing their modes of worship. When he heard about the accounts of past communities appearing in the Holy Qur'an, he said, "We have heard. If we wish, we can say something like this. It is nothing but the tales of the ancient." Thereupon, some of the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, challenged him, "If you can say something like this, why would you not say it?" The Qur'an had already spoken on the subject and made it the very criterion of the true and the false. The challenge of the Qur'an was aimed at the whole world. If its opponents were true, let them come up with the like of even a very small surah. In contrast, those who claimed to stake their lives and sacrifice their wealth and children for the sake of upholding their counter-assertion could not even join up their abilities together and come out even with a small surah, which could stand on its own against the Qur'an. Now, after all this, to stand up and say that we too can say something like this, if we so wished, is something no self-respecting person would venture to say. Thus, when the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, told him that the Qur'an was nothing but the divine word, he tried to counter the assertion by showing his own firm adherence to his incorrect faith by saying,
And remember when they said, O Allah, if this should be the truth from you, then rain down upon us stones from the sky or bring us a painful punishment.
O Allah, if this be indeed the truth revealed from you, then rain down upon us stones from the heavens or bring upon us a painful punishment.
But Allah would not punish them while you, O Muhammad, are among them, and Allah would not punish them while they seek forgiveness.
The answer to this was given by the Qur'an itself. First it was said, and Allah is not to send punishment upon them while you are in their midst in Makkah. The reason is that it is the customary practice of Allah Ta'ala with all blessed prophets that he would not send his punishment over a habitation where they are present until he takes out his prophets from there. This is as it happened in the case of Say, Ibn Hud, Say, Ibn Sali, and Say, Ibn Lut, may peace be upon them all. Punishment did not come as long as they remained in their towns. Punishment came when they were taken out from there. As for the Prophet of Islam, he was sent to this world as universal mercy. That divine punishment would come on him while he was present in a town was an eventuality counter to his station. In a nutshell, the answer is, because of your hostility towards Qur'an and Islam, you very much deserve to have stones rain at you, but the presence of the Holy Prophet in Makkah prohibits it. According to Imam Ibn Jarir, this part of the verse was revealed at a time when he was present in Makkah. Then came Hira to Medina, where the second part was revealed as follows, Nor would Allah send punishment on them while they are seeking forgiveness. It means that following his migration to Medina, though the preventive factor of a mass punishment stood removed as he was not present there in Makkah, yet there did remain another factor preventing the coming of mass punishment even at that time, since many weaker ones among Muslims who were unable to migrate had remained behind in Makkah, and they were the ones who kept praying to Allah Ta'ala for their forgiveness. It was for their sake that punishment was not sent upon the people of Makkah. When even these blessed souls migrated to Medina, the sentence appearing in the next verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 34, and what is with them that Allah should not punish them while they pray, and people from Al-Masjid Al-Haram, was revealed. The sense is that there were two hindrances to the coming of punishment. They both have been removed. The Holy Prophet was no more there in Makkah, nor there remained those forgiveness-seeking Muslims in that city. Thus there appeared to be no hindrance to the coming of punishment, particularly so, because the people of Makkah were already deserving of punishment for their hostility to Islam, while on top of which, despite being themselves incapable of any act of worship worth the name, they had started preventing people who wished to go into Al-Masjid Al-Haram for Ibadah, Umrah and Tawaf. So, at that stage, their entitlement to punishment had become mature and complete. Consequently, it was through the conquest of Makkah that punishment was sent upon them. The event relating to the preventing of people from entering Al-Masjid Al-Haram took place at the expedition of Hudaybiyah, when the Holy Prophet had gone there with the intention of making Umrah with his companions, may Allah be pleased with him. The disbelievers of Makkah stopped him from entering the city and compelled him and all his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, to undo their ihram and return back. This happened in the Hijra year 6. 2 years later, in Hijra 8, Makkah was conquered. Thus it was at the hands of Muslims that punishment was sent upon them. This explanation given by Ibn Jarir rests on the assumption that the factor of the Holy Prophet's presence in Makkah should be considered as the hindrance to punishment, while others have maintained that the presence of the Holy Prophet in the world is itself a prohibitive factor against any mass punishment. As long as he graces the world with his presence, no punishment can come over his people. The reason for this is obvious. The state of his call to prophethood is different. It is not similar to that of other blessed prophets, as they were sent to particular areas or tribes. When they left these and arrived at some new place, punishment would overtake the people they left behind. This is contrary to the case of the Holy Prophet, whose prophethood and messengership is universal, until the last day of this mortal life. So, the place of his blessed arrival and the scope of his mission as a messenger of Allah extends to the whole world. Therefore, as long as he is present in any part of the world, no punishment can visit his people. Based on this tafsir, it would mean that the doings of the people of Mecca demanded nothing less than that they be struck with a rain of stones. But two things became a hindrance to this punishment: the presence of the Holy Prophet in the world, and the seeking of forgiveness by the people of Mecca, because they, despite being polytheists and disbelievers, used to say, "We seek your forgiveness, we seek your forgiveness," in their tawaf. Though the seeking of forgiveness by them coupled with disbelief, shirk, may not be beneficial in the hereafter, but the benefit of doing that too in this world which accrued to them was that they escaped punishment in the mortal world. The standing truth is that Allah Ta'ala does not let anyone's deed go to waste. If disbelievers and polytheists do something good, its return is given to them right here in this world. As for what is said after that and what is with them, that Allah should not punish them while they prevent people from Al-Masjid Al-Haram, it would then mean that the absence of punishment in the world should not embolden these people to become arrogant and complacent, thinking that they were no sinners, or that punishment would not come upon them at all. Maybe not in the mortal world, but there is just no escape or deliverance from the punishment of the hereafter. Given this tafsir, the punishment mentioned in, and what is with them that Allah should not punish them would be referring to the punishment of the hereafter. To sum up, it can be said that the verses cited here leave beneficial information for us that Allah Ta'ala does not send punishment upon a locality in which people seek His forgiveness. This is His customary practice. That no punishment would come upon the community of the Holy Prophet, believing or disbelieving, while he is present among them. This is as it came to pass in the case of the people of Sayyidina Nuh, Lut and Shaib. Their people were destroyed to the last person. Should some punishment visit individuals or a limited number of them, that would not be considered contrary to it, as was said by the Holy Prophet, that the punishment of Qas and Mask will visit his Ummah. Qas means to sink into the ground or be swallowed by it, while Mask means disfiguration and transformation into an animal such as monkey or swine. The intimation intended is that there will be those limited few individuals of the community who would be visited by such punishments as well. As for the phenomenon of the presence of the Holy Prophet in this world, it will remain operative right through the last day of Qiyamah because his mission of prophethood is operative till then. In addition to that, the Holy Prophet is alive even at this time, though the nature and form of this life is different from his previous life. Now, any effort at this stage to engage in the debate as to what is the difference between these two lives will be ineffectual and futile, because nothing that this community of Muslims has to do in terms of its religious or worldly duties depends on it. Neither has the Holy Prophet himself, nor his noble Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, have liked such wasteful and unnecessary debates. In fact, they have prohibited it. The essence of the submission is that the marvel of the Holy Prophet being alive in his resting place, and the unbroken continuity of his prophethood right through the last day of Qiyamah prove that he is in this world right through Qiyamah. Therefore, this community of his shall remain safe against any mass punishment until that fateful day.
But why should Allah not punish them while they obstruct people from Al-Masjid Al-Haram, and they were not fit to be its guardians? Its true guardians are not but the righteous, but most of them do not know.
Commentary. It was said in previous verses that the disbelievers of Mecca were though deserving, because of their disbelief and denial, of heavenly punishment coming down upon them, but the presence of the Holy Prophet in Mecca was a prohibitive factor against the coming of a mass punishment on them. Then, after his migration to Medina, such punishment would still not come upon them because of the weaker ones among Muslims who, while living in Mecca, kept seeking forgiveness from Allah. In the verses quoted above, it has been stated that though their due punishment was advanced till later either for the sake of the Holy Prophet or in consideration of the weaker ones among Muslims, they should not make the mistake of thinking that they are no more deserving of punishment. The fact is that their being deserving of punishment is loud and clear. Then, other than their disbelief and denial, there are many more crimes committed by them because of which punishment should be visiting them positively. The first two verses list 3 such crimes by them. Firstly, these people are themselves just not worthy of going into the sacred mosque and devote to acts of worship there as due, and these very people prevent Muslims who wish to go there to devote themselves to acts of worship, salah, tawaf, etc. Here, the reference is to the event at Hudaybiyah when, in the Hijra year 6, the Holy Prophet had reached there with his Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him, in order to perform Umrah at Makkah, and the disbelievers of Makkah had prevented him from doing so and had compelled him to go back. Secondly, for no sane reason, these people assume and claim that they were the custodians of the sacred mosque, whereby they would let anyone they permit come in, and not permit anyone they did not wish to come in. This thinking of theirs was a combination of two misunderstandings. To begin with, they took themselves to be the custodians of the sacred mosque, although no kafir can become the custodian of any mosque. Then, they thought that a custodian had the right to stop anyone who wished from entering into the mosque, while a masjid or mosque is a house of God, and no one has the right to stop anyone from coming in it. Of course, exempted are particular situations in which there be the apprehension of someone desecrating the mosque or causing pain to other makers of salah there. For example, the Holy Prophet said, "Shield your masjid from small children and insane individuals and from mutual disputations." Small children mean children who have no sense of purity or impurity, therefore the danger of the latter is predominant. Then the same danger of impurity as well as the danger of causing pain to those making salah exists in the case of someone insane. As for mutual disputations, it amounts to desecration of the masjid and is also a source of causing pain to people making salah there. In the light of the hadith quoted above, the custodian mutawali of the masjid does have the right not to allow such small children and insane individuals into the masjid, and see to it that no one indulges in mutual disputes in the masjid. But in the absence of such situations, no custodian of a masjid has the right to stop a Muslim from coming into the masjid. In the first verse cited above, it has been considered sufficient to state that there was no way these people could be taken as custodians of the sacred mosque when the rule was that only God-fearing Muslims could become its custodian. From here we learn that the custodian of a masjid should be a practicing, observing Muslim in faith and conduct. And there are some commentators who take the pronoun in as reverting to Allah Ta'ala, which would mean only the God-fearing can be the awliya of Allah. According to the tafsir mentioned immediately above, the outcome of the verse would be that those who, despite acting contrary to Sharia and Sunnah, claim to be a wali of Allah are liars, and those who take such people to be a wali of Allah are down in deception.
And their prayer at the house was not except whistling and hand clapping. So taste the punishment for what you disbelieved.
The third crime of these people, other than the filth of kufr and shirk, which was already their way of life, was the state of their doings, which were low down, much lower than the ordinary human level. A sampling of this was pointed to when it was said that the act of prayer, which these people called salah, was nothing but that they would whistle with their mouths and clap with their hands. It is obvious that no reasonable person would call these acts worship and prayer, in fact, not even a regular human act. Therefore, at the end of the verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 35, it was said, "So taste the punishment, because you used to disbelieve." That is, the dinim of their disbelief and crimes is that they must now taste the punishment of Allah. Punishment referred to here may mean the punishment of the hereafter, as well as the punishment in the present world which came upon them in the battle of Badr at the hands of Muslims. After that, described in verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 36, there is another event relating to the disbelievers of Makkah when they collected a huge fund to raise a powerful striking force against Muslims and then spend it to wipe out the true faith and its upholders. But what happened finally was that loss to them was not only the wealth they had pulled together, but that they, rather than achieve their objective, were themselves subjected to utter disgrace. The event is reported by Muhammad ibn Ishaq from Ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, is as follows. When the defeated, injured, and surviving disbelievers of Makkah returned from the battle of Badr back to their city, the people whose fathers or sons were killed in jihad went to Abu Sufyan, the leader of the trade caravan. They told him, "You know that this war was fought in defense of your trade caravan, as a result of which we had to suffer from all this loss of lives and properties. Therefore, we wish that we be helped by this corporate trading venture so that we can take our revenge against Muslims in the future." The people of the trading company accepted their plea and gave them a huge amount, which they spent on their bid for victory in the Battle of Uhud. In this bid, too, which was to avenge their defeat in the Battle of Badr, they met a sad end, and were overpowered as before. With the shock of defeat, left for them was the added remorse for having lost all that wealth they had invested in the unsuccessful challenge. In this verse, the Holy Qur'an has foretold the Holy Prophet about this event much before it took place. It said there, "Surely, those who disbelieve spend their wealth to prevent people from the way of Allah. So they shall spend it, then it will become remorse for them. Then they shall be overpowered consequently. This is how it happened at the Battle of Uhud. They spent everything they had collected. Then they were overpowered, as a result of which, on top of the shock of defeat, they were smitten by the remorse for having lost the wealth they had invested in their venture. Al-Baghawi and some other commentators have attributed the subject of this verse to the expenses incurred on the Battle of Badr itself. According to them, the 1,000-strong army of disbelievers which had gone to confront Muslims in the Battle of Badr was already paid for. All expenses of their maintenance were guaranteed by 12 chiefs of Makkah, included among them being Abu Jahl, Utbah, Shayba, and others. It goes without saying that the cost of transporting and feeding 1,000 men must have been enormous. This being the state of affairs, these people, not only that they felt bad about their defeat, they were also extremely remorseful about having lost their wealth. Majari.
Indeed, those who disbelieve spend their wealth to avert people from the way of Allah. So they will spend it, then it will be for them a source of regret, then they will be overcome. And those who have disbelieved, unto hell they will be gathered.
At the end of the verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 36, given there's the evil end of these people in terms of the hereafter, and those who disbelieve shall be gathered into Jahannam. In the verse under study, the mention of an evil end of spending wealth to stop people from following the true faith also includes the disbelievers of today, who spend enormous wealth in the name of hospitals, educational institutions, and charities only to stop people from following Islam, and to attract them to their call for the false. Similarly, also included here are all those who have gone astray, those who spend their wealth to invite people to listen to doubts and superstitions they have generated into the established collective beliefs of Islam. But Allah Ta'ala has His ways of keeping the faith revealed by Him protected. There are many occasions when it is openly noticed that such people fail to achieve their objective despite having spent huge amount of money in materials.
This is so that Allah may distinguish the wicked from the good, and place the wicked, some of them upon others, and heap them all together and put them into hell. It is those who are the losers.
Verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 37 describes some consequences of the events mentioned earlier which, in a nutshell, are that the disbelievers used their wealth against Islam, then they were bitten by remorse and were utterly disgraced. This series of happenings had its own advantages which find mention in the opening sentence of this verse, so that Allah separates the impure from the pure. The two words al-khabith, impure, and at-tayyib, pure, stand in contrast to each other. The word al-khabith is used to refer to that which is impure, filthy, and forbidden, while at-tayyib set against it denotes what is pure, clean, nice, and lawful. At this place, the use of these two words may be referring to the impure possessions of the disbelievers and the pure possessions of Muslims as well. Given this projection, it would mean that the enormous wealth spent by the disbelievers was impure and filthy. The evil end it meant was that they suffered the loss of wealth and the loss of lives as well. As compared to them, Muslims spent very little of whatever they had in the name of wealth, but that wealth was pure and lawful. Those who spent it succeeded, not to mention the additional spoils of war that fell into their hand. After that it was said, and Allah puts some of the impure on some others and heaps them all together and puts them into Jahannam. Those are the losers. The sense is that the way magnet pulls iron and amber pulls grass, and in the light of new scientific discoveries, the system of the world is held together by the constant of force fields pulling things together. The case in deeds and morals is also identical. They have a pull of their own. One bad deed draws in another bad deed, and a good deed draws in another good deed. Impure wealth pulls in another body of impure wealth, and then this heap of impure wealth generates vestiges which are equally impure. As a result of this, Allah Ta'ala will heap all impure wealth into Jahannam, and those to whom it belonged would find themselves in a terrible loss. And there is a large number of commentators who take al-khabith and at-tayyib in the general sense of this place, that is, pure and impure. Thus, pure would signify true believers, and impure would mean the disbelievers. Given this approach, the verse would mean that through conditions mentioned above, Allah Ta'ala likes to make the pure distinct from the impure, that is, make a true believer distinct from a disbeliever, and as a consequence of which true believers are gathered together in Jannah, and the disbelievers, all of them at one place, into Jahannam.
Say to those who have disbelieved that if they cease, what has previously occurred will be forgiven for them. But if they return to hostility, then the precedent of the former rebellious peoples has already taken place.
Appearing once again in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayat 38, there is a patronizing address to disbelievers which carries the elements of persuasion and warning both. The part of persuasion is that should they repent from their shocking deeds even then, and come forward to believe, then all their past sins shall be forgiven. If they failed to desist even then, the warning part tells them that they better understand that Allah Ta'ala would not have to think about making some new law for them. The law is already there. It has been enforced in the case of disbelievers of earlier times. The same law would come into force against them too, that they were destroyed in the present world and became deserving of the punishment of the hereafter.
And fight them until there is no fitna, and until the religion, all of it, is for Allah. And if they cease, then indeed Allah is seeing of what they do.
Commentary. We are now on verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 39 of Surah Al-Anfal. Two words, fitna and deen, used here need our attention since both are used in many shades of meaning lexically. At this place, two meanings have been reported from authorities of tafsir from among the Sahaba and Tabi'in, that fitna is taken to mean kufr and shirk, and din is taken to mean the deen of Islam. This very tafsir has been reported from Sayyid ibn Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. Given this exegetic view, the verse would mean that Muslims must continue fighting disbelievers until disbelief disintegrates, yielding its place to Islam, and there remains no religion and faith other than Islam. Given this situation, this injunction will be specific to only the people of Mecca and the people of Arabia, because the Arabian Peninsula is the home of Islam. The presence of any other religion, other than Islam in it, shall be dangerous for Islam. As for the rest of the world, other religions and faiths could be kept existing, as confirmed by other verses of the Holy Qur'an and reports from Hadith. According to the second tafsir reported from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and others, fitna at this place means the chain of pain, retributive suffering, and endless woes which the disbelievers of Mecca had always been inflicting on Muslims. As long as they were in Mecca, they kept braving all sorts of pain caused to them all the time. They could do nothing about it, being virtually held by them in their clutches. When these people migrated towards Medina, they pursued each single Muslim and kept killing or looting them. Even after these people had reached Medina, the wrath and anger of the disbelievers kept showing up in the form of attacks on the whole city of Medina. Set against fitna, the term deen means the state of exercising functional reach and control and prevailing over antagonists. Seen from this angle, the tafsir of the verse would be that Muslims must keep fighting disbelievers until fellow Muslims are delivered and secured from the tyrannies of disbelievers, and until Islam takes over so that it can defend and protect Muslims from the injustices inflicted on them by others. An event relating to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, also goes on to support this very tafsir. The report of the event says, when Hajjaj ibn Yusuf launched an armed attack against Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Zubayr, may Allah be pleased with him, the Amir of Makkah, it became a strange scene. There were Muslims on both sides, and their swords were swishing against each other. Seeing this, a couple of people came to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and said to him, here you are watching the horror Muslims are in. Although you are the son of Sayyidina Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be pleased with him, who was not one of those who would ever tolerate such evil-generating disorder. Why is it that you would not come out to remove this fitna? Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, the reason is that Allah Ta'ala has decreed that shedding the blood of any Muslim is forbidden. Both of them countered him by saying, do you not recite the verse of the Qur'an, fight them until there is no fitna, disorder, or disbelief anymore? Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, of course, I do recite this verse and act in accordance with it as well. We continued fighting disbelievers as commanded in this verse until came the time when there remained no fitna anymore, and Islam became the dominant deen. Now here are people like you who wish to kill each other and plant the fitna all over again, as a result of which everything other than Allah will come to reign supreme, and that which thus reigns supreme shall be counter to the true faith, our deen. What he meant to say was that the command to wage jihad, fight and kill, was against the fitna of disbelief and the tyranny of the disbelievers that they had done, and continued doing so until the fitna was eliminated. Now to apply this state of affairs as an analogy to fit forms of infighting among Muslims themselves was not sound logic. In fact, at a time when Muslims fight and kill each other, the instructions of the Holy Prophet are, in such a situation, one who keeps sitting is better than one who stands up. Summarizing this tafsir, it can be said that jihad, fighting and killing against the enemies of Islam, was wajib, necessary on Muslims until the fitna of their tyranny unleashed on Muslims is eliminated, and Islam's ascendancy stands established over all other orders, and this outcome will come to pass only close to Qiyamah. Therefore, the injunction of jihad is valid and operative right through the last day of Qiyamah. Two things could result from jihad against the enemies of Islam: that they stop being oppressive to Muslims, either by entering the Islamic Brotherhood and becoming brothers in faith, or by remaining attached to their religion, they stop harassing and hurting Muslims and enter into a treaty of allegiance. That they reject both options and stick to their policy of confrontation. Injunctions covering both options have been mentioned in the next verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 40. It was said, so, if they desist, then Allah is indeed watchful over what they do. It means that Allah Ta'ala would deal with them in the light of their conduct. Put simply, if they desisted, jihad action against them will be suspended. Under this arrangement, Muslims may have apprehended danger from the disbelievers. Their readiness to sign a peace pact or their declaration to have become Muslims soon after the encounter of mutual killing may have possibly appeared to Muslims as nothing but some strategy of deception, usually employed in wars. In a situation like that, stopping the ongoing war could have been harmful for Muslims. The answer to this apprehension was given by saying that Muslims are bound by deeds they see outwardly. The one who looks into hearts and knows their hidden secrets is none but Allah Ta'ala himself. Therefore, when disbelievers declare their adherence to Islam or make a peace pact, Muslims have no choice but that they stop fighting and killing in jihad. As for personal doubts about whether or not they have accepted Islam or peace honestly from their heart, or all this is a cover for deception, these are things which fall in the domain of Allah. He knows it well that should they do something like that, they will be taken care of in some other way. Muslims should not lay the foundation of their matters and dealings on such thoughts and apprehensions. If hands were raised against them after their declaration of Islam or pact of peace, those waging jihad would turn into criminals, as it appears in a hadith of the Sahih of Al-Bukhari and Muslim. There, the Holy Prophet has said that he has been commanded to fight the enemies of Islam until they accept the kalima. There is no God worthy of worship but Allah. Muhammad is a messenger of Allah. Establish Salah and pay Zakah. When they have done that, their life and property shall all become protected. The only exception shall be that of a punishment given to them against a crime under the Islamic law. What remains of the accountability of their hearts, whether they are accepting the creeds and deeds of Islam heartily, or that they are doing it hypocritically, shall be resting with Allah. It should be recalled that this principle is restricted to the Arabian Peninsula, where no disbeliever is allowed to live as a permanent citizen. In other parts of the world, the disbelievers may opt for jizya and may continue to profess their own religion, the punishment of their disbelief being deferred to the hereafter. Muhammad Taqi Usmani, according to another hadith which Abu Dawud has reported from several noble companions, the Holy Prophet said, "Whoever does any injustice to a peace pact beneficiary, a person who has entered into a pact of allegiance with the Islamic government, or brings him any harm, or makes him do something which is more than what he can physically do, or takes something from him without his genuine, heartfelt consent, then, on the day of judgment, I shall support that peace pact beneficiary against a Muslim who has done something like that." The present verse of the Holy Quran under study, along with reports from hadith, have obviously exposed Muslims to a political danger. Think of an arch-enemy who happens to be at their mercy. Just to save his life, the enemy recites the kalima of Islam. Right there, Muslims have been obligated to hold their hands instantly. One may think with this style of combat, Muslims would be unable to overcome just about any enemy. But Allah Ta'ala has His own ways of doing things. Here, He has taken the hidden secrets of their hearts as His area of responsibility. In a miraculous manner, it has been demonstrated practically that Muslims never face such an embarrassing situation in any of their battlefields. However, there have been hundreds of hypocrites in a state of peace who cheated, passed on as Muslims, even went about fulfilling the obligations of Salah and Sawm at least outwardly. Some of the miserably graceless among them had no other objective in sight but that they would exact a few benefits from Muslims and remain safe from their revenge despite nursing hostility in their hearts. Then, there were some of those too who were doing so with political motives of spying on Muslims, find their secrets and maintain conspiratorial liaison with enemies. But such was the divine law that it instructed Muslims to treat all of them as they would treat Muslims unless it was proved that they had themselves betrayed their hostility to Islam or contravened the peace agreement. This teaching of Islam applied to the condition in which the enemies of Islam promised to desist from their hostility and enter into agreement to that effect.
But if they turn away, then know that Allah is your protector. Excellent is the protector, and excellent is the helper.
The second condition is that they stick to their doggedness and hostility. The injunction covering this situation appears in the later verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 40, where it was said, "And if they turn away then, be sure that Allah is your protector. He is the excellent protector and excellent supporter." In brief, if they fail to desist from their tyranny and disbelief, the injunction Muslims are obligated with is the same as stated above, that is, continue fighting them. Since jihad involves fighting and killing, it is usually associated with a big army, ample weapons, and other hardware and logistics support. But those days Muslims did not have much of this normally, therefore it was possible that Muslims would have found this command to fight and kill somewhat heavy, or their lack of numbers or paucity of equipment may have led them to realize that they could not win a war like that. Therefore Muslims were given the antidote they needed. They were told that it did not matter if the disbelievers had more men and equipment to fight with, but where in the world were they going to get the unseen support and help of Allah Ta'ala which Muslims have with them, and which they have been witnessing as being along with them on every battlefield? Then, towards the end, it was said that, for all practical purposes, everyone in the world finds some help and support from someone or somewhere, but the touchstone of how effective and functionally superior it is depends on the power, strength, knowledge, and experience of that helper or supporter. It goes without saying that a whole world full of people could never exceed, even equal, the power and strength and knowledge and perception of Allah Ta'ala, because He is an excellent protector and an excellent supporter with no one to match Him.
And know that anything you obtain of war booty, then indeed for Allah is 1/5 of it, and for the messenger and for his near relatives and the orphans, the needy and the stranded traveler, if you have believed in Allah and in that which we sent down to our servant on the day of criterion, the day when the two armies met. And Allah over all things is competent.
Commentary. Mentioned in this verse are injunctions of spoils and the law of their distribution. Before we take up the subject in detail, let us understand some important words first. Lexically, the word ghanima is applied to property which is acquired from the enemy. In the terminology of the Sharia, property which is acquired from non-Muslims through fighting and killing, triumph and control, is called ghanima, translated here as spoils, and the property which is acquired in peace and with consent, like jizya, courage, etc., is called fight. These two words have been used to describe injunctions of these two kinds in the Holy Qur'an. The present Surah Al-Anfal takes up injunctions relating to ghanima or spoils, which is acquired from non-Muslims at the time of fighting and killing. At this point, we should first keep in mind that, according to the Islamic and Quranic view of things, the real ownership of the entire universe belongs to Allah Ta'ala, the one and only being who has created whatever there is in it. The only way through which the ownership of something can be attributed to human beings is no other, but that Allah Ta'ala may have Himself declared it through His law to be under the ownership of someone. For instance, while mentioning quadruped animals in Surah Yasin, ayah 71, it was said, "Do they see not that we created the quadrupeds with our own hands, then they became their owners?" As obvious, the sense is that this ownership of theirs is not private and personal. It was Allah who made them the owners out of His grace. When some set of people rebels against Allah Ta'ala, that is, indulges in kufr and shirk, then the first action Allah Ta'ala takes to reform them is that He sends His messengers and books to them. When the unfortunate ones among them are not impressed even by this act of divine grace, Allah Ta'ala commands His messengers to wage jihad against them and kill them. The outcome of this was that the lives and properties of these rebels became allowed. They no longer had the right to benefit from the assets of life and property given to them by Allah Ta'ala. Instead, in a manner of saying, all that belonged to them was confiscated in the name of the authority in command. These very confiscated properties are given the name of ghanima, spoils or war booty, which went out of the ownership of disbelievers and deposited itself separately as being under the ownership of Allah Ta'ala alone. According to the ancient divine law which governed such confiscated properties, no one was allowed to benefit from them. Such properties were, rather, gathered and placed on some open spot where lightning would come from the heavens and burn these up. This was a sign that their effort by way of jihad was accepted. One of the few unique distinctions bestowed upon the last of the prophets by Allah Ta'ala was that ghanima properties, spoils, were made lawful halal for the Muslim community, as in a hadith of Muslim, and such was the quality of its lawfulness that it was classed as the purest of properties. The reason for it is not far to find. Is it not that wealth and property, which one acquires through hard labor, comes to him under his ownership after having passed through chains after chains of transfers from the ownership of many human beings? Now, while passing through these numerous chains, there exists a strong probability of unlawful, impermissible, or repugnant methods being employed somewhere in the pipeline. The case of Ghanima or spoils happens to be quite contrary. Here, the ownership of disbelievers stands severed from them and passes directly into the ownership of Allah Ta'ala, remaining there as such. Now, whoever gets it directly from what is owned by Allah Ta'ala, and that leaves no doubt or apprehension of unlawfulness or repugnance, as could be the case in receiving from what is owned by human beings. This is like water drawn from a well, or natural grass, which reaches men directly as a blessing of Allah Ta'ala without any human intermediacy in between. To sum up, it can be said that Ghanima or spoils, which was not lawful for past communities, was made lawful as a token of blessing and mercy for the Muslim Ummah. The rule of its distribution has been introduced by saying, and know that whatever spoils you receive. To begin with, according to the rules of Arabic language, the word ma already signifies generality. Then to put further stress on this generality, added there was the expression min shay, which means whatever is collected as spoils, big or small, falls under the purview of this very law. Anyone who takes anything outside the provisions of the law of distribution, even if ordinary or small in his judgment, he will still be considered guilty of a serious crime. Therefore, the Holy Prophet said that it is not permissible for anyone to take even a needle and its thread, which is a part of the spoils, Ghanima property, without his entitlement to it as his legally allotted share. In addition to that, he has given a severe warning against taking anything from spoils outside the allotted share. The name given to this act of misappropriation in spoils in hadith is gull, where it has been declared as brazenly unlawful, far more serious than common theft. By introducing a ground rule for distribution, all mujahid Muslims were served with a notice that Allah Ta'ala has made spoils lawful for them, but that it was lawful under a specific procedural regulation. Anyone who takes anything against it, then, that will be nothing but an ember of the fire of Jahannam. This is what makes the law of the Qur'an distinct from other laws of the world. Then, this is the real secret behind the perfect effectiveness and success of the law of Qur'an, when it begins by focusing on the need to fear Allah and to be concerned about the hereafter, and follows it up with warnings of consequences. After that, as part of the next article, penal punishments were also promulgated. Otherwise, it is worth pondering how is it possible in the middle of the wild commotion of the battlefield that properties be acquired from out of the possession of non-Muslims, properties the details of which are known neither to the commander of Muslims nor to someone else. On top of that, battles are fought on grounds which form part of desolate jungles and deserts where thousands of places exist as possible hideouts far from the arm of law. To stand guard over these properties with the sole strength of law was something just not possible for anyone. Ultimately, it was the fear of Allah and the hereafter alone which led every single Muslim to desist from making even the minutest misappropriation in these properties. Now, let us have a look at this rule of distribution. It was said, its 1/5 is for Allah and the Messenger, and for kinsmen and orphans and the needy and the wayfarer. First of all, worth pondering at this point is that the rule of the distribution of Ghanima or spoils being described here covers the distribution of spoils as a whole. But the Qur'an has elected to simply mention the rule as it applies to its 1/5. No mention has been made of the remaining 4 shares. What is the secret behind it, and what is the law which governs the distribution of the rest of 4 shares? If we ponder over and deliberate in the Qur'an, an answer to these 2 questions comes out from within the existing word arrangement of the text. To wit, addressing Muslims engaged in jihad, the Holy Qur'an said, "When ghanimtum, whatever spoils you receive," there is a hint here to the effect that this property is the right of those who receive it. And after that, it was declared that 1/5 from it was the share of Allah and the Messenger and others. Thus, the outcome is all too clear. The remaining 4 shares belong to the mujahideen, and to those who collected spoils among them. This is similar to what the Qur'an has said elsewhere in connection with the law of inheritance. And his parents have inherited him, then his mother gets the 1/3. Surah An-Nisa, Ayat 11. Here too, the mention of mother has been considered sufficient, which tells us that the remaining 2 shares are the right of the father. Similarly, after mentioning, "My ghanimtum, whatever spoils you receive," when only 1/5 share was set aside for Allah, it became clear that the remaining 4 shares were the right of the mujahideen. Later, the corresponding word and deed of the Holy Prophet fully clarified the rule in details that these 4 shares were distributed over mujahideen under a specific law. Now, let us take up the details of that 1/5 share which has been clearly determined by the Holy Qur'an in this verse. Count of words used in the Quran to say this here is 6. The 6 words are Lillah for Allah, Lirasul for the messenger, Lidhil Quba for kinsmen, Al-Yatama, orphans, Al-Masakim the needy, and Ibnas, Zabil the wayfarer. Out of these words, the first word, Lillah, serves as the main heading under which this 1/5 shall be dispersed. In other words, this statement made is that all these disbursements are exclusively for the sake of Allah. Then, the introduction of this word at this place carries a particular wisdom of its own, which has been pointed out to in Tafsir Majari. It has been said there that wealth and property coming out of sadaqat, charities, had been declared unlawful for the Holy Prophet and his family since it did not suit his station as a prophet of Allah, and also because it was a portion taken out from the wealth and properties of Muslims at large for the purpose of making these purified. The name given to such give-outs in hadith is asaku and nas, dirt removed from people. This is not fit for the high status of a prophet. Since this verse has also given a share out of the 1/5 of spoils to the Holy Prophet and his family, therefore, it was particularly stressed that this share did not wind its way through what was owned by people. Instead, it was directly from Allah Ta'ala, as mentioned a little earlier, that the property of Ghanima or spoils goes out from the ownership of disbelievers and passes directly into the sole ownership of Allah Ta'ala. Thereafter, it is distributed as a reward from Him. Therefore, to indicate that the share given to the Holy Prophet and his kinsmen from the 1/5 of spoils had nothing to do with charities given by people, instead was grace and reward directly from Allah Ta'ala, it was said at the beginning of the verse, Lillah, which means that all this property belongs to Allah Ta'ala, really and specifically, and it will be dispersed according to His command alone on heads as determined. So there remain 5 real categories of disbursement from this 1/5: the messenger, the kinsman, the orphan, the needy, and the wayfarer. Then there are different degrees of entitlement among them. One marvels at the eloquence of the Holy Quran as to how delicately it has described the difference in their degrees of entitlement. For instance, the intensifying particle, lam, has been affixed before the first 2 of these 5 as in, for the messenger and for the kinsman, and the rest of the 3 kinds have been conjoined together and mentioned without the particle lam. The particle lam is used for particularization in the Arabic language. In the word lillah, the particle lam denotes exclusivity of ownership, which means that Allah Ta'ala is the real owner of everything, and in Lirasul, the objective is to highlight the speciality of entitlement since Allah Ta'ala bestowed the right of dispersing and distributing the 1/5 of spoils on the noble Prophet. The purport of this arrangement has been ably stated by Imam Tahawi and Tafsir Majari when they said, though 5 names have been mentioned at this place with reference to the heads of disbursement of 1/5 of spoils, but in reality, the entire right of disposal rests with the Holy Prophet, who shall expend the 1/5 of spoils over these 5 categories at his discretion. This is similar to what was said in the first verse of Surah Al-Anfal, where the injunction about the entire collection of spoils was that the Holy Prophet had the right to expend it where he wished or give it to whom he wished, all at his discretion. Though the verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 41, and know that whatever spoils you receive by dividing the whole of spoils over 5 shares, declared that 4 of these were the right of the mujahideen. But the 5th share continued to be governed by the same injunction which had left its disbursement at the discretion of the Holy Prophet. However, the only addition made there was that 5 heads of expenditure relating to this 5th share were spelt out, and that it will keep revolving within these. But according to the majority of expert scholars, it was not incumbent on him that he should make 5 equal shares out of this 1/5 and distribute it equally over the 5 categories of recipients mentioned in the verse. Instead, what was necessary was no more than that he would give the 1/5 of spoils within the same 5 categories to all or to some at his discretion. The clearest proof of this statement lies within the words of the verse and the categories of recipients it mentions. It means that all these categories are not practically separate and detached from each other. In fact, they can be common to each other. For instance, a person who falls under the category of kinsman could also be an orphan or needy and wayfarer too. Similarly, the needy and the wayfarer could also be orphans and kinsmen too. Someone needy could also have the status of a wayfarer. If the purpose was to have spoils distributed equally and separately over all these categories, then these categories should have been such as would not admit one category of person in the other. Otherwise, it would become necessary that a person who is from kinsmen, and who also happens to be an orphan, a needy one, and a wayfarer too will have to be given 4 shares at the rate of 1 share for each status. Incidentally, this is the governing rule in the distribution of inheritance. Someone who has different kinds of relationship with a deceased person gets a separate share against each such relationship. Nevertheless, giving 4 shares to one person is something no one in the Muslim community goes by. This tells us that the verse does not aim to put a restriction of the Holy Prophet that he necessarily gives to all these categories and gives equally to. Instead, the aim is that he may give out of the 1/5 of spoils to any category from the 5 categories specified as he deems fit and appropriate. Tafsir Majari. This is illustrated by an incident relating to Sayyidah Fatima. When she requested the Holy Prophet that she be given a servant to help her with home chores in view of her physical weakness, he refused to accept her request on the ground that, in his sight, the need of his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, from the people of Safa was more urgent than hers. They were extremely poor and needy, and there was no way he could bypass them and give to her. Sahib al-Bukhari and Muslim. From here, it becomes very clear that there was no separate right or entitlement for each category. Otherwise, who could have been more deserving than Sayyidah Fatima, may Allah be pleased with him, in the category of kinsfolk? In brief, all this is a description of the heads of disbursements, and not a description of entitlements. The distribution of 1/5 comes after the passing away of the Holy Prophet. According to the majority of imams, the share assigned to the Holy Prophet in the 1/5 of spoils was in terms of his august station as a prophet and messenger. This was very similar to the special right given to him that he could pick and take anything from out of the total spoils for his personal use, because of which he had actually taken certain things from out of some spoils. Then he took care of his expenses and the expenses of his family from the 1/5 of spoils. After his passing away, this share ceased to exist automatically because there is no messenger or prophet after him. There comes 1/5 of Dawul Qurba, the kinsman at least. There is no difference of opinion about the precedence of the right of poor kinsmen and the 1/5 of spoils as compared to that of other categories of receivers, that is, the orphans, the needy, and the wayfarer. The reason is that poor kinsmen cannot be helped with zakah and sadakat, while other categories of receivers could also be helped with zakah and sadakat, as clarified in Al-Hidayah, where precedence is given to poor kinsfolk over other categories. However, the question remains whether or not the need-free kinsman would be given from it. Imam Abu Hanifa says, whatever the Holy Prophet himself used to give to kinsmen was based on 2 considerations: their need and poverty, and help and support given to him in establishing faith and defending Islam. The second cause came to an end with the passing away of the Prophet. What remained was the consideration of need and poverty. As based on this aspect, every Imam and Amir of Muslims shall keep granting them precedence over others. Hidayah al-Jassis, Imam Shafi'i, has also taken the same position. Qutubi, and according to some Muslim jurists, Fuqaha, the share of kinsmen in their capacity as being related to the Holy Prophet remains valid forever. Included there are the poor and the need-free all alike. However, the ruling Muslim authority of the time shall give them a share at his discretion. Majari. The real factor in this matter is the conduct and practice of the rightly guided Khilaf of Islam in terms of what they did after the passing away of the Holy Prophet. This author of Hidayah has this to say about it: after the passing away of the Holy Prophet, the 4 rightly guided Khilafah have distributed the 1/5 of spoils over 3 categories only, that is, orphan, needy, and wayfarer. However, it stands proved about Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that he used to give out to poor kinsmen from the 1/5 of spoils, deduced by Abu Dawud, and it is obvious that this is not peculiar to Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him alone. Other Khilafah would have also been doing the same. As for the narrations which prove that Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, used to take out the rightful share of kinsmen right through the later period of their caliphate, and had these distributed through Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, as custodian on their behalf, as in a narration of Kitab al-Kharaj by Imam Abu Yusuf. It is not contrary to that distribution being particular to poor kinsmen. Allah knows best. Special note: the Holy Prophet had himself determined the qualification of kinsmen through his deed when, apart from Banu Hashim, which was his own tribe, he had associated Banu al-Muttalib too with them, for the reason that they had never separated themselves from Banu Hashim, whether in Jahiliyyah or Islam, so much so that at the time the Quraysh of Makkah had cut off food supplies to Banu Hashim and had confined them to Shib and Abi Talib. The Banu al-Muttalib were, though not included under those boycotted, yet they joined Banu Hashim in this trial. Majari. The day of the Battle of Badr was the day of distinction. In this verse, the day of Badr has been called Yawm al-Fardin, the day of distinction between the true and the false. The reason is that Muslims scored a clear victory at Badr and the disbelievers faced a disgraceful defeat. Though this happened as a ground reality on that day, yet it was, by extension, a day of decision also, the ultimate decision between disbelief and Islam.
Remember when you were on the near side of the valley and they were on the farther side, and the caravan was lower in position than you? If you had made an appointment to meet, you would have missed the appointment. But it was so that Allah might accomplish a matter already destined, that those who perished through disbelief would perish upon evidence, and those who lived in faith would live upon evidence. And indeed, Allah is hearing and knowing.
Commentary. The Battle of Badr was the first confrontation of Kufr and Islam, which registered a practical proof of the superiority and veracity of Islam, even visibly and materially. Therefore, the Holy Qur'an has taken special steps to describe its details which appear in the verses cited above. Besides the many considerations of wisdom behind these details, one such consideration is to assert that there was just no possibility, either visibly or technically, that Muslims will win and that the disbelievers of Makkah will be defeated. But the unseen power of Allah Ta'ala overturned all superiority of men and materials as well as its obvious causes. To give a clear picture of this event, the Holy Qur'an has virtually outlined in these verses a whole map of the battlefront at Badr. Now, before we explain these verses, let us glance over the lexical explanation of some words. The word adwa refers to a side, and the word dunya is derived from adna, which means near. When compared to the hereafter, this world of ours is also called dunya, because, as related to the universe of the hereafter, it is closer at hand for human beings. And the word qaswa is a derivation from aqsa, which means farther. In verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 42, death has been mentioned against life. The Arabic words used here do not carry the outward sense of death and life. Instead, meant here is spiritual death and life, or destruction and salvation. Spiritual life is Islam, belief in Allah and the Messenger, and Iman, faith, and spiritual death is shirk, polytheism, and kufr, disbelief. The Holy Qur'an has used these words at several places in this very sense. For instance, earlier in Surah Al-Anfal it was said, O those who believe, respond to Allah and the Messenger when He calls you to what gives you life. Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 24. The life mentioned here is the real and eternal life, which one is blessed with in return for Iman and Islam. Now we can move to a detailed explanation of the cited verses, opening with almost a cartographic view of the war front at Badr. Verse Surah Al-Anfal, ayah 42 tells us that Muslims were on the nearest cliff, and the disbelievers were on the farthest one. The spot occupied by Muslims was on the side of the terrain closer to Medina, while the disbelievers had taken the other side of the terrain which was farther from Medina. As for the trade caravan of Abu Sufyan, the main cause of waging this jihad, that too was closer to the army of disbelievers which had come from Makkah, but was out of their range of attack by Muslims and moving by the seashore at a distance of 3 miles. The purpose of focusing on this battle plan is to say that Muslims were located at a spot totally unsuitable and wrong strategically, a spot from where they had no chance of overpowering the enemy. In fact, no chance of even saving their own lives, because the side of the terrain which was closer to Medina happened to be a big sandy patch walking through which was hard and heavy. Then they had no access to water around the spot they were in, while the side farther from Medina, where the disbelievers had set up their camps, was smooth terrain with a supply of water close by. Then, by pointing out the 2 edges of the sides occupied by the 2 armies, it was made much too clear that the 2 forces were standing face to face, under which condition it was not possible to conceal the strength or weakness of one party from the other. In addition to that, it was also indicated that the army of the disbelievers of Mecca was already at peace with the realization that their trade caravan had moved away from the attacking range of Muslims. Now, if they needed them at some stage, they too could come out to help them. As compared to them, Muslims were in trouble in terms of their location, where they had no probability of getting support of men and materials from anywhere. Then it is already settled, and known to every educated Muslim, that the total count of Muslim army was 313, while that of the disbelievers was 1,000. Muslims did not have sufficient number of mounts, nor did they have enough weapons. Against that, the army of the disbelievers was laced with everything. Besides, Muslims simply had not embarked on this jihad as some armed force ready to fight a war, being an emergency measure to block the passage of a trade caravan and to lower the morale of the enemy. Only 313 Muslims had started off ill-prepared, ill-equipped. It was only all of a sudden that there they stood having to confront 1,000 strong force of armed men. This verse of the Qur'an tells us that this event, though it came to pass accidentally, with no intention behind it. But the truth is that all that happens in this world, accidentally and involuntarily though it looks like some plain accident in terms of its level and form, is, in the sight of the Creator of the universe, nothing but the well-set chain of a formidable system. There is nothing in this system which can be called abrupt or out of place. It will take the whole system to unravel itself to man. Only then man could find out the full range of wisdom hidden behind what was, supposedly, an accidental happening. Take this event of the Battle of Badr as a test case. That it came to pass in an accidental and involuntary manner had its own wise considerations as stated in, and had you rearranged it with each other, you would have deviated from the appointment. It means that had this battle also been fought like common battles around the world, fought with all possible survey of available options, mutual arguments, and crisis resolutions, then, given the dictates of circumstances, this battle would have never been fought. In fact, differences would have crept in one way or the other. Either Muslims themselves would have started thinking otherwise because of their being few and weak against adversaries who were many and strong, or that both parties, the disbelievers and the Muslims, might have not shown up on the battleground as appointed mutually. As for Muslims, they would have not had the courage to initiate action in view of their being few and weak, and the disbelievers, in whose hearts Allah Ta'ala had already put the all Muslims, would have been scared to come out against them despite their superiority in number and strength. Therefore, that formidable divine system created such conditions on both sides as would not allow them time and occasion to think and understand. The people of Makkah were so overwhelmed by the disturbing plaint from the trade caravan of Abu Sufyan that they were ready to march out without much deliberation. The Muslims were prompted by the thought that they were going to take care of an ordinary trade caravan and not a formal armed force arrayed against them. But Allah, the all-knowing, the all-wise, so willed that a war starts between them, so that the consequences of the victory of Islam which are to emerge from behind this war become visibly manifest. Therefore it was said, but it happened like this so that Allah might accomplish what was destined to be done. It means that, despite conditions being what they were, the war had to be fought so that Allah might accomplish what was destined to be done. And destined to be done was that arrayed against an army of armed and equipped young men 1,000 strong, a motley group of 313 ill-equipped and hunger-stricken Muslims, and that too out of place in terms of the demanding war front, rams itself against what was a virtual mountain for them. Then the unbelievable happens. The mountain turns into smithereens. This insignificant group of men wins. This is nothing but an all too visible demonstration of the fact that some big power was operating behind them, something that 1,000-strong army missed. Then, it is also evident that Muslims were supported because of Islam, and the disbelievers remained deprived because of their disbelief, something which gave every sensible human a criterion to distinguish truth from evil and genuine from the fake. Therefore, at the end of the verse, it was said, so that whoever is going to die may die knowingly, and whoever is going to live may live knowingly. It means that the loud and clear veracity of Islam vis-a-vis the falsity and horror of kufr and shirk was exposed forever, so that anyone who opts for destruction should do so while fully realizing the consequences of his or her action, and anyone who goes on to live should also live with full realization of the choice so made. The caveat is, let nothing be done unknowingly and mistakenly, so be on guard. The word halaka, death, destruction, in this verse means kufr or disbelief, while hayat, life, denotes Islam. In other words, once the truth has come out in the open, the probability and excuse of misunderstanding stand eliminated. Now, whoever takes to disbelief as his or her lifestyle is going towards destruction with open eyes. And whoever takes to Islam takes to eternal life knowingly, consciously, and deliberately. Then it was said, and Allah is indeed all-hearing, all-knowing, that is, He knows the secrets in everyone's heart, even the nature of everyone's belief and disbelief, as well as the due reward and punishment for it.
Remember, O Muhammad, when Allah showed them to you in your dream as few, and if He had shown them to you as many, you believers would have lost courage and would have disputed in the matter of whether to fight. But Allah saved you from that. Indeed, He is knowing of that within the breasts.
Mentioned in verses Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 43 to 44, there is particular marvel of divine power which was designed to take place at the Battle of Badr for the express purpose of making sure that none of the two armies were to put an end to the war itself by deserting the battlefield, because it was as a result of this very war that the manifestation of the veracity of Islam was destined even as a ground reality, all earthy, material. Such was the nature of this divine marvel, that the army of the disbelievers, which was but 3 times larger than that of Muslims, yet Allah Ta'ala, by His perfect power alone, made their number appear much less to Muslims, so that it may not cause any difference of opinion or sense of weakness to affect them. This event took place twice. Once, it was shown to the Holy Prophet in a dream which he related to all of them, and which renewed their courage and resolve. The second time, when the 2 groups stood facing each other on the battlefield itself, their number was shown to Muslims as being small. The event mentioned in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 43 relates to the dream, and that in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 44 to a state, when they were wide awake. Say, Ibn Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, says, in our sight, the army facing us looked as if, as I said to the man next to me, these people would be 90 in number. That man said, no, they must be 100.
And remember when He showed them to you, when you met, as few in your eyes, and He made you appear as few in their eyes, so that Allah might accomplish a matter already destined. And to Allah are all matters returned.
In the last verse, along with this, it has also been mentioned, and reduced your number in their eyes. This could also mean that Muslims were in reality already few in number, thus what was shown to disbelievers was their number as it was. And it could also mean that the number shown to them was much reduced than it really was, as it appears in many narrations that Abu Jahl, on seeing the Muslim army, said to his compatriots, the number of these people does not seem to be any more than the number who would eat a camel as their daily ration. In Arabia of those days, a measure used to find out the number of men in an army was to first guess the number of animals slaughtered for their meals. 1 camel was understood to be sufficient to feed 100 people. Right here on this battle site of Badr, the Holy Prophet, in his effort to find out the number of men in the army of the Quraysh of Mecca, had asked some local people, how many camels are slaughtered in their army camp every day? The answer given to him was 10 camels daily. This led him to estimate the number of men in their army as being 1,000. In short, the total number of Muslims was shown as being 100 in the sight of Abu Jahl. Here too, the wisdom of showing them in a reduced number was that the awe of Muslims may not so adversely affect the hearts of disbelievers ahead of the actual confrontation that they bolt from the battlefield itself. Special note: from this verse we also find out that there are occasions when, as a matter of miracle and supernatural happening, optical observation may prove incorrect, as it transpired here. For this very reason, the statement, so that Allah might accomplish what was destined to be done, was repeated here. It means that the divine marvel and the phenomenon of superimposition on optical observation was manifested for the reason that the will of Allah stands accomplished right up to the end, that is, by giving Muslims victory despite their lack of numbers and materials. The central objectives of this war, that is, the veracity of Islam and the expression of unseen divine support, should be fully achieved and established forever. At the end of the verse, it was said, and to Allah all matters are returned. It means that He does what He wills, and He commands as He wills. He can make a minority overcome a majority, and weakness overtake strength. He may make less become more, and more become less.
O you who have believed, when you encounter a company from the enemy forces, stand firm and remember Allah much, that you may be successful.
Commentary: Quranic instructions for success in jihad. Given in the first 2 verses cited above is a special set of instructions for Muslims when they confront enemies on the battlefield. These instructions from Allah Ta'ala are for them the master prescription of success and ascendancy in the present world, as well as that of salvation and prosperity in the eternal life to come. In fact, the secret of unusual successes and victories achieved by Muslims in all wars fought by them during the early period lies hidden behind their adherence to these very golden guidelines, and they are: be steadfast. The Arabic word used by the Quran is thibat, which means to stand firm, hold the ground, be steadfast. This includes firmness of the feet and firmness of the heart, both because a person whose heart is not strong and firm can hardly be expected to have the rest of his body hold the ground. This is something everyone knows and understands, believer or disbeliever. Every nation of the world gives high priority to this strength in its wars, because all experienced people know it well that the first and foremost weapon in the theater of war is nothing but the firmness of heart and feet. Without these, all weapons are rendered useless. Remember Allah. The second principle is the dhikr of Allah, which is a weapon in its own right, special and spiritual, something known to Muslims only and not known to or neglected by the rest of the world. The world as we know it today would do anything to get together, stay state-of-the-art weapon systems for their war plans, the latest in logistics and morale-boosting sessions to inculcate combat firmness among forces, but, strangely enough, it is unaware and unexposed to this spiritual weapon of Muslims. This is the reason why Muslims, wherever they had to confront some other nation while following these instructions precisely as given, they were able to demolish superior forces of the adversary laced with men, weapons, and war materials. As for the inherent spiritual benediction of the dhikr of Allah, they have a place of their own in our lives. Nevertheless, it is also difficult to deny its efficacy in enabling one to continue to hold on and remain standing firm on his feet. To remember Allah and to be confident about it is like a highly charged electronic energy which makes a weak person run through mountains. No matter what the odds be against personal discomfort or emotional anxiety, this remembrance of Allah shoots all into thin air, making the heart of man strong and his feet firm. At this stage, let us keep in mind that the time of a raging battle is usually a terrible time when no one remembers anyone and everyone is consumed with the thought of self-preservation. Therefore, the poets of pagan Arabia take great pride in insisting that they remember their beloved even during the heat of the battlefield. To them, this was a proof of the power of heart and the firmness of love. A pagan poet has said, "I remembered you even at a time when spears were swinging dangerously between us." The Holy Qur'an has prompted Muslims to engage in the dhikr of Allah even in this dangerous situation, and that too with the emphasis on kathira. Much also worth pondering over at this point is the fact that no other act of worship, ibadah, except the dhikr of Allah, has been commanded in the entire Qur'an with the instruction that it be done abundantly and profusely. Expressions like making salah much and fasting much have not been mentioned anywhere. The reason is that the dhikr of Allah is easy to do, a convenient act of worship indeed. You do not have to spend a lot of time and labor doing it, nor does it stop you from doing something else on hand. On top of that, this is an exclusive grace from Allah Ta'ala, who has not placed any precondition or restriction of wudu, ablution, tahara, state of purity from major or minor impurities, dress and orientation to Qibla, facing the direction of Kaaba, etc. in its performance. This can be done by anyone under all states, with wudu or without, standing, sitting or lying down. And if we were to add to it the higher investigative approach of Imam al-Jazwi appearing in the famous collection of authentic Islamic prayers, Hisn Hasan, where he states that the dhikr of Allah is not limited to the act of remembering Allah only verbally or by heart, instead of which, any permissible act which is performed by remaining within the parameters of obedience to the Holy Prophet shall also be counted as the dhikr of Allah, and, given this approach, the sense of dhikr of Allah becomes so common and easy that we could call even a man in sleep a dhakir, one who remembers Allah. This is supported by what is said in some narrations. The sleep of the alim is included under ibadah, because an alim or scholar of Islam who lives and acts in accordance with the demands of his ilm or knowledge of Islam is duty bound to see that all his states of sleeping and waking must remain within nothing but the boundaries of obedience to Allah Ta'ala. In the present context, the command to remember Allah abundantly while on the battlefield may give the impression of being an addition of one more duty assigned to the mujahideen, something which may usually demand concentrated hard work. But certainly unique is the property of the dhikr of Allah. It does not subject its performer to what would be hard labor. Instead, it brings in a kind of pleasure, energy, and taste which actually goes on to help one accomplish a lot of things one does in life. For that matter, there is nothing unusual about it, as we commonly notice that people who handle hard labor would habitually take to a set of words or some beat or jingle or song and are heard humming it while working. The Holy Qur'an has blessed Muslims with an alternate for it, something which is based on countless advantages and wise considerations. Therefore, towards the end of the verse, it was said, "so that you may be successful." It means if you went on to master these two tested techniques of standing firm and remembering Allah and used it on the battlefield, then you can be sure that prosperity and success are all yours. One method of remembering Allah on the battlefield is what we generally recognize as the well-known battle cry of Allahu Akbar, the nara or cry of takbir, which is a positively voiced statement of belief in the greatness of Allah in the setting of a battlefield. Saying Allahu Akbar is also a form of dhikr or remembrance of Allah. In addition to this, it also includes the attitude of keeping the thought of Allah always in sight, having confidence and trust in Him, and remembering Him with all your heart in it. As such, the term dhikr of Allah includes all that.
And obey Allah and His Messenger, And do not dispute and thus lose courage, and then your strength would depart. And be patient. Indeed, Allah is with the patient.
Moving to verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 46, we see that believers have been prompted to follow a third instruction, and that, obey Allah and His Messenger, because help and support from Allah Ta'ala can be expected to come only through obedience to Him. Negligence and disobedience can only be the causes of the displeasure of Allah and a certain deprivation from whatever grace could come from Him. Thus, we have before us 3 articles of the Quranic code of conduct for the battlefield. Firmness, the hikr of Allah obedience. After that, it was said, and do not dispute, lest you should show weakness and should lose your predominance, and be patient. Given here is a warning against negative aspects of conduct, which must be avoided. As for the negative conduct, which impedes successful war effort, it is nothing but mutual difference and disputation. Therefore, it was said, and do not dispute, for mutual dissension and discord would breed cowardice among them, and they would soon lose their image of dominance. The verse points out to 2 products of this mutual dissension, that you would become personally weak and cowardly, and that you would lose your predominance and turn low in the sight of the enemy. The fact that mutual disputation would make disputants appear low in the sight of others is obvious, but how does it affect one's own strength to the limit that it turns into weakness and cowardice? The reason is that, given mutual unity and trust, everyone is backed up by the strength of a whole group. Therefore, one individual feels the relative strength of his whole group in himself, and once that mutual unity and trust has gone, what remains behind is no more than his own solitary strength, which, obviously, means nothing in a killing field. After that it was said, and be patient. Looking at the context of the statement, this appears to have been suggested as a successful prescription of remaining safe from getting involved in dissension and disputes. To elucidate, it can be said that no matter how united in thinking and objectives a group may be, but physical traits of human individuals remain different after all. Then the divergence of opinion among the informed and experienced in the process of achieving a certain purpose is also inevitable. Therefore, in order to go along with others, and to keep them together, there is no alternative, but that one should be used to remaining patient over counter-temperamental matters of concern, and being accustomed to ignoring them when necessary. In other words, one should not be so rigid and uncompromising over his personal opinion that, in the event it was not accepted, he would explode in fight. Sabr or patience is just another name for this quality of resilience. These days everyone knows and says that mutual dispute is very bad, but the master stroke of remaining safe from it, that one trains himself to become used to remaining patient over what does not match his physical temperament, and that he does not worry about making people say yes to his view and see that they go by it, is something very few people have learned to employ successfully. As a result, all sermons of unity and harmony are rendered useless. So, it can be conceded that one does not normally have the capability to make the other person surrender to his view, but 2 things still remain possible: that he himself accepts what the other person has to say, and should the dictate of his reason and justice goad him not to accept it, then the least he could still do is to say nothing for the sake of averting a possible dispute. This much is, after all, within one's power and control. Therefore, along with the instruction to avoid dissension and dispute, the Holy Qur'an has also exhorted every individual of a group to observe patience so that avoiding disputes becomes easy in practice. Also worth pondering at this stage is the statement made in the Qur'an when it has said, and do not dispute. Here it has stopped mutual disputation, not any difference of opinion or its expression. Difference of opinion which is prompted by honesty and sincerity never develops into disputation. Quarrels and disputations are generated when things go beyond ordinary difference of opinion, particularly when gripped by the emotional attitude of making the other person accept what one says and not to accept what the other person does. And this emotional attitude is what the Holy Qur'an has eliminated by saying, and be patient. Then at the end, by pointing out to the most sublime gain to be made from the observance of patience, it removes whatever unpalatable there may be about it. It was said, Allah is with the patient. That they have the company of Allah Ta'ala all the time and under all conditions is so great a wealth that wealth of the world and beyond, as we do or do not know, are just nothing as compared to that honor. It was to make these very instructions become their ever-present response. The Holy Prophet delivered the following sermon right there on the site of combat during many battles of Islam. O my people, do not look forward to fight the enemy in a combat. Rather pray that Allah keeps you in a state of peace and well-being. However, when the inevitable happens and you have to confront them, then stand firm and be patient and be assured that paradise lies under the shade of swords. Muslim.
And do not be like those who came forth from their homes insolently, and to be seen by people and avert them from the way of Allah, and Allah is encompassing of what they do.
Another negative and detrimental aspect of conduct against which warning has been given in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 47, and from which abstinence has been advised, is that believers should not wax proud over their strength and numbers, nor should they be guilty of nursing some personal interest of theirs rather than remaining sincere to their mission at hand, because these two approaches would usually bring down great powers of the world on their knees. Embedded in this verse, there is an allusion to the circumstances under which the Quraysh of Makkah, who had marched off from their city to give military cover to their trade caravan with the heavy backing of men and materials, and waxing proud over their number and strength. And even when the trade caravan had passed far beyond the range of any possible attack by Muslims, they elected not to return even then, because they had other axes to grind by giving a little demonstration of their valor on the site of combat. According to authentic reports, when Abu Sufyan succeeded in getting past the range of Muslim attack with his trade caravan, he sent a courier to Abu Jahl bearing the message that there was no need for him to go any further, and that he should better return. Many other Quraysh chiefs had also concurred with this advice, but driven by his pride, arrogance, and the desire for recognition, Abu Jahl declared on oath that they would not return until they reached the site of Badr and celebrate their victory there for a few days. The outcome was that he and his well-known accomplices found themselves dumped there forever. Muslims had been instructed to abstain from the methods adopted by them.
And remember when Satan made their deeds pleasing to them, and said, "No one can overcome you today from among the people, and indeed I am your protector." But when the two armies sighted each other, he turned on his heels and said, "Indeed, I am dissociated from you. Indeed, I see what you do not see. Indeed, I fear Allah, and Allah is severe in penalty."
Commentary. Since its beginning, Surah Al-Anfal has been dealing with the actual events and attending circumstances of the Battle of Badr, along with subsequent lessons learnt and related injunctions given. One such event from here relates to the Shaitan, who misled the disbelievers of Makkah, exhorted them to go to battle against Muslims, and then he disengaged and left them all by themselves right there in the middle of the battlefield. This event has been mentioned at the beginning of verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 48. Did this deception of the Shaitan take the form of scruples put into the hearts of the Quraysh? Or did the Shaitan come to them in human form and talk to the Quraysh face to face? Both probabilities exist here, but the words of the Quran seem to support the second eventuality, that the Shaitan misled them by appearing in a human form before them. According to a narration of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, reported by Imam ibn Jarir, when the army of the Quraysh of Makkah marched out from the city, they were terribly worried about a possible danger from their neighboring tribe of Banu Bakr, also an enemy. They apprehended that once they went out to confront Muslims, this tribe hostile to them may find an opportunity to attack their homes and hurt their women and children there. No doubt they had demonstrated their readiness to respond to the plaintive appeal for help made by Abu Sufyan, the leader of their trade caravan, but they were dragging their feet because of this danger. In this perplexing situation, all of a sudden, the Shaitan appeared in the form and guise of Surah ibn Malik, holding a flag in his hand and flanked by a regiment of tough fighting men. Surah ibn Malik was a big chief who controlled the tribal area from where the danger of attack was expected. He stepped forward and addressed the army of Quraysh young men, through which he misled them in two ways. First, he said, "None of the people is to overpower you today." By this, he meant that he had a good idea of the strength of their adversary, and he could also see their own physical and numerical superiority. Therefore, he assured them that they should stop worrying, march ahead and prevail, for no one is going to prevail against them. Then he said, "I am a protector for you." By saying this, he was referring to their apprehensions against the tribe of Banu Bakr, who might attack their homes and families in Makkah during their absence. Here, he was taking the responsibility that nothing of this sort was going to happen, as he was their supporter and caretaker. The Quraysh of Makkah already knew about Surah ibn Malik being a known and influential personality of the area. Hearing this assurance from him, they became emotionally stable. They dismissed the threat from the tribe of Banu Bakr from their hearts and became all set to go and confront Muslims. Thus, by employing this dual deception, the Shaitan drove these people to their killing field, and what he did for himself is described by the Holy Qur'an in the following words. So, when the two groups, the disbelievers of Makkah and Muslims, saw each other at Badr, he turned back on his heels. Since a force of shaitans had also assembled in support of the disbelievers of Makkah at the Battle of Badr, therefore Allah Ta'ala sent a force of angels under the command of Jibril and Mikael to meet their challenge. According to a narration of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, reported by Imam ibn Jarir and others, when the shaitan who was commanding his force in the human guise of Surah ibn Malik at that time saw Archangel Jibril and the force of angels with him, he lost his nerves. At that time, he was standing hand in hand with a Qurayshi warrior, Harith ibn Hisham. All of a sudden, he tried to free his hand clasped into the hand of Harith. When Harith asked him as to why he was doing that, he whacked his chest with a blow and threw him down. Now unchecked, he bolted out from the battlefield. Harith, under the impression that he was Suraka, shouted at him, "O Suraka, chief of Arabia, you had said that you will support us, and here you are doing this to us in the middle of a battle." The shaitan in the guise of Suraka replied, "I have nothing to do with you. I am seeing what you do not see. I am scared of Allah." Thus, he disengaged himself from the earlier compact because he was seeing a force of angels, and parted ways with the disbelievers on the plea that he feared Allah. When the shaitan saw the force of angels, he virtually saw trouble for him, as he knew their power. As for his statement that he was scared of Allah, says Tafsir authority Qatada, this was a lie forged by him. Had he feared Allah, why would he disobey him? But other commentators have suggested that his fear is justified in its own place because he is fully aware of the perfect power of Allah Ta'ala, and that he is severe at punishment. Therefore, there is no reason for not fearing. However, bland fear without faith and obedience is useless. Abu Jahl, when he noticed signs of weakness showing up in his army because of the withdrawal of Suraka and his force, he tried to avert the awkward situation by appealing that they should not feel being affected by the sudden retreat of Suraka, for he had a secret understanding with Muhammad to do that. In short, after the retreat of the shaitan, what was due to happen to them did. It was on their return to Mecca that one of them met Suraka ibn Malik. This person scolded Suraka, telling him that he was responsible for their defeat in the Battle of Badr, and certainly for all the losses that followed in its wake, because he had broken the backs of their fighting men by retreating from the action on the battlefield. Suraka said, "I never went with you, nor did I ever take part in anything you were doing there. In fact, I heard of your defeat only after you had reached Makkah." After having reported all these narrations in his tafsir, Imam Ibn Kathir said, "It is the customary practice of Shaitan, the accursed, that he would cause man to become involved with evil, and then leave him off in the middle of it." The Quran has mentioned this habit of the Shaitan repeatedly. One such verse says, "It is like the Shaitan when he tells man, disbelieve. Then, after he becomes a disbeliever, he says, I have nothing to do with you. I am scared of Allah, the Lord of all the worlds." Surah Al-Hashr, Ayah 16.
Remember when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts was disease said, "Their religion has deluded those Muslims. But whoever relies upon Allah, then indeed Allah is exalted in might and wise."
The anatomy of shaitanic deception and personal defense. There are some elements of guidance we receive from what has been mentioned in this verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 1, that the shaitan is man's enemy who employs all sorts of tricks, guises and stratagems to bring loss to him. There are occasions when he would simply inject a scruple in the heart and harass his victim, and there are times when he would deceive man by appearing before him. That Allah Ta'ala has given him the ability to appear before man in various guises. There is a well-known book of Hanafi jurisprudence called Akam al-Marjan fi Akam al-Jan, where it has been proved in detail. Therefore, authorities among mystic scholars who are recognized as masters in illumination, kashf, and eyewitness, shuhud, have warned people that it is dangerous to start following a person simply by seeing him or hearing him say something without taking the trouble of finding out his antecedents and circumstantial conditions. There could be couched shaitanic inputs even in what is known as illumination, kashf, and inspiration, ilm. So the ideal method of remaining safe against shaitanic deceptions is to follow divine revelation faithfully. Success comes by actually being on the straight path, and not by simply having sincere intentions. That the most frequent reason why people get involved in disbelief, polytheism, or other impermissible doings is no other but that the shaitan, by making their evil deeds appear handsome, desirable, and beneficial, turns their hearts away from truth as it is and its consequences as they would be. Once so brainwashed, They would start taking their false as the epitome of truth and their loss as the ultimate gain, so much so that, very much like the votaries of truth, they would be all set to lay down even their lives for the sake of their false notions. It was for this reason that the army and the chiefs of Quraysh, when they were departing from the Bayt-ul, had already supplicated before it by saying, Allah, help the better-guided group between the two of us, see pages. Such was the level of their unawareness that they simply walked into the snare of the shaitan and started taking themselves to be the ones better guided and truth-oriented, and, unbelievably enough, they would go to the outer limits of sacrificing their lives and possessions in support of their false stand, and that too with all sincerity at their command. From here we find out that bland sincerity is never sufficient unless the direction of deeds is correct. In the verse which follows, mentioned there is a common saying of the hypocrites of Medina and the polytheists of Makkah. It was almost in a strain of combined sympathy and contempt that it was said about Muslims, the belief of these people has deluded them. It means that those handful of Muslims had come all the way to the battlefield of Badr to challenge an army so powerful and well equipped, as if those poor people had been deluded by their faith, which seems to have thrown them into the jaws of death. Responding to them, Allah Ta'ala said, "And whoever places his trust in Allah, then Allah is mighty, wise." The sense of the statement is that one who places his total trust in Allah never runs into disgrace, because Allah is all-dominating, and when it comes to wisdom, there is no plan or intelligence or insight into the future which can hold before it. In other words, those who know no more than what is material would only place their trust in nothing but the material. How would they know the secret power which lies in the treasures of the one who has created everything material? This power accompanies those who believe in Allah Ta'ala and place their total trust in Him. Even in our day, there are those religiously observing and innocent-looking Muslims who would become ready targets for those who claim to have advanced rationally and intellectually, and who would benignly dismiss them as old-timers who might as well be left alone. But should such people be armed with perfect faith and trust in Allah, no harm can touch them even if intended and tried.
And if you could but see when the angels take the souls of those who disbelieved, they are striking their faces on their backs and saying, "Taste the punishment of the burning fire."
Commentary. Mentioned in the first two of the verses cited above is the punishment of disbelievers at the time of their death and the warnings given to them by the angels. Here, addressing the Holy Prophet, it has been said that had you seen the condition of the disbelievers at that time when the angels of Allah were beating their faces and backs as they extracted their souls and telling them to have a taste of the punishment of burning in the fire, then he would have seen something awesome. Some of the leading commentators have declared this statement to be about the particular disbelievers from among the Quraysh who had come out to confront Muslims at the site of Badr, where Allah Ta'ala had sent an army of angels to help Muslims. Thus, the meaning comes to be that the Quraysh chiefs who were killed in the Battle of Badr were killed at the hands of the angels who were hitting them from the front on their faces and from the rear on their backs, and were killing them in this manner while giving them the dark tidings of the punishment of hell in the hereafter. Then, there are other commentators who have kept the sense of this verse general in view of the generality of the words used in it. According to them, the verse means, when a disbeliever dies, the angel of death beats his face and back while taking out his soul. In some narrations, it appears that they have lashes of fire and maces of iron in their hands which they use to strike at the disbeliever condemned to death. But as this punishment is not related to this world of elements, rather is related to the universe of the grave which is known as Barzakh, the post-death pre-resurrection state, therefore this punishment is not generally seen optically. Therefore, the modality used to address the Holy Prophet was, and only if you were to see, you would have seen a scene full of sobering lessons. This tells us that, after death, punishment is given to disbelievers while they are in the state of Barzakh, but that phenomenon is related to the universe of the unseen, Clam al-Ghaib, therefore it is not seen usually. The punishment of the grave finds mention in several other verses of the Holy Qur'an as well, while hadith narrations on this subject just abound.
That is for what your hands have put forth of evil, and because Allah is not ever unjust to His servants.
Addressing the disbelievers in the second verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 51, it was said that the punishment of this world and that of the hereafter was nothing but what they had earned with their own hands. Since things done usually take their shape through the work of hands, therefore, mention was made of hands. The sense is that the punishment coming to them was a direct outcome of their own deeds. And as for Allah Ta'ala, He was not the kind of authority who would bring injustice upon His servants and go about subjecting someone to punishment just for no reason.
Theirs is like the custom of the people of Pharaoh and of those before them. They disbelieved in the signs of Allah, so Allah seized them for their sins. Indeed, Allah is powerful and severe in penalty.
The third verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 52 tells us that the punishment of Allah visiting these criminals is not something totally unprecedented. In fact, it is nothing but the customary practice of Allah that He would give reason and understanding to His servants so that they could act as guided. Then, all around them, they have countless things they can think about and go on to know Allah Ta'ala and recognize His great power, and then do not stoop to the level of taking the weak ones from among His creation as His partners, associates, or equals, and after that, He sends His books and messengers for additional warning. When the messengers of Allah come, they leave no stone unturned in making people understand the message. They even go to the outer limits of demonstrating the manifestations of the inalienable subduing power of Allah Ta'ala in the form of miracles. Now, if a person or a people were to close their eyes to all these things, give no ear to any of these divine warnings, then, for such people, there is the inevitable practice of Allah Ta'ala, that they are visited by punishment in this world too, and that they are subjected to the everlasting punishment of the hereafter as well. It was said, their way is like the way of the people of Pharaoh and of those before them. The Arabic word, dab, used in the text means habit or way. Thus, the sense is that the world already knows the customary practice of Allah Ta'ala vis-a-vis the haughty and the contumacious like Pharaoh and his people, and has seen its manifestation when Pharaoh was made to drown in the sea with all his power and people, and similar was the fate of those before him, the people of Ad and Thamud, who were hit by many kinds of punishment which eliminated them totally. Then, it was said, which means when these people belied the verses and signs of Allah Ta'ala, He seized them with His punishment because of their sins. After that, the verse ends with the statement, which gives the reason why it happened the way it did, that Allah Ta'ala is strong. No one claiming any kind of strength and valor can, on that basis alone, get away from His punishment. And then, certainly very severe is the punishment which comes from Allah Ta'ala Himself.
That is because Allah would not change a favor which He had bestowed upon a people until they change what is within themselves. And indeed, Allah is hearing and knowing.
Stated in the fourth verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 53, there is a standing rule which spells out the condition under which Allah Ta'ala allows a people to continue enjoying blessings bestowed by Him. It was said, because Allah is not to change a favor He has conferred on a people unless they change their own selves. The first thing worth pondering about at this place is that Allah Ta'ala has not set forth any rule as to the bestowal of blessing and favor, nor has He put any restriction and condition for it, nor has He made it to be dependent on some good deed, because, had this been so, then the foremost favor bestowed on us is our very existence. Placed in this marvelous menagerie of the power of Allah are thousands and thousands of additional blessings which, it is all too obvious, were conferred on us at a time when we did not exist, nor any of our deed did. If blessings and favors from Allah Ta'ala were to wait for good deeds from His servants, our being itself would have not materialized. The blessing and the mercy of Allah Ta'ala is there all by itself as an outcome of His being the Lord of all the worlds and the one who is all merciful and very merciful. However, what has been described in this verse is a rule which governs the continuity of this favor and mercy. According to this rule, when Allah Ta'ala favors a people with His blessing, He does not take it back until such time that the people themselves bring about changes in their conditions of living and ways of doing things, and thus become a very agency which invites the punishment of Allah. The change of conditions referred to here means a shift or change from good deeds to bad deeds, and from good states of being to bad states of being, or that a person who at the time of the coming of blessings was involved in certain sins and evils, then, once he had received those blessings, he stoops lower and gets involved in deeds far more evil. It becomes evident from the details given above that peoples mentioned in previous verses, that is, the Quraysh disbelievers and the people of Pharaoh, have their relevance to the present verse on the grounds that these people were not all that good in their states of living even at the time the blessings came. They were still the polytheists and disbelievers they were. But after having been blessed with favors, these people became far more dauntless in their evil deeds and acts of wickedness. The people of Pharaoh started inflicting all sorts of injustices against the Bani Israel. Then they rose in hostility against Say ibn Musa, which was a grave addition to their past crimes. Through these doings, they brought changes in their living conditions which led them to more evils, and when this happened, Allah Ta'ala too brought a change in his blessing by changing it into retribution and punishment. Similarly, the Quraysh of Makkah were though involved in polytheism and other evil practices, yet they did have a few good deeds to their credit, such as regard for kinship, hospitality, service of Hajj pilgrims, respect for Baytullah, etc. Allah Ta'ala showered on them many material and spiritual blessings. On the material plane, great impetus was given to their trading activities. In a country where no trading caravan belonging to anyone could pass through safely, their trade caravans would go to Syria in the north and Yemen in the south and return in safety, and with success, something mentioned by the Quran in Surah Al-Quraysh under. They used to make alternate trading visits in winter and summer. Surah Quraysh, Ayah 2. Then, on the spiritual plane in terms of their religion, they were blessed with a favor so great as was never conferred upon any of the past peoples, that the foremost among prophets, the last of the line, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, was destined to rise among them, and Quran, the last, the comprehensive book of Allah Ta'ala, was sent to them through him. But these people, rather than correct themselves through gratitude and appreciation for these blessings of Allah Ta'ala, went on to make a mess of their moral condition, making it far worse than it already was. They stopped treating their near relations well, and started inflicting savage injustices against their own brothers and nephews who chose to embrace Islam, rather than keep to their tradition of hospitality. Pledges were written and promulgated that a total boycott of such Muslims be made, even to the limit of holding back the supply of food and water to them. Instead of providing essential services for Hajj pilgrims, which they once considered to be their duty, they started preventing Muslims from entering the harem. These were the standing conditions on the ground which brought about a change in the disbelievers of Quraysh, as a result of which came the counter-change from Allah Ta'ala. He transformed his favors and blessings into retribution and punishment, thus making them have a taste of disgrace in the mortal world too. And then, it was through the noble person sent as mercy for all the worlds that they invited their own destruction. As based on trustworthy books of history, it has been said in Tafsir Majari that Kilab ibn Murrah, who is the grandfather of the third grandfather of the Holy Prophet genealogically, was a staunch adherent of the faith of Sayyidina Ibrahim and Ismail right from the beginning, and he retained the role of leadership in this faith generations after generation. It was during the period of Qusay ibn Kilab that idol worship started as a practice among people. Before him, Ka'b ibn Layy was their religious leader. He used to deliver a sermon before everyone on the day of Jum'ah, which was called Arabah in their dialect, and tell his audience that the last among prophets I would rise from among their progeny. Everyone will be bound to follow him. Whoever fails to have faith in him, no deed of his shall be acceptable with Allah. Well known are his poetic compositions about the coming of the Holy Prophet as part of pagan poetry. Then Qusay ibn Kilab used to make arrangements of food and water for all Hajj pilgrims, so much so that these things continued to be within the family of the Holy Prophet until his blessed period. Given this historical perspective, it could also be said that the change which affected the mass behavior of the Quraysh may as well mean that they had forsaken the faith of Sayyidina Ibrahim and taken to idol worship. However, a return to the subject of the verse tells us that there are occasions when Allah Ta'ala would bestow his favor also on people who do not seem to be deserving of it in view of their deeds. But should they start, after having received that favor, committing excesses and indulging in evil deeds more frequently, rather than turn the direction of their deeds towards correction and betterment, then this favor is taken away from them, and they become deserving of divine punishment. At the end of the verse it was said, and that Allah is all-hearing, all-knowing. It means that Allah Ta'ala is the one who hears everything they say and knows everything they do. Therefore, there is no probability of some error or misunderstanding in the decision he finally takes.
Theirs is like the custom of the people of Pharaoh and of those before them. They denied the signs of their Lord, so we destroyed them for their sins, and we drowned the people of Pharaoh, and all of them were wrongdoers.
Commentary. The words used in the first of the verses cited above are almost the same as have appeared a verse earlier in. Their way is like the way of the people of Pharaoh and of those before them, but the purpose behind these two statements differs in both. The purpose in the first verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 52, was to state that the disbelief of those people became the cause of their punishment, while in the present verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 54, the purpose is to state that, according to the common law of Allah Ta'ala, when the blessings of Allah Ta'ala descend upon a people and they fail to recognize their worth and value and refuse to bow down before him, then his blessings are transformed into misfortunes and punishments. When the people of Pharaoh and the peoples before them failed to appreciate the blessings of Allah Ta'ala as due, blessings were taken away from them, and they were seized by punishment instead. Apart from this difference in purpose, changes have also been introduced in words used at some places which serve to release particular hints in the text. For example, in the first verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 52, the words used were, "They disbelieve the signs of Allah," while here, the words used are the signs of their Lord. Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 54. Thus, by mentioning the attribute, Rab, Lord, instead of the name, Allah, hint was given that these people were terribly unjust and insensate against truth. People who would just go ahead and start belying the signs of the very being who was their Rabbit, sustainer, nourisher, cherisher, under whose blessings they all, from their dawn of existence to their present condition, have been brought up. In addition to that, in the first verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 52 said there was, "So Allah seized them for their sins," while what has been said here is, "So we destroyed them for their sins." This explains the brevity in the first statement because in the first verse mentioned there was their being seized in punishment which could take different forms. Maybe they are overtaken by misfortunes within their lifetime on this earth, or that their very existence is eliminated outright. In the present verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 54, by saying, "We destroyed them," it was made clear that the punishment all those peoples deserved was the punishment of death, therefore they were destroyed. The destruction of every set of such people took different forms. Since the Pharaoh from among them claimed godhood, and his people attested to his claim, therefore he was mentioned particularly, and drowned the people of Pharaoh. As for the forms in which destruction came upon other peoples, it has not been described here. However, details pertaining to these two have appeared in other verses where it has been said that some of them were overrun by an earthquake, some others were made to sink into the earth, or transformed into animals, or seized by windstorms, and finally came the punishment for the disbelievers of Mecca at the hands of Muslims in the Battle of Badr.
Indeed, the worst of living creatures in the sight of Allah are those who have disbelieved, and they will not ever believe.
In the verse which follows immediately, it was said about the same disbelievers, "Surely, the worst of all the living, in the sight of Allah, are those who reject faith." Here, the word dawab is the plural form of dabo, which literally means creatures who walk on the earth. Therefore, this word covers human beings and whatever of the animals walk on the earth. But in common usage, this word is used particularly for quadruped animals. Since they were far below animals in their state of insensitiveness, they were identified with that expression in the language. Thus, the meaning of the verse is clear that these people were the worst of animals from among all animals and human beings. At the end of the verse, it was said, "So they do not believe." The sense is that these people had allowed their God-given abilities to go waste by making the satisfaction of their physical needs the very purpose of their life. Therefore, having access to the refinements of faith was just not possible for them. Sa'id ibn Jubair said that this verse was revealed about 6 men from the Jews about whom Allah Ta'ala has declared in advance that they will never enter the fold of faith. In addition to that, through this word, the aim is to grant an exemption from punishment for people who were though engaged at that time in tandem with disbelievers in their struggle against Muslims and Islam, but the likelihood was that, in future, a time will come when they will repent their past mistakes and embrace Islam. The fact is that this is how it came to be. A very large group from among them became, by embracing Islam, not only personally pious and righteous, but rose to be in word and deed alike leaders among men and women of the world as heralds of moral betterment and paradigms of responsible conduct of life before the Creator.
The ones with whom you made a treaty, but then they break their pledge every time, and they do not fear Allah.
The third verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 56, those from whom you have taken a pledge, then they break their pledge each time, and they do not fear Allah, is about the Jews of Medina and those of Banu Qurayza and Banu Nadir. Mentioned in the previous verses was the descent of divine punishment on the disbelievers of Makkah in the Battle of Badr at the hands of Muslims, as well as their resemblance with disbelievers of past communities. In this verse, mention has been made of the particular group of unjust people who became like serpents in the sleeves of Muslims soon after their migration to Medina. On the one hand, they claimed to be at peace with Muslims while, on the other, they used to conspire with the disbelievers of Mecca against Muslims. These people were Jews by religion, and the way Abu Jahl was the top leader of the disbelievers of Mecca against Islam. Similarly, the top anti-Islam leader of the Jews of Medina was called Ka'b ibn Ashraf. When the Holy Prophet graced the blessed city of Medina after Hira, They saw the rise of Muslim power, were impressed, even somewhat overwrought by it, but the fire of their anti-Muslim feelings kept burning in their hearts all the time. Islamic political wisdom demanded that, as far as possible, the Jews of Medina should be engaged to go along with Muslims under some sort of bilateral treaty, so that they would not come to the assistance of Meccan disbelievers. Because of their awe of Muslims, the Jews too wished to have this very arrangement. Towards Islamic nationality, the first step. After reaching Medina, the Holy Prophet laid the initial foundation of political theory in Islam. The first step he took was to eliminate prejudices of country and tribe from the Muhajirin, emigrants, those who had migrated from Mecca, and Ansar, residents of Medina who helped the Muhajirin. In its place, he established a new nationality in the name of Islam. This turned different tribes from the Muhajirin and Ansar into brothers to each other. Then, it was through him that Allah Ta'ala helped remove mutual differences among the Ansars themselves, which had been continuing for centuries. Thus, not only did the Ansars enter a new era of brotherhood among themselves, they became brothers to the Muhajirin as well. Treaty with Jews, the second step. The background in which the second political step was taken was marked by two adversaries of Muslims. The first were the disbelievers of Mecca whose tortures had compelled them to leave Mecca. The second were the Jews of Medina who had then become the neighbors of Muslims. Out of these two, a treaty was concluded with the Jews and was duly documented in details. The compliance of this treaty was made incumbent on all Jews living in and around Medina as well as on all Muhajirin and Ansar. The full text of this treaty can be seen in Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya ibn Kathir and Surah ibn Hisham and elsewhere. The most significant article of this treaty was that, in the event of a mutual difference, the decision of the Holy Prophet shall be binding for all. There was another article there which stipulated that the Jews of Medina shall not provide any assistance to any enemy against Muslims, either overtly or covertly. But at the time of the Battle of Badr, these people committed a breach of trust and supported the disbelievers of Mecca by supplying weapons and other war materials to them. However, when the outcome of the Battle of Badr appeared in the form of a clear victory for Muslims and a disgraceful defeat for the disbelievers, they felt cowed down once again. They presented themselves before the Holy Prophet and apologized for the mistake they had committed at that time and sought his forgiveness for it on the promise that they would commit no breach of trust in the future. Because Islamic forbearance and generosity was his way, the Holy Prophet accepted to renew the treaty once again. But these people were captives of their peculiar instinctive reflexes. When they heard about the initial defeat and loss of Muslims in the Battle of Uhud, their ambitions went high. Their chief, Ka'b ibn Ashraf, himself traveled to Mecca and exhorted the disbelievers of Mecca to mount another attack on Muslims with fresh and full preparation in which the Jews of Medina will be with them. This was the second breach of trust they committed against Islam. In the present verse, by mentioning this repeated breach of trust, brought into focus is the wickedness of these people. For they were the people who themselves made a treaty with the Holy Prophet, yet they were the ones who, each time, kept breaking their pledge to abide by the treaty. At the end of the verse, it was said, "And they do not fear Allah." This could also mean that, since these ill-fated people are drunk with worldly greed, having no concern for the life to come, therefore, they do not fear the punishment of the hereafter. Then it could also mean that such characterless people who break pledges do meet their evil end in this world. Yet these are the kind of people who, because of their negligence and ignorance, do not fear it. Then came the time when the whole world saw that these people tasted the punishment for the evil role they played. Like Abu Jahl, the chief of the disbelievers, Ka'b ibn Ashraf, the chief of the Jews, was killed, and the rest of the Jews of Medina were expelled from the city.
So if you, O Muhammad, gain dominance over them in war, disperse by means of them those behind them, that perhaps they will be reminded.
In the fourth verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 57, Allah Ta'ala has given a standing instruction to his Rasul about such evil breakers of solemn pledges in the following words: So if you find them in war, make them an example, deterrent, for those behind them, so that they take a lesson. Here, the word tafkafanahem means to get the upper hand against them, and the word sharada is a derivation from the infinitive noun tashrid, which essentially means to drive out or scatter away. So, the verse means, if you overpower such people in a war, give them a drastic punishment, which becomes an instant lesson for others, so that those who are busy bashing Islam behind the cover of such people serving as their aged provocateurs should understand clearly that there remains no alternative for them but to run for their lives. The drive of the instruction is that these people should be punished in a manner which makes an impression on the disbelievers of Makkah and other hostile tribes and sucks away any courage they may have to come back and confront Muslims in the future. By saying, so that they take a lesson at the end of the verse, a hint has been given towards the universal mercy of the Lord of all the worlds. This treatment makes it clear that the real purpose of this exemplary punishment was not to take revenge or release personal anger. In fact, this was being awarded in their own interest and expedient gain, whereby they may, perhaps, review conditions before them, regain some of their sanity, feel ashamed of what they did, and go on to correct themselves.
If you have reason to fear from a people betrayal, throw their treaty back to them, putting you on equal terms. Indeed, Allah does not like traitors.
The option to cancel a peace treaty. In the 5th verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 58, the Holy Prophet has been told about an important article which forms part of the law of war and peace. Here, after placing due stress on the importance of complying with the terms of a treaty, an alternative has also been laid out to cover a situation in which there may arise a danger of breach of trust from the other party to the treaty any time during its legal tenure. Given this situation, it remains no more necessary that Muslims should continue to abide by their allegiance to the treaty. But also not permissible for Muslims is the taking of any initiative, preemptive action of any kind, against the other party before the treaty has been clearly terminated. In fact, the correct approach is to pick up a peaceful and convenient occasion and let them know that their ill intentions or treaty contraventions are no secrets to them, or their dealings appear to be dubious, for which reason Muslims shall not consider themselves bound by the treaty. Consequently, they too are free to take any action they wish to take. The words of the verse are, "And if you apprehend a breach from a people, then throw the treaty towards them, being right forward." Surely, Allah does not like those who breach trust. The sense of the verse is that taking any military initiative against a people with whom a peace treaty has been signed is included under breach of trust, and Allah Ta'ala does not like those who are guilty of khiyana, that is, those who commit breach of trust, even if this khiyana were to cause loss to hostile disbelievers, something also impermissible. However, should there be the danger of a breach of trust from the other party, it is possible to go ahead and openly proclaim before them that Muslims shall not remain bound by the treaty in future. But this proclamation has to be in a manner which makes Muslims and the other party likewise on the same footing. It means that nothing should be done to create a situation in which preparations are made to confront the other party in advance of this proclamation and warning, while they are caught unawares and remain unable to make counter-preparations for their defense. In short, the message given is, make whatever preparations have to be made, but do it only after the proclamation and warning. This, then, is the justice of Islam, that the rights of its enemies who commit breach of trust are also guarded, and that restrictions are placed on Muslims, not on their adversaries, that they should not make any aggressive preparations against them before having declared that they have nothing to do with the treaty anymore. Mashari and others, fulfillment of trust obligations, a significant episode. Based on a narration of Salim ibn Amir, it has been reported by Abu Dawud, Tirmidhi, Al-Nasai, and Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may Allah have mercy on him, that Sayyidina Muawiyah, may Allah be pleased with him, had a no-war pact with a group of people for a specified period of time. It occurred to Sayyidina Muawiyah, may Allah be pleased with him, that he should move his army and equipment close to those people so that his forces could pounce on the enemy immediately on the expiry of the period of their peace pact. But exactly at the time when the army of Sayyidina Muawiyah, may Allah be pleased with him, was getting ready to march ahead in the desired direction, it was noticed that an aged person riding on a horse was shouting a slogan very loudly. He was saying, "Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allah is great, Allah is great, we should fulfill the pledge, we should not contravene it." He was saying that with the famous cry of Allahu Akbar, which increased the religious gravity of the matter. The Holy Prophet has said, when a ceasefire agreement or a peace pact with a people comes into effect, it is necessary that no nut be opened or tied against their provisions. Sayyidina Muawiyah, may Allah be pleased with him, was informed about it. When he saw the herald of the saying, he recognized him. He was Sayyidina Amr ibn Anbasa, may Allah be pleased with him, as Sahabi. Sayyidina Muawiyah, may Allah be pleased with him, lost no time and ordered his army to march back so that he does not become one of those who had committed a breach of trust by initiating war action while being within the time frame of a no-war pact. Ibn Kathir.
And let not those who disbelieve think they will escape. Indeed, they will not cause failure to Allah.
Commentary. Mentioned in the first of the 4 verses cited above are disbelievers who had not participated in the Battle of Badr. Therefore, they survived, where there were those of them who deserted the battlefield after showing up as participants, and were thus able to save their lives. It is about these people that it was said in this verse that these people should not think that they have made their escape good, because the Battle of Badr was divine punishment for disbelievers, and escaping from its grip was not possible for anyone. Therefore it was said, surely they will not frustrate the divine will. It means that these people cannot outsmart the will and power of Allah by their cleverness. If He decides to seize them, they would be unable to move even one step. Maybe they are seized right here in this mortal world, otherwise their detention in the hereafter is all too obvious. This verse has given a clear indication that a sinner who finds himself delivered from some hardship or pain, yet he fails to repent and make amends, rather stands adamant and obstinate over his sin, then one should never take this to be a sign of success and everlasting deliverance. In fact, such a person is in the grip of Allah Ta'ala all the time, and this respite given to him is actually adding on to his punishment and distress, though he may not realize it as such.
And prepare against them whatever you are able of power and of steeds of war, by which you may terrify the enemy of Allah, and your enemy, and others besides them, whom you know not, but whom Allah knows. And whatever you spend in the cause of Allah will be fully repaid to you, and you will not be wronged.
Production and supply of military hardware for jihad is a religious obligation. Given in the 2nd verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 60, there are injunctions relating to preparations for the defense of Islam against disbelievers. It was said, and make ready against them whatever you can. Here, by placing the restriction of whatever you can, with the need to produce and supply war materials, the hint given is that it is not necessary for your success that you go about acquiring the same quantity and quality of military equipment as is available to your adversary. Instead of that, it is quite sufficient that you put together whatever supplies you can possibly acquire. If so, the help and support of Allah Ta'ala shall be with you. After that, some details about the direction of these preparations were stated tersely. It was said, min quwwa of power, it means collect and keep ready the power to fight. Included here is everything in the form of military equipment, weapons, means of transportation, and other relevant support, and also learning to stay physically fit and training in fighting skills and strategy. The Quran, however, does not mention the weapons commonly used during those days at this place. Instead, by using the general word quwwa or power, it has pointed out in the direction that this power could be different in terms of every age, country, or area. The weapons of those days were arrows, swords, and spears. Then came the age of guns and cannons, and now is the time of bombs and rockets, and whatnot. The word quwwa or power used here covers everything. Therefore, Muslims of today should acquire nuclear capability as far as they can in tanks and fighter planes and submarines, because all these are included within the sense of this very quwwa or power. It should also be borne in mind that should we need to learn any art or science to achieve this end, and if such effort be made with the intention that it will be employed to defend Islam and Muslims, and to meet any aggressive challenges from the disbelievers, then that too will fall under the procedure of jihad, and will carry reward. After having mentioned the word quwwa, power, in a general sense, also mentioned there was a particular form of power in clear terms by saying, and of the trained horses. The word ribat is used in its sense as a verbal noun as well as in the sense of marbut. Taken in the first sense, it would mean to tie horses, and in the second, tied horses. The outcome of both is the same, that is, to breed, break, and train horses and hold them tied in readiness with the intention of using them in jihad, or to assemble together a collection of such trained horses. Out of the supplies needed in a war, horses were mentioned particularly for the reason that those were times when the most effective mode of winning a war against countries and peoples of that period was no other but horses. Even today, there are inaccessible areas which cannot be overtaken without horses. Therefore, the Holy Prophet said, Allah Ta'ala has placed barakah on the forehead of horses. There are other sound ahadith in which the Holy Prophet has declared the efforts to procure and assemble war materials, and the learning of the ability to use them efficiently to be a great act of ibadah deserving supreme rewards from Allah. Similarly, equally great returns have been promised for making and shooting arrows. And since the real purpose of jihad is to protect and defend Islam and Muslims, and defense is conceived in every period of time, and by every set of people remains different, therefore, the Holy Prophet said, carry out jihad against the mushrikin with your belongings, and your own selves, and your eloquence of speech or writing, Hadith reported by Abu Dawud and An-Nasai and Ad-Darimi from Sayyidina Anas, may Allah be pleased with him. This hadith tells us that the way jihad, defensive or initiated, is waged with weapons. It is also carried out at times with the power of speech, and the jihad carried out with the power of pen or writing is governed by the same injunction which governs speech. When Islam and Quran are defended through the medium of speech or writing against attacks from the forces of disbelief and atheism, or from agents of disinformation, distortion and interpolation, that too is included in jihad as based on this clear and definitive textual authority of the Quran Nas, after having given the command to make war materials ready for use. Also described there was the wisdom of assembling these materials together in its real purpose in the following words, whereby you frighten the enemy of Allah and your own enemy. Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 60. It means that the real purpose of acquiring and storing military hardware, whether for initiated action or defense, is not to indulge in an exercise of killing and being killed. The purpose, in fact, is to bring down the force of kufr and shirk and fill the hearts of their protagonists with awe so that they stay suppressed. On occasions, that can be done by the power of the spoken or the written word only. Then, there are other occasions when fighting and killing become necessary. So defense is obligatory fard, as dictated by the prevailing condition. Then it was said that Muslims do know some of those people who are to be impressed with preparations and readiness for combat, and these are people engaged in an ongoing confrontation with Muslims, that is, the disbelievers of Makkah and the Jews of Medina. Then there were other peoples too, those whom the Muslims did not know yet. The reference here is to the disbelievers and polytheists of the whole world who had not come up against Muslims, yet in future they too were to clash against them. This verse of the Holy Quran has told Muslims clearly that, in case they do make full preparations to fight against their present adversary, it will not only cow them down, but will also cast its shadows over disbelievers living in distant lands, as it did happen in the case of Cyrus and Caesar and others of those days. They all were deterred and suppressed during the age of the rightly guided Khilafah of Islam. It goes without saying that the process of putting war materials together and fighting a war has to be backed financially, and when it comes to actual production or procurement of military support, that too can be made available through investment of money. Therefore, at the end of the verse, the great merit and reward of spending wealth in the way of Allah has been described by saying that the return for whatever you spend in the way of Allah shall be given to you in full. There are times when this return is received in the form of war spoils right here in this mortal world as well. Otherwise, the return to be received in the hereafter stands already determined and is obvious, that is more praiseworthy.
And if they incline to peace, then incline to it also and rely upon Allah. Indeed, it is He who is the hearing, the knowing.
The third verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 61, takes up injunctions of peace and aspects related to it. It was said, and if they tilt towards peace, you tilt towards it. The word sound with fatha on sin or sil with kasra on sin are both used in the sense of peace. The meaning of the verse, as fairly evident from the translation, is that should the disbelievers incline towards peace on some occasion, you too should incline towards it. At this point, it should be borne in mind that the imperative form has been used here to carry the sense of choice. Thus, the intended sense is that at a time when disbelievers are inclined towards peace, the Holy Prophet also has the choice of making peace, if he feels peace is in the best interest of Muslims. And the restriction of, if they tilt, tells us that peace can be made only when the desire to have peace comes from the disbelievers, because, should Muslims themselves start proposing peace without their desire to have it, then this would be taken as a sign of their weakness. However, should there arise a situation in which Muslims are totally encircled and find no way out except a peace for security deal, then initiating a peace proposal is also permissible as ruled by Muslim jurists, and is proved through hints given in the directives of the Holy Quran and Sunnah. Nusus, and since the proposal of peace initiated by the enemy does have the probability that they might use it as a strategy of deceit, make them negligent, and then make a surprise attack. Therefore, at the end of the verse, the instruction given to the Holy Prophet was, and place your trust in Allah. Surely He is the all-hearing, all-knowing. It means that Allah Ta'ala hears what they say and also knows the intentions and designs concealed in their hearts. He is sufficient to help you, therefore, do not base your decisions to do things on such probabilities which cannot be proved. The safest policy was to entrust all such apprehensions and scruples with Allah.
But if they intend to deceive you, then sufficient for you is Allah. It is He who supported you with His help and with the believers.
After that, in the 4th verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 62, the same subject has been taken up with added clarity, where it was said, "And if they intend to deceive you, then Allah is all sufficient for you. He is the one who supported you with His help and with the believers." It means that should this very probability turn out to be the reality on the ground that their intention is bad and they stop at nothing short of a deceptive strike against you, even then, you do not have to bother about it because Allah is sufficient as your supporter. This has been true earlier too. Things have worked for the Holy Prophet with nothing but the help and support of Allah Ta'ala. He was always there behind him, a fact which is the very basis of his victory and success. Then, it was for everyone to witness that he made a group of Muslims rise around him who became his helping hands in the mission. All these arrangements were the outward causes of the phenomena. The thing to believe is that the real and absolute Master who fused together all causes of victory and success in a visible form shall never leave him alone to be deceived by the enemy even today. It was under this divine promise when, after the revelation of this verse, it never happened throughout the entire span of his life that any deceit or ambush from his enemies brought any harm to him. Therefore, the scholars of Tafsir have said that this promise for the Holy Prophet very much like the promise made in, "And Allah shall keep you protected from the people," Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 67, when, after the revelation of this verse, the Holy Prophet had asked his noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him who guarded him against any such dangers, that they should now feel relieved and forget about their security concerns regarding his person. This tells us that this promise was special to the Holy Prophet. There in Al-Quran, as for others, they should do things in terms of formal arrangements after assessing prevailing conditions.
And brought together their hearts. If you had spent all that is in the earth, you could not have brought their hearts together. But Allah brought them together. Indeed, He is exalted in might and wise.
Commentary. The first of the 4 verses from Surah Al-Anfal cited above describes the cause of Muslim victory and the method through which it was achieved. In the verse appearing previous to it, the address was to the Holy Prophet, where he was told that it was but Allah who had helped him in His own special way, and through the community of Muslims with him. This verse is telling us that help from the community of Muslims can only be made available when this community is mutually in agreement with each other and united as one. Thus, the power and weight it carries emerges to the measure of cohesion and unity it has. If relationship based on mutual unity is strong, the whole community is strong, and if this mesh of relationships is loose, the whole community turns incoherent and weak. In this verse, Allah Ta'ala has mentioned His particular blessing which was bestowed on common Muslims for their help and support to the Holy Prophet, whereby their hearts were filled with perfect unity and love. Though before the migration of the Holy Prophet to Medina, deadly wars had been fought between 2 of their tribes, Aus and Khazraj. As for mutual disputes, they were a regular feature of their lives. But it was the barakah of the Holy Prophet that Allah Ta'ala made sworn enemies loving brothers to each other. So, the real cause of the establishment and survival of the new Islamic state at Medina, and that of its dominance over enemies, was nothing but the help and support given by Allah Ta'ala, and the apparent cause was the mutual love and unity among Muslims. Along with it, also made clear in this verse, is the fact that uniting the hearts of different people and infusing them with love and concern for each other is something beyond human control. This can be done only by Him who has created all. If someone were to spend the entire wealth of the world to make this happen by creating love in the hearts of people who hate each other, even then, this feat shall remain beyond his reach and control. Real and lasting unity among Muslims depends on obedience to Allah Ta'ala. This also tells us that uniting the hearts of people and making them mutually filled with love for each other is a blessing from Allah, and it is also obvious that this blessing cannot be hoped for in the presence of disobedience to Allah Ta'ala. In fact, for any hope to have His blessing, obedience to Him and the seeking of His pleasure are binding conditions. No sensible person from any religion or community would differ about unity among individual and social groups as being commendable and beneficial. Therefore, everyone who is concerned about reforming people puts stress on uniting them together. But the world at large, as we have found it and fashioned it, is unaware of the reality of things, that full and lasting unity cannot be forged and received on an assembly line through pragmatic designs. This can be achieved only through obedience to Allah Ta'ala and the seeking of His pleasure. The Holy Qur'an has pointed out to this reality in several verses. For instance, at one such place, it was said, "Hold the cord of Allah firmly, all of you, and do not be divided." Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 103. Given here is the method of avoiding differences and dissensions. The method is that everyone should firmly hold on to the cord of Allah, the Quran, or the Sharia of Islam, and, as a result, everyone shall stand united together all by themselves, and all mutual differences would evaporate from the scene. As for the normal difference of opinion, that is something else. If it remains within its limits, it never becomes the cause of dissensions and disputes. Dispute and disorder erupt only when the limits of Sharia are crossed. In our day, everyone loves to harp on unity. But the meaning of unity everyone is fond of taking as if people agree to what I say, everyone will stand united. And others too, who are equally concerned about unity, would very much like them to agree to what they say, and thus claim that this is the only way for all to be united. Although, when a normal difference of opinion is inevitable, even necessary, among reasonable and honest people, then it is evident that should everyone make his or her agreement with the other person depend on the eventuality that the other person agrees to what he or she says, then mutual unity cannot materialize until the day of doom. Instead of all that, there is just no sound and natural format of unity other than that which has been given by the Holy Quran, that both parties sit together and agree to what a third party has to say, and this third party has to be the one about whom it is certain that the decision of this party will be free of error. It goes without saying that Allah alone can be such a decision-maker. It is for this reason that in the present verse it has been advised that everyone should hold on to the cord of Allah firmly and jointly, whereby mutual disputes will evaporate in thin air and perfect unity shall prevail. In Surah Maryam it was said, "Surely, among those who believe and do good deeds, the all-merciful Allah generates love." Surah Maryam, Ayah 96. This verse makes it clear that the real method through which hearts shall be filled with genuine love and intense fellow-feeling is adherence to the dictates of faith and insistence on doing what is good and right. Without it, even if some kind of unity could be artificially arrived at, that unity will be simply baseless and weak, making it disintegrate at the slightest provocation or pressure, something commonly noticed in the experiences of peoples around the whole world. In short, for our instant purpose, this verse explains how the blessing which was bestowed by Allah Ta'ala on the Holy Prophet, a blessing which was to generate mutual love into the hearts of all tribes of men and making them all set to help and support the Holy Prophet, went on to turn his supporters into an iron wall for him.
O Prophet, sufficient for you is Allah, and for whoever follows you of the believers.
In the second verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayat 64 as well, by stating the same subject briefly, the Holy Prophet has been comforted by telling him that sufficient for him is Allah Ta'ala in the real sense, and the group of believers in the physical sense. So he should have no fear of an enemy, no matter how big, strong, numerous, or well-equipped. Commentators have said that this verse was revealed before actual fighting started in the Battle of Badr, so that Muslims, small in numbers and virtually unequipped, would not be overawed by the heavy numerical and technical superiority of their adversary.
O Prophet, urge the believers to battle. If there are among you 20 who are steadfast, they will overcome 200. And if there are among you 100 who are steadfast, they will overcome 1,000 of those who have disbelieved, because they are a people who do not understand.
Mentioned for Muslims in the fourth and fifth verse, there is a law of war which stipulates the limit to which it was obligatory, fard, for them to stand resolutely against their adversary, and any retreat from which was a sin. In previous verses and events, it has been mentioned in detail that the unseen help of Allah Ta'ala is with Muslims, for their matter is different, not like that of the peoples of the world at large. They, even if small in numbers, can overcome a lot more of their challengers, as stated in the Holy Quran. There are many smaller groups which overcome larger groups with the will of Allah. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 249. Therefore, 10 Muslims were declared to be equal to 100 men in the first jihad of Islam at the famous Battle of Badr, where the command given was, "If there are 20 among you who are patient, they will overcome 200. And if there are 100 among you, they will overcome 1,000 of those who disbelieve." Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 65. The style of expression used here is that of a welcome news flash, that 100 Muslims shall overcome 1,000 disbelievers. But the purpose is to order that it is not permissible for 100 Muslims to run against 1,000 disbelievers. The wisdom behind using this style of news is to make the hearts of Muslims become strong with this glad tidings, telling them that Allah is promising their safety and victory. Had this order been announced in the imperative mood as a law, it would have naturally weighed heavy on temperaments. The encounter at Badr was the very first battle Muslims had ever fought. At that time they were in a terrible condition. The total number of Muslims itself was insignificant. Then, all of them had not gone to the war front. The hard fact was that only those who could get ready on the spot were the ones who became the army of this war. Therefore, in this jihad, 100 Muslims were commanded to confront 1,000 disbelievers in a style which carried the promise of divine help and support.
Now, Allah has lightened the hardship for you, and He knows that among you is weakness. So if there are from you 100 who are steadfast, they will overcome 200. And if there are among you 1,000, they will overcome 2,000 by permission of Allah, and Allah is with the steadfast.
In the 4th verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayat 66, by abrogating this injunction for future, the second injunction given was, "Now Allah has made it easy on you, and He knew that there is weakness in you. So if there are 100 among you who are patient, they will overcome 200." Surah Al-Anfal, Ayat 66. Here too, the purpose is to order that it is not permissible for 100 Muslims to avoid fighting against 200 disbelievers. It will be recalled that, in the 1st verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 65, the avoidance of one Muslim to fight against 10 was declared to be forbidden. Here, in this verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 66, the avoidance of 1 against 2 was all that remained forbidden. And this is the last and final injunction which is operative forever and shall continue as such. Here too, the command does not appear in the usual style of a command. Instead, the manner used is that of glad tidings, which indicates that asking one Muslim to go out and stand firm against 2 disbelievers was, God forbid, no injustice or coercion. To be honest, Allah Ta'ala has Himself placed in a Muslim person, because of his iman or faith, a special power that one of them turns out to be equal to 2. But at both places, the glad tidings about this support and victory has been made subject to the condition that these Muslims should be observers of patience and fortitude. It is obvious that standing steadfast while endangering one's dear life in fighting and killing on a battlefield is a feat which can be performed only by a person whose iman is perfect, because perfect iman generates enthusiasm for surrendering one's life in the way of Allah, and this enthusiasm multiplies his combat strength a lot more. Towards the end of the verse, it was in the manner of a general principle that it was stated, and Allah is with the patient. Included here, there are those who remain steadfast in the battlefield, as well as those who keep following the usual injunctions of the Sharia strictly. The promise of divine company stands good for all of them, and in this state of His being with one and all of them lies the real secret of their victory, because whoever has the good fortune of having the company of the Absolute Master simply cannot be moved away from the station of duty by anyone, not even by the whole world in unison.
It is not for a prophet to have captives of war until he inflicts a massacre upon Allah's enemies in the land. Some Muslims desire the commodities of this world, but Allah desires for you the hereafter, and Allah is exalted in might and wise.
Commentary. The verses cited above relate to a particular event of the Battle of Badr. Therefore, prior to an explanation, it is necessary to describe this event on the authority of sound and authentic narrations appearing in Hadith. The scenario of the event is the Battle of Badr. It was the first jihad in Islam, and it had come up all of a sudden. Until then, the detail of injunctions pertaining to jihad was not revealed. There were questions. If spoils come on hand during jihad, what should be done with it? If enemy soldiers fall under your control, whether or not it is permissible to arrest them? And if they are arrested, what should be done with them? The law of spoils operative in the religious codes of past prophets was that it was not lawful for Muslims to use them for their benefit. Instead, the injunction was that the entire spoils be collected and placed in some open field. According to a divine practice, a fire would come from the skies and burn the whole thing. This was taken to be a sign that the particular jihad was approved of. If the fire from the skies did not come to burn the spoils, it was taken to be a sign that there was some shortcoming in the jihad effort because of which it was considered unacceptable with Allah. According to narrations in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari and Muslim, the Holy Prophet said, "I have been blessed with 5 things which were not bestowed on any prophet before me. One of these was that spoils acquired from disbelievers were not lawful for anyone, but it was made lawful for the Muslim Ummah, the traditional recipient of mercy from Allah. That the property of spoils was particularly lawful for this Ummah already existed in the infinite knowledge of Allah Ta'ala, but no revelation attesting to its being lawful had been sent to the Holy Prophet until the event of the Battle of Badr referred to above. And what happened in the Battle of Badr was that Allah Ta'ala blessed Muslims with an extraordinary victory, which was totally beyond their imagination. The enemy also left behind its belongings, which fell into the hands of Muslims as spoils. Then they took 70 of their big chiefs as prisoners. But the necessary clarification of whether or not the later two actions were permissible was yet to come through a divine revelation. Therefore, this hasty action taken by the noble companions was censured. This censure and displeasure was demonstrated through a revelation in which Muslims were given a choice between two courses of action in the case of the prisoners of war. But when giving this choice, it was also pointed out to them that, out of the two aspects of the case, one was desirable while the other was undesirable. Based on a narration from Sayyidina Ali al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him, it has been reported in Jami Tirmidhi, Sunan al-Nasai and Sahih ibn Hibban, that on this occasion Sayyidina Jibril al-Anan came to the Holy Prophet and communicated to him the command that he should give his companions, may Allah be pleased with him, a choice between two courses of action, that they either kill these prisoners and destroy the image of enemy power forever, or that they are released against some payment of fidya, ransom. However, should this second option be taken, it has to be borne in mind that it stands divinely ordained that, in return for this next year, the number of Muslims who will fall as martyrs will match the number of prisoners who will be released today on payment of ransom. Though the two courses of action did have the element of choice, and the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, did have the option of going by any one of the two, but in the second option, where mention was made of the eventuality of the martyrdom of 70 Muslims, there did exist a delicate indication towards the undesirability of the second option in the sight of Allah Ta'ala, because, had it been desirable, the killing of 70 Muslims would have not been binding as a result. When these two alternatives were presented before the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, as a matter of choice for them, some of them thought if these people were released against payment of ransom, it was quite possible that they all, or some of them, may become Muslims at some later stage, which would then be the real gain and the very objective of jihad itself. They also thought that Muslims were poor at that time, and should they make some financial gain through ransom for 70 men, that would not only help remove their hardship, but also contribute towards their preparations for jihad in future. As for the martyrdom of 70 Muslims, it was a standing blessing and good fortune for Muslims themselves. Why should they worry about something so welcome, they thought. It was in view of these thoughts that Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, and most of the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, tilted towards the option of releasing the prisoners against ransom. Only Sayyidina Umar, Sayyidina Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, and some other companions, may Allah be pleased with him, differed with this opinion, and recommended the option of killing them all on the ground that it was a good chance, as all Quraysh chiefs, who sponsor and supply the entire striking force arrayed against Muslims, had fallen into their hands at one given time. That they would embrace Islam in the near future was a figment of their imagination. However, what was more likely to happen was that these people, once they return, will become the cause of enhanced hostility against Muslims, much too pronounced than ever before. As for the Holy Prophet, he had come to grace this mortal world as the universal messenger of mercy, and was himself mercy personified. He looked at the two opinions from the Sahaba, and accepted the one which provided mercy and ease for prisoners, that they be released against ransom. Addressing Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, and Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, he said, had you two agreed upon any one opinion, I would have not acted against the opinion given by you two. Majari, faced with a difference of opinion at that time, it was but the dictate of his inherent mercy and affection he had for the creation of Allah that the course of ease and convenience was taken to in their case. So, that was what was done. And the outcome was that next year, at the time of the Battle of Ubud, the event of the martyrdom of 70 Muslims came to pass, as divinely indicated. In the words, "You want things of this world," the address is to the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who had suggested release for ransom. This verse tells them that they had given improper advice to the Rasul of Allah, because it did not match with the august station of any prophet, that he would not, once he overpowers the enemies, go on to demolish their power and its image. Instead, would opt for granting relief to a wicked and conspiratorial enemy, only to commit Muslims to everlasting trouble. The words used in this verse are, until he has had a thorough bloodshed in the land. Lexically, the word ithkin means to demolish someone's might and power exhaustively and conclusively. The words fil ard, in the land, have been made to follow in order to intensify this very sense of total termination. As for the Sahaba, who had recommended release against ransom, part of their view was, no doubt, purely religious. They hoped that, once free, these people may embrace Islam. But along with it, part of it was motivated by personal interest as well, that they will have spoils to bring back, although, until that time, there was no decisive textual authority which proved spoils as permissible property for Muslims. Therefore, in view of the high standards being set for the society of men and women under the education, training and guidance of the Holy Prophet standards which aim to take them to ranks even higher than angels, the slightest turn of thought towards material acquisitions was considered a kind of disobedience. Thus, it goes without saying that the sum total of what is a potpourri of deeds which are both permissible and impermissible will, after all, be called impermissible. Therefore, such conduct from the Sahaba met with displeasure, and it was said, "You want things of this world, while Allah wants the hereafter for you, that is, Allah wants you to seek the hereafter." Mentioned here as reprimand was a particular act of theirs which was the cause of displeasure. The other cause, that of the hope of released prisoners becoming Muslims, was not mentioned here. This indicates that a special group like the group of righteous, sincere and noble Sahaba would accommodate such mixed-up intention, as would combine some faith and some personal interest with something not acceptable even in that degree. Worth noticing here is the fact that the admonition and warning in this verse are being addressed to the noble Sahaba, though the Holy Prophet, by accepting their opinion, had gone along with them in a certain way. But this act of the Holy Prophet was purely a demonstration of his being universally merciful when he, subsequent to a difference of opinion among the Sahaba, had gone by a course of action which promised grace and convenience for the prisoners. At the end of the verse, by saying, "And Allah is mighty, wise," it was pointed out that Allah Ta'ala, being the source of all might and wisdom, would have only if they had not acted in a hurry provided for them wealth and properties as well in their future victories through his infinite grace.
If not for a decree from Allah that preceded, you would have been touched for what you took by a great punishment.
The second verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 68, is also a supplement to this admonition, where it has been said that had it not been for a divine writ already established, the course of action which you opted for, that of releasing the prisoners against ransom, would have brought upon you some grave punishment. What is this writ, and what does it mean? According to a narration from Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, reported in Tirmidhi, the Holy Prophet said, "Spoils were not lawful for any community before you. When on the occasion of Badr, Muslims went after collecting spoils, though spoils were not made lawful for them until that time this verse was revealed." It emphasized that this initiative taken by Muslims, before the injunction making spoils lawful for them was revealed, was a sin which deserved instant punishment. But since the writ of Allah that spoils shall be made lawful for this community was already there in the preserved tablet, therefore punishment was not sent over Muslims for this misconduct. Majari, it appears in hadith narrations that, subsequent to the revelation of this verse, the Holy Prophet said, the divine punishment was almost about to descend, when Allah, in His grace, held it back, and had this punishment come, no one except Umar ibn al-Khattab and Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, may Allah be pleased with him, would have remained safe from it. This tells us that the cause of divine admonition was the act of releasing prisoners against ransom, and, in the light of the narration from Tirmidhi, he mentioned earlier, the reason seems to be the act of collecting spoils. But there appears to be no contradiction between the two. Taking ransom from prisoners is also nothing but a part of spoils.
So consume what you have taken of war booty as being lawful and good, and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Ruling. In the verse under discussion, admonition came upon releasing prisoners against ransom or collecting spoils. Warning of divine punishment was given, then came forgiveness. But what remained still not clear was the future course Muslims would be required to take in such matters. Therefore, in the next verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 69, the matter relating to spoils was made all too clear by saying, "So eat of the spoils you have got, that is, it has been made lawful for you in the future." But even now, there remains a doubt to the effect that the injunction making spoils lawful had come at the present stage. However, spoils which had been collected in error before the coming of this injunction may contain some element of undesirability in it. Therefore, by saying lawful and pure soon after it, even this doubt was removed. It means, though taking the initiative in collecting spoils before the revelation of divine guideline was not correct, but now that the injunction making spoils lawful has been revealed, all that has been collected earlier is also lawful without any shade of repugnance or reprehensibility, karaha, in it. Ruling. At this point, worth notice and retention is a principle of Islamic jurisprudence. When some impermissible initiative is regularized through a standing verse, no effect of the previous initiative remains operative therein. the property becomes lawful and pure as it happened here. But there's a corresponding instance relevant to what has been stated above. Take a case in which there was an injunction already revealed, but its revelation did not seem to affect the initiators of an action, based on which they went on to contravene it. It was later on that they found out that the particular deed of theirs was contrary to such and such injunction of the Qur'an and Sunnah. Then in such a situation, after the coming of the injunction, that property does not remain lawful even though the previous error is forgiven. Multilingual, however, in the present verse, spoils have, no doubt, been declared to be lawful and pure, but the restriction imposed at the end of the verse was in fear Allah. Surely Allah is most forgiving, very merciful. The hint given here is that, though spoils have been made lawful, but that too has been made lawful under a particular law. Taking against that law, or taking more than due, shall not still be permissible. There were two matters in question here: spoils, release of prisoners against ransom. The first problem was resolved clearly by the present verse, but the other matter was yet to be cleared. Regarding this, the following verse of Surah Muhammad was revealed: so when you confront those who disbelieve at war, then keep beheading them until, when you have had a thorough blood shed to break their power, then shackle them tight. After that, either free them as favor without any return or release them against ransom until the war lays down its arms. Surah Muhammad, Ayah 4. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, says, divine admonition came upon releasing prisoners against ransom in the Battle of Badr. This was the first jihad of Islam. That was a time when the might and power of disbelievers was yet to break apart. It was by chance that they had run into trouble. Finally, when Islam and Muslims went on to achieve total ascendancy, Allah Ta'ala abrogated the earlier injunction and revealed the verse of the Surah of Muhammad quoted above, in which the Holy Prophet and Muslims have been given 4 options about prisoners. These are: if they wish, they can kill them all, or if they wish, they can put them in bondage, or if they wish, they can release them against ransom, or if they wish, they can just free them without taking any ransom. Majari. There's a consensus of the entire Muslim Ummah on the first 2 of the 4 options mentioned above, that the Amir of Muslims has the dual right of killing the prisoners and holding them in bondage. But there is a difference of opinion among Muslim jurists about setting them free without compensation or releasing them against it. The position taken by Imam Malik, Shafi'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Thori, Ishaq, and Hassan al-Basri and Atta from among the Tabi'in is that both these forms are permissible for the Amir of Muslims, that he may release the prisoners against compensation, or set them free without compensation, or exchange them for Muslim prisoners. But Imam Abu Hanifa, Abu Yusuf, Muhammad, Aza'ad, and Qatada, Dahak, Sadi, and Ibn Jurayj say that setting them free is just not permissible without compensation. Even releasing them against ransom is not permissible in the well-known creed of Imam Abu Hanifa. However, it appears in a report of Al-Siyar al-Kabir that, should Muslims be in need of financial support, they can release prisoners against ransom. However, releasing them in exchange for Muslim prisoners is permissible with Imam Abu Hanifa and the 2 jurists, Imams Abu Yusuf and Muhammad. As evident from the 2 reports from the Majari, those who have permitted release against ransom or without ransom, they are said by Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, regard the verse of Surah Muhammad to be the abrogator, Nasik, of the verse of Surah Al-Anfal, and take the later as abrogated, Mansak. According to Hanafi jurists, what stands abrogated, Mansak, is the verse of Surah Muhammad, while the verses of Surah Al-Anfal make them an example for those behind them in Surah Al-Tawbah. Kill the mushriks wherever you find them. Surah Tawbah, Ayah 5, are its abrogator, Nasik. Therefore, according to them, it is not permissible to release the prisoners, whether against ransom or without it. Majari. But a careful deliberation into the respective words of the verses of Surah Al-Anfal and Surah Muhammad leaves us with the impression that none of these 2 can be called the abrogator or the abrogated. In fact, they are 2 injunctions for 2 different situations. It can be seen that the pivotal injunction of breaking the power of disbelievers has been taken up in the verse of Surah Al-Anfal. Then, the option of releasing prisoners without compensation or against it, in the form of, has been given in Surah Muhammad too. But the main objective has already been stated in the former, that of Ifkin Failard. Thus it means that once the power facade of the disbelievers has been broken through a thorough blood shed, Muslims have the option of releasing prisoners against ransom or setting them free without any ransom. The report of Al-Siyar al-Kabir from Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, could also be intended to establish that both kinds of injunctions can be given keeping in view the conditions and needs Muslims are faced with. Some more detail about the war prisoners will appear in the commentary of Surah Muhammad inshallah. Editor.
O Prophet, say to whoever is in your hands of the captives, if Allah knows any good in your hearts, He will give you something better than what was taken from you, and He will forgive you, and Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. The prisoners taken in the Battle of Badr were released against ransom. These were sworn enemies of Islam and Muslims who had left nothing undone when it came to harassing, torturing, beating, and killing them, anytime, anywhere. The slightest opportunity on hand would make them inflict their savagery on them. Now that they were prisoners in the hands of Muslims, granting them a lease of life was no mean feat. In fact, it was much more than adequate for them, virtually touching the outside limits of kindness under given circumstances. Then, the amount of ransom taken from them was far too ordinary. Certainly great is the kindness of Allah Ta'ala. Imagine the consideration shown for the discomfort caused to them in paying that paltry sum for freedom, and see how it is removed. It has been said in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 70, if Allah shall find any good in your hearts, then He shall give you what is better than what has been taken from you, and in addition to that, He shall forgive your past sins. The word kar, good, used here means man, faith, and akias, sincerity. The sense of this statement is that prisoners who once they are free were to take to a man and Islam with sincerity, then they shall be receiving more and better than what they have given in ransom. Thus, made free and independent, the prisoners have been invited to consider their profit and loss as free individuals. In consequence, events prove that those from among them who embraced Islam were so heavily rewarded by Allah Ta'ala right here in this mortal world with wealth and property, which was way higher than what they had paid as ransom, not to mention the forgiveness they were blessed with and the high ranks of paradise they received in the hereafter. Most commentators have said that this verse was revealed about Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, the uncle of the Holy Prophet, because he too was one of the prisoners of Badr, and ransom was taken from him too. His case was special in that he had left Makkah to participate in the Battle of Badr with almost 700 guineas of gold on his person, which was meant to be spent on the army of the disbelievers. However, before this could be spent, he was taken a prisoner with the gold. When came the time to pay ransom, he said to the Holy Prophet that the gold he had with him should be applied to cover the amount of his ransom. The Holy Prophet said, the wealth you brought to support disbelief became war spoils for Muslims. Ransom has to be in addition to that. Along with it, he also said, you should also pay the ransom for your two nephews, Ajil ibn Abi Talib and Nawfal ibn Harith. Thereupon, Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, said, if so much financial burden was placed on me, I shall have to beg before the Quraysh like a pauper. The Holy Prophet said, why? What about the wealth you had entrusted with your wife, Al-Fadl, while leaving Mecca? Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, asked, how did you know this when I had entrusted it with my wife in the darkness of night, personally and in private? There is no third person who knows about it. He said, my Radas told me everything about it. When Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, heard these words, his heart became certain that the Holy Prophet was a true messenger of Allah. In fact, Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, had held the Holy Prophet in esteem even before this happened, but there were some doubts as well which Allah Ta'ala removed at this moment. So, in reality, he had become a Muslim right then. But he had a lot of money he had loaned out to the Quraysh of Makkah. If he were to declare his conversion to Islam immediately at that time, all that money would have gone waste. Therefore, he did not make a public announcement of it, and the Holy Prophet too said nothing about it to anyone. Before the conquest of Makkah, he requested the Holy Prophet for his permission to migrate from Makkah to Medina, but the Holy Prophet advised him not to do that yet. Following this conversation with Sayyidina Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, the Holy Prophet also told him about the promise appearing in the present verse, which says that should he embrace Islam and become a Muslim with unalloyed sincerity of heart, then the money he has spent in ransom shall be returned to him by Allah Ta'ala, making it much more and much better for him. Hence, it was after his adherence to Islam had become public knowledge, he used to say, as for me, I am seeing the manifestation of this promise with my own eyes, because the amount of gold taken from me in ransom at that time was 700 guineas, ukiah. Now, at present, 20 of my slaves are running businesses at several places, and no business venture being run by them is worth any less than 20,000 dirhams each. And on top of all this, I have been blessed with the opportunity to serve Hajjaj, the visiting pilgrims, by providing to them drinking water from the sacred well of Zamzam, a service I considered to be so valuable as would pale out the possession of the entire wealth of the people of Makkah.
But if they intend to betray you, then they have already betrayed Allah before, and He empowered you over them, and Allah is knowing and wise.
About some prisoners of the Battle of Badr who had become Muslims, there remained a doubt that they, once back in Makkah, may turn away from Islam and start hurting them thereafter. In the next verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 71, Allah Ta'ala has removed this apprehension by saying, "And if they intend to commit treachery against you, then they have already committed treachery against Allah, so Allah has given you power over them. And Allah is all-knowing, wise." It means that should these people decide to commit a breach of trust with you, it will not bring any hurt or loss to you. They were the same people who had already committed a breach of trust with Allah. They had admitted of Allah being the Lord of all the worlds at the time of the original covenant, then they became hostile to it. But this breach of trust turned out to be fatal for none but them when, finally, they were disgraced and detained. As for Allah Ta'ala, He is the knower of secrets hidden in hearts, and He is the possessor of great wisdom. If these people start opposing you even now, there is nowhere they can go, certainly not anywhere outside the range of the power and control of Allah Ta'ala. Inevitably, He shall seize them as before. To sum up, it can be said that, in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 70, the dawah of Islam was given to the released prisoners in the mode of persuasion, while in verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 71, it was in the mode of warning that they were told that success in their worldly life and in their life to come depends on Islam and Iman. Up to this point, the text was dealing with injunctions relating to fighting and killing disbelievers, taking them prisoners, setting them free and carrying on peace negotiations with them. In verses which follow right up to the end of the surah itself, a particular related chapter has been taken up along with some details of its injunctions. They are the injunctions of hijrah, emigration, because situations can arise during a confrontation with disbelievers where neither the Muslims have the power to launch an attack against them and kill them off, nor are they willing to go for peace. In such a state of weakness, the only course through which Islam and Muslims can be salvaged is hijrah, emigration, which means that Muslims should leave that city or country and go to stay in some other land where acting freely in accordance with Islamic injunctions is possible.
Indeed, those who have believed and emigrated and fought with their wealth and lives in the cause of Allah, and those who gave shelter and aided, they are allies of one another. But those who believed and did not emigrate, for you there is no guardianship of them until they emigrate. And if they seek help of you for the religion, then you must help, except against a people between yourselves and whom is a treaty. And Allah is seeing of what you do.
Commentary. These are the last 4 verses of Surah Al-Anfal. The real objective therein is to describe the injunctions of hijrah, emigration, which relate to the inheritance of muhajir, emigrant, Muslims. In contrast, also mentioned there is the inheritance of non-muhajir Muslims and non-Muslims. The gist of these injunctions is that people who fall under Islamic legal authority are, in the first instance, of 2 kinds. Muslim kafir, disbeliever. Then, in terms of that period of time, Muslims were of 2 kinds. Muhajir, those who after hijrah becoming obligatory, had left Makkah and had settled in Medina. Non-muhajir, those who had, for a valid reason or for some other reason, stayed behind in Makkah itself. Mutual relationship was a common factor among individuals from all these kinds because, during the early period of Islam, it was quite common that a son would be Muslim while the father would be a kafir, or a father would be Muslim while his son would be a kafir. The same was true about other relationships, such as brothers, nephews, maternal grandfathers, and maternal uncles, etc., and that there were mutual relationships among muhajir and non-muhajir Muslims is fairly obvious. Allah Ta'ala has, in His perfect mercy and profound wisdom, declared that the wealth and property left by the deceased person belongs to his or her own relatives as its deserving recipients, although the initial reality was that whoever received anything during this mortal life was entirely owned and possessed by Allah Ta'ala in the real sense. It was a simple arrangement from Him that everyone was made on His path, a temporary owner of what was given to man to use for a lifetime and derive benefit from it. Therefore, by all canons of logic, reason, and justice, the inheritance of every deceased person should have ricocheted back into his ownership, the practical implementation of which was to have it placed in the public treasury of the Islamic State, which serves the great masses of people created by Allah by fulfilling their multifaceted developmental needs. But in doing so, first of all, everyone would have been naturally hurt to find out that, after death, one's wealth and property will not reach one's own children, nor to parents, nor to wife or husband. Then, its logical consequence was also somewhat equally natural that no one would have cared to work for more and take steps to keep it preserved. In other words, no one would have been burning his feet to work for more than what was needed to collect just about enough to take care of the basic needs of his or her life. And it is obvious that this attitude to life would have meant disaster for all human beings and their cities. Therefore, Allah Jalla Fana made inheritance the right of relatives among human beings, especially relatives for whose benefit one has been working hard and putting financial assets together during the course of one's life. Along with it, while instituting the distribution of inheritance, Islam has also kept in sight the important objective for which human beings were created, that is, the obedience to and worship of Allah Ta'ala, and it was in terms of this objective that the entire human species was declared to be two separate peoples or nations, believers and disbelievers. The verse of the Qur'an, "It is He who created you, then among you there is a disbeliever, and among you there is a believer," Surah At-Taghabun, Ayat 2, means exactly this. This two-nation theory severed relationships based on lineage and kinship, as far as it concerned inheritance, stipulating that neither shall a Muslim receive a share from the inheritance of a related disbeliever, nor shall a kafir have any right in the inheritance of a Muslim relative. This is the subject stated in the first two verses, and the injunction given therein is forever, was never abrogated, and has continued to be Islam's basic principle of inheritance since its very beginning, and shall remain operative right through the day of Qiyamah. Allied with it, there is another injunction which concerns mutual inheritance between muhajir and non-muhajir Muslims, about which it has been stated in the first verse that the relationship of a Muslim until he emigrates from Makkah shall also remain severed with Muslims who have emigrated, as far as inheritance is concerned. In this case, no muhajir Muslim shall inherit his or her non-muhajir relative, nor shall a non-muhajir receive any share from the inheritance of a muhajir Muslim. As obvious, this injunction was valid up till the time Makkah al-Mukarramah was still unconquered. After the conquest of Makkah, the Holy Prophet had himself declared, La harata baydi al-fath. There is no hera after the conquest. It means that after the conquest of Makkah, the obligation of hera does not remain operative anymore. And when the obligation of hera itself ceases to be operative anymore, the question of severance of relationships with those who did not migrate stands automatically terminated. Therefore, most commentators have said that this injunction stands abrogated by virtue of the conquest of Makkah, while, according to investigative scholars of the field, this injunction too is everlasting and unabrogated, but that it has changed under specific conditions. If conditions in which this injunction was sent at the time of the revelation of the Qur'an were to reappear at some period of time or in some country, then the same injunction will come into force once again. To explain it further, it can be said that, before the conquest of Mecca, every Muslim man and woman was obligated to migrate from Mecca as an absolute duty. In obedience to this injunction, most Muslims, with the exception of only a few, had migrated from Mecca to Medina. At that time, not migrating from Mecca had become a sign of not being a Muslim. Therefore, at that time, Islam as professed by a non-muhajir was also taken to be doubtful, and it was for this reason that mutual inheritance between muhajir and non-muhajir was severed. Now, if the same conditions were to re-emerge in some country once again, that it becomes totally impossible to fulfill Islamic obligations while living there, then emigrating from that country will become obligatory once again, so much so that not emigrating under such conditions without a strong excuse becomes a doubtless sign of disbelief. Then the same injunction shall still apply, that is, mutual inheritance between muhajir and non-muhajir shall not remain operative any more. This presentation, it is hoped, makes it clear that the injunction relating to the severance of mutual inheritance between muhajir and non-muhajir is really no separate injunction. In fact, it is the very same first injunction which describes the severance of inheritance between Muslim and non-Muslim. The only difference is that a non-muhajir in such a case was though deprived from the inheritance because of the sign of disbelief, Yet he was not classed as a disbeliever just on the basis of this much sign of disbelief, unless, of course, one was to betray open, clear and decisive proof of one's kufr or disbelief. And perhaps it is in view of this expedient consideration that yet another injunction relating to non-muhajir Muslims has been mentioned at this place. This injunction specifies that, should they ask for help from muhajir Muslims, then it is necessary for muhajir Muslims to help them so that it becomes clear that they have not placed non-muhajir Muslims in the category of outright disbelievers. In fact, retained was their Islamic right that they be helped when in need. And since the background of the revelation of this verse is a particular hijrah that from Makkah to Medina, while non-muhajir Muslims were only those who had stayed back in Makkah threateningly surrounded by the disbelievers of Makkah, it is obvious that the help they sought could only be against the same disbelievers of Makkah. However, when the Holy Quran ordered muhajir Muslims to help them out, then, given a surface view of things, it could be deduced from here that helping them has been made necessary for Muslims against all peoples and under all conditions, even if the people against whom help is sought already have a no-war pact with Muslims, although doing justice and upholding pledges is a serious duty in Islam. Therefore, in this verse, an exempting rule was mentioned according to which, should non-muhajir Muslims seek help from muhajir Muslims against a people with whom Muslims already have a no-war pact, then helping even brother Muslims against treaty covered disbelievers is not permissible. This was the essential meaning of the first two sentences. Now let us look at it in synchronization with the words. It is being said, that is, those who believed and those who emigrated for the sake of Allah, leaving their homeland and relatives behind, and carried out jihad in the way of Allah with their wealth and lives, by buying weapons and other war materials with their wealth, and by staking their lives in the line of duty on the battlefield, which refers to the original emigrants, the first among muhajirs, and those who gave refuge and help, which refers to the Ansar of Medina, the supporting residents of Medina, whereafter it was said about the two parties, those are friends to each other. Then it was said, and those who did believe but did not emigrate, with them you have no friendship at all unless they emigrate. At this place, the Holy Quran has used the words wali and wilaya, which mean friendship and close relations in the real sense. Early tafsir authorities, Sayyid ibn Abbas, Hassan, Qatada, Mujahid and others have said that wilaya at this place means waritha or inheritance, while wali means warith or inheritor. Nevertheless, some others have taken wilaya in the usual lexical sense, that is, friendship, help and support. According to the first tafsir, the verse would mean that Muslim muhajir and ansar shall be inheritors to each other. Their bond of inheritance shall not remain operative either with non-Muslims or with particular Muslims who did not emigrate. The first injunction, that is, severance of inheritance on the basis of difference in religion, was forever and remained as such. But as for the second injunction, the position was that after the conquest of Makkah, one hera was no more needed. The injunction of severance of inheritance between the categories of muhajir and non-muhajir also did not remain operative anymore. From here, some Muslim jurists have deduced that the way difference in religion is a cause of severance of inheritance, similarly, the difference in homelands is also the cause of severance of inheritance. A detailed discussion on this subject appears in books of Islamic fiqh. After that, it was said, and if they seek your help in the matter of faith, then you are bound to help except against a people who have a treaty between you and them. And Allah is watchful over what you do. Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 72. The sense of the statement is that people who have not migrated, relationship with them has though been terminated as far as inheritance is concerned, yet they are Muslims after all. If they seek help from you and your Muslims to safeguard their faith, then to help them is obligatory on them. But when doing so, muhajir Muslims should not surrender their rules of justice and their own fidelity to an existing treaty when a situation comes in which non-emigrating Muslims were to seek the help of muhajir Muslims against a people with whom they already have a no-war pact. If so, even helping these Muslims against the peace pact party is not permissible. A similar incident came to pass at the time of the peace treaty of Hudaybiyah, when the Holy Prophet arrived at a peace arrangement with the disbelievers of Makkah, and included in the terms of peace was the condition that the Holy Prophet would repatriate anyone who went to Medina thereafter. Just at the time the peace treaty was being concluded, somehow there appeared Sayyidina Abu Jandal, may Allah be pleased with him, whom the disbelievers of Makkah had put in detention, where he was being tortured in all sorts of ways. He presented himself in person before the Holy Prophet, told him how oppressed he had been, and sought his help. Imagine this plaint was being made before none but him who had come to this world as the universal mercy. What this plaint from an oppressed Muslim would have done to his blessed heart is something everyone cannot realize easily. But despite this empathy, he excused himself from helping him as bound by the injunction in the said verse, and let him go back. His return in this manner was heart-rending for all Muslims present on the occasion. That the blessed Prophet of Islam, guided by divine words, was as if witnessing the welcome spectacle that the years of oppression were not going to last any longer, and the reward of a few more days of patience was to be added to the destiny of Sayyidina Abu Jandal, may Allah be pleased with him. Then Makkah will soon be conquered. Then all these problems were going to be all over. So at that time, the Holy Prophet acted in accordance with the command of the Qur'an and preferred treaty obligations over the personal misfortune of Sayyidina Abu Jandal, may Allah be pleased with him. This is the distinctive feature of the Sharia of Islam which has made its adherents deserving recipients of victory, honor, and success which awaits them in the hereafter. Otherwise, as observed commonly, world powers play games with treaties and pacts. They use them as weights and levers to make the weak cringe and the strong walk in trap. The game plan always stays in their hands. With the slightest expediency in sight, they would unleash 100 interpretations and kill the treaty and begin looking for scapegoats to put the blame on.
And those who disbelieved are allies of one another. If you do not do so, there will be fitna on earth and great corruption.
Said in the second verse, Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 73, and those who disbelieve are friends to each other. The word wali, used here, as stated earlier, carries a general sense included wherein is inheritance as well as the guardianship and patronage of affairs. Therefore, from this verse, we learn that disbelievers shall be considered inheritors to each other, and the very law of the distribution of inheritance, which is in force in their own religion, shall be implemented as far as matters of their inheritance are concerned. In addition to that, the guardian, wali, responsible for the upbringing of their orphan children and for the marriage of their girls, shall be from among them. In a nutshell, it means that in family matters, the religious law of non-Muslims themselves shall stand duly protected in an Islamic state. At the end of the verse it was said, "And if you will not do so, there shall be disorder on the earth, and a great corruption." This sentence is connected with all those injunctions mentioned a little earlier. For instance, the Muhajir and the Ansar should be friends to each other, which includes mutual help and support, as well as inheritance. The Muhajir and non-Muhajir Muslims of that period of time should not consider themselves related to each other in terms of inheritance, but the doors of help and support should remain open subject to relevant conditions. The disbelievers were caretakers, wali, of each other. Therefore, Muslims should not interfere with their law of guardianship and inheritance in any way. Thereafter the text says, if things were not done according to these injunctions, there shall be disorder and corruption on the earth. Perhaps this warning has been given in view of the importance of the injunctions described here, for they were based on major principles of equity, justice, and public peace. The related verses make it amply clear that the way mutual help, support, and inheritance depend on lineal bond in the same manner, religious bond has its own importance in this matter. In fact, religious bond has precedence over lineal bond. This is the reason why a kafir, disbeliever, cannot inherit from a Muslim, and a Muslim cannot inherit from a kafir even though they be fathers or sons or brothers by lineage. Along with it, in order to block religious prejudice and pagan partisanship, instructions were given that, no doubt, the religious bond is so formidable, yet standing by the terms of a treaty comes first and is more preferable. Contravention of the terms of a treaty is not permissible under the heat of religious partisanship. Similarly, also given was the instruction that the disbelievers are responsible for each other as guardians and inheritors. Therefore, no interference should be made in their personal law of guardianship and inheritance. On the surface, these look like a few subsidiary injunctions, but they are, in reality, comprehensive basic principles of equity and justice for all which guarantee world peace. This is the reason why, at this place, following the description of these injunctions, warning has been given in words which have not been generally used in the case of other injunctions. If you will not do so, there shall be disorder and corruption on the earth. Also given within these words is a hint that these injunctions have an effectiveness of their own in checking disorder and corruption.
But those who have believed and emigrated and fought in the cause of Allah, and those who gave shelter and aided, it is they who are the believers, truly. For them is forgiveness and noble provision.
Mentioned in the third verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 74, are words of praise for the Sahaba who emigrated from Mecca and for the Ansar of Medina who helped them, as well as the attestation to their being true Muslims and the promise of forgiveness and respectable provision made to them. When it was said, "Those are the believers in truth," the hint given was in the direction that those who did not migrate were the Muslims, but their Islam was neither perfect nor certain, because there existed the probability that they may really be hypocrites professing Islam only outwardly. After that it was said, "For them there is forgiveness," as it has been explained in sound Sahih Ahadith. Islam demolishes what was before it, and here erases what was before it. In short, this means that the act of becoming a Muslim goes on to demolish the entire edifice of past sins. Similarly, the making of hair erases all past sins.
And those who believed after the initial emigration and emigrated and fought with you, they are of you. But those of blood relationship are more entitled to inheritance in the decree of Allah. Indeed, Allah is knowing of all things.
Described in the fourth verse Surah Al-Anfal, Ayah 75, is the injunction concerning different categories of muhajirin, emigrants. It says, though some of them are the very first among muhajirin, those who migrated earlier than the peace treaty of Hudaybiyah. Then there is a second category of muhajirin, those who migrated after the peace treaty of Hudaybiyah, and because of this there will be difference in the ranks they are to have in the hereafter. But regarding injunctions of this mortal world, they too shall be covered by the injunction governing the first category of muhajirin, in that they are inheritors to each other. Therefore, addressing the first among the muhajirin, it was said then, "They are one of you." It means that these muhajirin of the second category are also a part of your group. Hence, under injunctions governing inheritance, they are governed by rules which apply to muhajirin in general. This is the very last verse of Surah Al-Anfal. Given at the end of it is a comprehensive regulation of the law of inheritance, through which stood abrogated what was an interim injunction promulgated during the early period of Hira mentioned in the preceding verses about having the muhajirin and ansar become inheritors to each other through an arrangement of brotherhood between them. The words of the last verse, which abrogated this temporary law of inheritance, are, as for the womb relatives, some of them are closer to some, as in the Book of Allah. Let us study them in a greater detail. In Arabic, the word wulu is used to carry the sense of being the possessor, owner, person, or people of certain entitlement. In absence of an exact counterpart in English, it is usually translated as men of or people of, as in people of wisdom for Ulu al-Aql, and people of authority for Ulu al-Amr. Therefore, the word al-Arim means the people of Arim. Wounds, Arim is the plural Rahim, which is basically the name of the part of the body where the creative process of the human child takes place, and since the bond of relationship is established by the association of Rahim, may Allah have mercy on him. Therefore, Ulu al-Arim, translated literally as womb relatives, is used in the sense of relatives. The meaning of the verse is that, though a universal bond of brotherhood binds all Muslims to each other, because of which, if needed, helping and supporting each other becomes obligatory, and that they also inherit from each other. But Muslims who are bound by mutual relationship have precedence over other Muslims. The phrase, fi kitabillah, translated literally as in the Book of Allah, at this place has been used in the sense of fi hukmi al-8, which means that Allah Ta'ala has made this law through His special command. The rule of procedure given by this verse is that the distribution of inheritance should be on the criterion of relationship, and the word ulu al-arim is applied to relatives in an absolute sense. Out of these, the shares of particular relatives have already been determined by the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Nisa. These are called the Shad al-Furud or Dawi al-Furud in the terminology of the law of inheritance. Popularly referred to as Quranic heirs, they mean those who are entitled to a statutory share in the inheritance of a deceased person. Any property which remains after the determined shares have been given should be distributed over other relatives as provided in this verse. Then it is also evident that it is not possible for anyone to distribute any property over all relatives, because some kind of a distant relationship definitely exists among human beings of the whole world, for all of them owe their fact of birth to but one father and mother, Sayyidina Adam and Sayyida Hawa, Adam and Eve. Therefore, the only practical way of distributing inheritance over relatives can be that by giving close relatives precedence over those distant. The benchmark of the near should be used to exclude the distant. A detailed description of this is present in the Ahadith of the Holy Prophet, which stipulate that after having given the shares of Dawi al-Furud, Quranic heirs, whatever remains should be given to the Asbat, agnates or paternal relatives of the deceased person, degree-wise, that is, by giving precedence to the near agnate, aspa, over the distant one. The benchmark of the near should be used to exclude the distant. And in case there is no one alive from among the agnates, aspat n, distribution has to be made over rest of the relatives. In addition to aspat or agnates, there are a host of other relatives. It is for them that the word Dawi al-Aram has been particularized in the technical terminology of the science of inheritance and distribution. But this terminology has found currency in a later period. In the Holy Quran, the word ulularium, relatives, according to its lexical connotation, covers all relatives included, wherein are Dawi al-Furud, Quranic heirs, aspat, agnates, and Dawi al-Larium, relatives in a general sense. Then, some details about the subject have been covered in Surah Al-Nis, of where Allah Ta'ala has himself determined the shares of particular relatives, and which are known as Dawi al-Furud in the terminology of inheritance. As for the rest, the Holy Prophet has said, it means, after giving shares to those identified in the Quran, that which remains is to be given to males nearer to the deceased. Al-Bukhari, they are known as aspat agnates in the terminology of inheritance. If there be no one from among the aspat agnates of the deceased person, then, according to the saying of the Holy Prophet, other relatives get it. These relatives are technically known as Dawi al-Aram, relatives, such as maternal uncle or maternal aunt and others. The last sentence of this last verse of Surah Al-Anfal has abrogated the law of Islamic inheritance mentioned in verses earlier to this. According to that law, mutual inheritance used to be in force among the Muhajirin and Ansar, even though there be no lineal kinship between them. It was abrogated because it was an emergency-oriented injunction given during the initial period of Hira. Surah Al-Anfal ends here. May Allah Ta'ala give us all the tawfiq of understanding it and acting in accordance with it. Praised is Allah, with whose help Surah Al-Anfal comes to its conclusion the night of Thursday, 22 of Jamada Roman 2. Hira year 1381. I seek from Allah Ta'ala his tawfiq and help in the Tafsir of At-Tawbah, and for Allah is all praise from its beginning to its end. Muhammad Shafi. May he be forgiven. A review of it was completed on the day of Jummah, 19th of Jamada I, Hira year 1390, and praised be Allah for that.